For more than 10 years, he lived in solitude, fueled by a burning desire for revenge. As he patiently waited for the day he would awaken his class, a sacred ritual that could grant humans extraordinary power. On that fateful day, while countless others were left disappointed, unable to awaken or receiving only mediocre abilities, Isuki succeeded. However, his joy was short-lived when he discovered his class was only level 0, and it seemed it would be stuck there forever. Just as all hope seemed lost, that 0 didn't signify weakness. On the contrary, Isuki had been blessed with a power more fearsome than even the highest levels, the ability to copy skills. With this power, he could analyze and steal the abilities of any opponent, opening an infinite path to power to finally achieve his revenge. The terrifying memories began to flood back. That day, countless strange black stones rained down from the sky. Immediately after, giant pillars of purple light shot upwards, and defensive barriers were deployed everywhere. But the real tragedy struck when the monsters, known as Calamity Beasts, shattered the barriers and invaded the human world, led by the demon of destruction, Ringa. They slaughtered humanity without mercy. In the chaos of his blood-soaked memory, a desperate scream rang out. "Run, Dad." The city streets had become a living hell. Blue monsters destroyed everything in their path, sending people fleeing in terror. A giant monster let out a ferocious roar and charged forward with overwhelming killing intent, targeting the survivors. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupted, cruelly engulfing a woman who was trying to shield her child in her arms. As the light of her life faded, the mother's hand fell limp in agony. Her last words, a desperate plea, "Run, Isuki." "Mum." He jolted awake from the horrifying nightmare. The friend next to him was calling his name over and over, "Isuki." His female friend turned back and asked with a worried voice, "What's wrong? You were totally spacing out." But he just brushed it off. "It's nothing." She tilted her head, her wide blue eyes staring at her friend, full of doubt. "Really?" He still hadn't fully recovered from the dream. A single tear unconsciously rolled down his cheek, making his friend ask, "Then why are you crying?" The friend with glasses standing beside him leaned in and whispered, trying to help him out, "You're just sleepy, right? This is usually when you'd be napping. But of course, today we suddenly have an all-school assembly. More importantly, that teacher's outfit is seriously weird." On the high stage, the man began his speech about history. After the Calamity Beasts appeared, some humans gained the power to fight back. They are called the Awakened. 10 years ago, on the north bank of the Lam River, the largest attack by the Calamity Beasts occurred. Awakened from all over the world gathered and crossed the river to push them back in what became known as the River Crossing War. Although the attacks decreased after that, the number of falling stones has recently surged. A large-scale attack, on par with the River Crossing War, could happen at any moment. His glasses-wearing friend whispered to Isuki with an air of expertise, "That's Izumi Nento, the Supreme Commander of the Northern Continent." "You didn't know? You're from the Northern Continent, and you don't know who he is? Izumi Nento. That name sounds familiar. I always pictured him as some hunched-over old man with a long beard, but he looks way weirder than I thought." "I get what you mean, but despite his appearance, he was the very first Awakened. It's thanks to him that we even know about the stones and the Calamity Beasts." His friend's eyes lit up with admiration as he continued to talk about his idol. "By the way, he's also the strongest Awakened. Even Taiwan, the man who holds the title Light of Humanity, was his student." Up on the stage, the man continued, "Recent studies have shown that even ordinary, unawakened people have a certain probability of becoming awakened by touching one of the stones. I came here today to let all of you try it. Become awakened, and dedicate yourselves to the fight against the Calamity Beasts." As he finished, he waved his hand to unleash his power. The ground cracked open, and a brilliant golden light shot into the sky, all while his guards stood by, ready to protect him. The students were ecstatic. "A stone is rising from the ground. Is this magic? That's not what you should be surprised about. It's like a dream come true. Please, God, let me become an Awakened." The friend with glasses turned and grabbed his hand, smiling brightly with hope. "Did you hear that, Isuki? We finally have a chance to become Awakened." Finally, before his friend could even finish, Isuki had silently walked forward, leaving his two friends to call after him in confusion. "Hey, don't leave me behind. Wait up." Isuki walked past his female friend. His back radiated a frightening aura, and his eyes flashed with a demonic red glint, making her freeze and break out in a cold sweat. A sinister, crazed smirk spread across his distorted face. The day has finally come. At the testing area. Model. A student touches the giant black stone, but nothing happens. The proctor announces coldly, "Rejected. Next." The crowd below begins to whisper nervously, seeing their best student fail. That guy broke the school record in his first year. If even someone with his amazing physical abilities can't do it, there's no way I can. Maybe physical ability has nothing to do with it? It's too soon to give up. Another female student removes her hand from the stone, her face full of regret. The proctor, his expression still indifferent, urges them on. Next, next, next. An atmosphere of despair and confusion spreads as one student after another fails. Hey, not a single person has awakened yet. Next, I thought this would be easy. Don't tell me our entire school is going to be disqualified. Ignoring the chatter, the proctor in dark glasses reads the next name from his list. Next, Oi Hikaru. In the crowd, worried whispers ripple out as the name Hikaru is called. I don't want him to be an awakened. He's always been a bully. If he awakens, we're in big trouble. Look, the stone is up on the platform. Oi Hikaru touches the stone. Violent blue lightning erupts, surrounding him as everyone watches in shock. He smirks, thinking to himself with pure arrogance. With this, both Izumi Nento and that beauty next to him will have to acknowledge me. The status window appears, confirming Oi Hikaru's awakening. Human, level 0, class, elementalist, gift, lightning system, rank 2, status undisclosed, attack 3, agility 4, defense 2, mana 3, total 12. The blue-haired assistant, observing from a distance, reports through her communication device. Father, we finally have one. At level 0, the total stat points are usually 5, but his is all the way up at 12. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Standing on the high platform and basking in the glory, Oi Hikaru tilts his head back arrogantly and shouts, "Old man Nento, you got nothing to say to me?" Suddenly, a dark figure zips past his face at blinding speed, making Oi's eyes widen in shock. He couldn't believe someone would dare interrupt his moment of glory. He whips around, his face twisted in fury, and screams at the person who just walked past. "What do you think you're touching with your filthy hands? You got a death wish?" Ignoring the threat, Isuki calmly walks forward and touches the stone, causing a stir in the crowd below. Who is that guy? He's cutting in line. That's Tenma Isuki from Class 5. He's so dead. Once Oi targets someone, it's over for them. But contrary to the commotion, Izumi Nento squints his eyes, sensing a strange aura emanating from this student. That student. I can feel an unbelievable intensity from him. Isuki places his hand on the cold stone, his crimson eyes glowing with iron-willed determination. And so, I will never forget my hatred for the beast Calamity. I've seared everything from that day into my mind, prompting Izumi to exclaim, "His determination is on a completely different level from the other students." Suddenly, the commander-in-chief's pupils constrict. His eyes fly open in utter shock at the extraordinary phenomenon about to unfold. Behind Isuki, a colossal surge of blue energy gathers, forming the phantom of a majestic, sword-wielding war god. The black stone begins to transform, glowing brilliantly as it's enveloped by a giant, blue, lotus-shaped energy field. A burst of light engulfs the entire school grounds, forming a magnificent protective dome. Everyone is stunned. That pillar of light is hundreds of meters high. The students below stare up at the sky, their jaws hanging open in awe. Amazing. This is so much grander than when Oi awakened. In the crowd, his two best friends cheer with joy. The boy with glasses laughs loudly, just as I expected. Yuki, the blue-haired assistant, stammers, unable to hide her shock. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the rarest class, the Order Breaker, appears. Meanwhile, Izumi cracks a knowing smile. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he's capable of. Witnessing this grand spectacle, Oi Hikaru grinds his teeth. His face contorts with jealousy and humiliation. Meanwhile, Isuki's mind drifts into a mystical, spiritual space. He sits on a blue lotus flower, wondering, where is this? Have I awakened? A system window appears before his eyes with detailed information. What is this? Tenma Isuki, human, level 0, fixed, class, order breaker, gift, nirvana. Nirvana, special rank, level is fixed. Stats increase upon acquiring skills, nullifies all negative statuses, and completely heals all wounds. Another skill notification appears. Skill. Absolute Mimicry, Z rank. Analyzes enemy attacks and allows for the acquisition of counter skills. Isuki stares at his empty stat sheet in confusion, muttering in disbelief. Status. Attack 0. Agility 0. Defense 0. Mana 0. Total 0. Everything is 0. But immediately, a flood of new notifications appears one after another. Z rank skill, Absolute Mimicry, has been acquired. Special rank gift Nirvana has activated. All stats increased by 200. Attack, from 0 to 200. Agility, from 0 to 200. Defense, from 0 to 200. Mana, from 0, over 200, for a total of no more than 800. Understanding the mechanics of his power, Isuki smiled confidently. So that's how it works. When I acquire a skill through absolute simulation, I gain stats through nirvana. Even if I can't level up, I can still get stronger my own way. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination, ready for the tough road ahead. I don't know what this awakened level is equivalent to, but I will annihilate the beast Calamity. No doubt about it. I have become an awakened. Back in reality, a blinding flash of light erupted from the stone, making everyone shield their eyes and scream. It's so bright, my eyes. From the epicenter of the brilliant blue light, Isuki's silhouette gradually emerged. Standing tall amidst the fragments of energy, Oi Hikaru staggered back, sweat pouring down his face, his expression one of utter disbelief. It can't be him. The blue-haired assistant trembled, covering her mouth, unable to contain her shock as she stared at the measuring device. These stats are unbelievable. For a rookie awakened, it's unheard of. But that boy is definitely top tier. Cutting her off, Isuki stood proudly, adjusting his tie with the arrogant air of an emperor. The girl uttered the final words. The strongest in the history of all rookie awakened. The status screen displayed a terrifying number that left everyone stunned. Name, Isuki. Race, human. Level, unfixed. Class, order breaker. Gift, special grade, undisclosed. Skills, undisclosed. Stats, attack 200, agility 200, defense 200, magic 200. Total, 800. The entire school erupted in absolute astonishment. Cheers rang out as Isuki's stats soared all at once. I can't believe our school has someone so incredible. This is a miracle that will go down in the school's history. Meanwhile, Oi Hikaru ground his teeth, his face twisted in a mask of furious jealousy. He stole the cheers that should have been for me. Unable to restrain himself, he launched an attack, firing a bolt of lightning toward Isuki in the middle of the crowd. A failure, like you should stay a failure, he roared, his voice laced with killing intent as he unleashed the lightning. I'll eliminate you with the skill I just got, Silver Serpent. Isuki calmly observed the attack. The system immediately began its analysis, detecting the C-rank skill, Silver Serpent. Absolute simulation activated. Analysis progress, 27%. Isuki's eyes flashed with intense focus, data streaming through his mind. 57%, 69%. The lightning bolt slammed into the wooden floor, exploding on impact. The attack missed its target, leaving a black scorch mark on the ground, but Isuki was no longer there. Everyone looked around, bewildered. A student cried out, "Huh? Where's Isuki?" There was a flash of lightning, and then Tenma just vanished. Where did he go? Isuki's shadow loomed behind Oi. System report, 88%. A cold sweat broke out on Oi's back as he froze in fear. Ugh, he's behind me. Why the hell can't I move? Isuki leaned in and whispered menacingly in his ear, his eyes glowing red in the shadows. If you were a monster, I would have killed you 100 times over. Count yourself lucky you were born human. Terrified, Oi collapsed to the ground. Isuki calmly walked away as the crowd began to whisper. Tenma, when did you do that? Is Oi so scared his legs gave out? Ha ha ha. Shh. We'll be in trouble if he hears you. 94%. Isuki walked casually among the students. The system reported 99%. He thought to himself, maybe because it's a C-rank skill, the analysis speed is pretty fast. Blue electricity enveloped Isuki's body as a notification appeared. Analysis 100% complete. Acquired C-rank skill, Lightning Breaker. Two male students nearby shielded their eyes, one of them joking. Wait, it's glowing again. Good thing I brought my sunglasses. Isuki found himself in a mental space, contemplating. It seems I'm forcibly brought into this space every time an analysis is complete. Analysis of Silver Serpent, complete. Acquired Lightning Breaker. The skill details appeared. Lightning Breaker, level 1. Active effect. Can absorb C-rank and lower lightning attacks into the body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, personal agility increases by 50%. Passive effect. Each time a C-rank lightning attack is absorbed, agility permanently increases by 5%. Current bonus, 0%. Acquired Lightning Breaker, level 1. All stats plus 10. Removes all negative status effects and fully heals all injuries. Isuki stood tall, shining brilliantly. He spread his arms wide, a vortex of blue electricity swirling around him, a stark contrast to the pathetic Oi crumpled on the floor. Oi's jaw dropped in horror. His bodyguards were also stunned. Isuki is now covered in lightning from head to toe. That lightning is even brighter than Oi's. How the hell did he learn a skill like that? Isuki's stats continued to rise as the system updated. His stats have gone up by this much again. Attack 200 increased to 210. Agility 200 increased to 210. Defense 200 increased to 210. Magic 200 increased to 210. Total 800 increased to 840. The sky suddenly darkened, and everyone looked up worriedly. It was sunny just a moment ago. Is it going to rain? Hey, something's falling. A massive black rock plummeted from above. It tore through the stormy sky and crashed directly into the school grounds. Monsters emerged from the rock. The blue-haired girl screamed, "The boulders? Why are they here? Right here? The all-school assembly is cancelled, effective immediately. Everyone evacuate the campus grounds now, just like we practiced. There's no doubt about it. They're targeting us." The girl with glasses turned in a panic, her face pale. "We should run, too. Combat isn't our specialty." The man calmly observed, "But if we run, it'll just cause more panic. Look, that male student is even calmer than we are." As the panicked crowd fled, Isuki walked against the current, heading straight for the danger, which made the girl wonder, "Why aren't you running?" A massive rock slammed into the schoolyard. Boom! The impact shook the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. His friends tried to pull Isuki back, the one with glasses yelling, "Hey, a beast calamity is coming. Let's get out of here." But Isuki, his face dark and full of killing intent, replied, "I'm going to exterminate every last one of them." His female friend begged through her tears, "What are you talking about? You'll die if you don't run." "Rikuru's right. You just became an awakened. You're no match for them. Leave it to the other awakened." Isuki turned back to her with a determined gaze. He reassured her concisely, "Trust me." The friend held back the blushing girl. He screamed in desperation, pulling her away. "Fine, don't blame me when you die. Is it really okay to leave him? The enemy is a beast calamity, a walking weapon of mass destruction." Isuki flashed a confident and terrifying smile, thinking to himself with excitement, "So, this is my first enemy after becoming an awakened." Blue electricity sparked around Isuki's body. He looked up at the sky. "The same kind that killed my parents. I guess I'm pretty lucky." The monster's information appeared. Skeleton Soldier, level 8. Tier 2 gift. Defense increased by 100%. If the enemy's attack exceeds the user's defense, the gift is nullified. Skill, Bonefire, B rank. Stats. Attack 15. Agility 10. Defense 120. Mana 30. Total 295. Isuki took his stance, ready for battle, his eyes glowing red with provocation. Should I try out the skill I just got? Isuki charged forward, unleashing a bolt of lightning. He roared the name of his technique, Thunderbreaker. The devastating attack slammed directly into the monster. Isuki's face hardened with determination. He roared in his mind, "I won't let this bone monster crush anything else." Isuki delivered a powerful finishing blow before anyone else had to die. The monster was sent flying. Crash! It slammed hard into the school building, creating a massive tremor. Dust filled the air. The group was stunned, the female assistant's jaw hanging open in shock. "Isuki is so strong. Maybe we don't need to run anymore." He sent it flying into the school building with just one hit. A rookie who just became an awakened sent a level 8 beast calamity flying. Nento thoughtfully sized up Isuki with a sharp gaze. That kid's speed and power are on a completely different level from other newbies. But even so, defeating a skeleton soldier should be impossible. They have two very troublesome abilities. The first is their gift, which boosts their defense. The second, the monster roared as a ferocious blue flame erupted, scorching the area. It's a skill called Bonefire, and it will incinerate your body to ash on contact. Seeing Isuki engulfed in the flames, his friends screamed in agony. "Isuki!" The monster cackled madly, its face twisting with glee. "You overconfident fool. You're about to be burned to a crisp." Inside the inferno, Isuki's system was working calmly. Target is using Bonefire. Analysis progress, 1%, 25%. He stood firm and took the hit, his cold eyes assessing the situation. "It seems the analysis speed increases when the enemy's skill hits me directly. 39%, 57%. The blue-haired assistant broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes. Even a level 10 awakened wouldn't stand a chance if they took a direct hit like that. His flesh began to peel away, exposing white bone. Isuki gritted his teeth and endured. 77%. For a new genius to be killed by a beast calamity before he even had a chance to mature. So this is what it feels like to be burned alive. It really hurts. 81%. In his extreme agony, a haunting image of his mother appeared. "Mom?" Nento narrowed his eyes, observing closely, and muttered in disbelief. Has that monster Isuki still not used his full power? Suddenly, as his body regenerated, Isuki looked up with absolute resolve. Once this analysis is complete, you're finished. Analysis progress, 100%. The crowd buzzed with renewed hope as a blue lotus flower appeared. Isn't this too much for a rookie who just became an awakened? I was a fool for having hope in that guy, even for a moment. Look, that blue lotus flower appeared again. That demon might just show us another miracle. Isuki stepped out from the lotus, with his body fully healed. He wondered, now, what kind of skill will I get this time? 9%. 99%. A notification window popped up with a new set of stats. Analysis of Bonefire is complete. Acquired Black Wall, level 2. Active effect. When activated, continuously creates ice on the body's surface by consuming mana. Can block B rank and lower fire type skills. Passive effect. Defense plus 10% when blocking B rank and lower fire type skills. Current bonus, plus 0%. Acquired Black Wall level 2. All stats plus 20. Dismissed. Removes all debuffs and completely heals all wounds. Attack. From 210 to 230. Agility. From 210 to 230. Defense. From 210 to 230. Magic power. From 210 to 230. Total stats. From 840 to 920. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through him. Just a moment ago, even my all-out attack couldn't break through its defense, but with this power boost, I know I can do it now. A brilliant blue-green aura from the energy lotus enveloped the entire schoolyard. Isuki floated in a spiritual space. His body was ripped with muscle and overflowing with vitality. His friends jumped for joy, celebrating ecstatically. Thank God, he's alive. All right, that guy can definitely do it. A full recovery. It's a miracle. The blue-haired assistant deduced in shock. He has a self-healing skill? But I thought he was using a lightning-type skill earlier. They say order breakers are the most mysterious class, but this guy is exceptionally unique, even among them. Her eyes were glued to Isuki, filled with extreme curiosity. To heal so perfectly. Could he recover, even if his limbs were severed or his brain was destroyed? I wonder what the limits of this self-healing ability are. The skeleton soldier roared ferociously, charging in to attack once more, seething with killing intent. Isuki calmly held out his hand, and a wall of black ice shot up to block the flames. Black ice wall. The green fire slammed into the ice, creating a massive explosion of steam. From within the smoke, Isuki's glowing red eyes flashed menacingly. He moved at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow, leaving behind streaks of blue light. In a single, lightning-fast strike, he shattered a part of the monster's body. Isuki summoned a gigantic ice sword, bringing it down from above in a decisive, thunderous blow. The monster was smashed to pieces, its bone fragments scattering amidst blue lightning. The students watching could only stare, dumbfounded. He got behind the disaster beast in an instant. It was like he teleported. Only an awakened could even track his movements. Oi broke out in a cold sweat from fear, while the assistant was stunned. I couldn't see his movements at all. Is this guy really a rookie? It's the same power as before. Izumi Nento watched Isuki in admiration after his resounding victory. Not only can he create solid armor to protect his body, but he can also form weapons in any shape he desires. A god-tier skill that combines both offense and defense. Amidst the ruined schoolyard, Isuki stood silently as his friend Rikuru ran toward him from a distance, calling out worriedly, "Isuki!" Rikuru rushed forward and threw his arms around Isuki, sighing in relief. "I'm so glad you won. I was worried sick." "What about Seiya?" Isuki asked, looking around with a puzzled expression. "Huh? She didn't come over?" Rikuru replied thoughtfully. "A minute ago, she was watching you with a look on her face like she was about to cry." Isuki's gaze followed to where Seiya was standing in the distant crowd. He thought to himself, with a worried look, could it be, is she mad at me? Meanwhile, Assistant Choa was still stunned by the power of the boy who had defeated a monster that even a level 10 awakened would struggle with. Nento immediately gave an order. "Choa, you stay here and help with the cleanup, and send a message to the principal that I'll be taking this boy with me." Rikuru tried to reassure Isuki. "There's no way Seiya would be mad that you won. She's probably just scared of being left behind by you, so she went to touch the stone." Isuki could only sigh in response. "I hope so." Suddenly, Izumi Nento approached Isuki. He looked him over and then spoke. "Your name is Isuki, correct?" Isuki stood facing the imposing commander-in-chief. The atmosphere grew solemn as the two looked each other directly in the eye. The crowd of students began to buzz with conversation at the unfamiliar sight. Look, Izumi Nento is talking to him. You don't think he's going to take him on as a disciple, do you? No way. The only person to ever become his disciple was Taiwan, humanity's strongest. So no matter how strong Tenma is, that's just not going to happen. Seeing that the commander-in-chief wanted to speak privately, Rikuru awkwardly excused himself. Well then, I'm going to go find Seiya. Only the two of them remained on the field. Nento spoke with great interest. You're quite special. Isuki tilted his head, repeating the man's word with a look of doubt. Special? Nento's gaze deepened as he sensed the killing intent radiating from Isuki. It was as if the boy's heart was filled with anger and hatred. He looked him straight in the eye and asked directly, I want to know why. Isuki fell silent, as dark memories from 10 years ago suddenly flooded his mind. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by those disaster beasts while protecting me. An image of a young, pained Isuki appeared, his face streaked with tears as he witnessed the tragedy unfold before his very eyes. He recalled that fateful moment of his life. I was almost killed too, but an awakened saved me right then. Right in front of me. He choked up, remembering the moment his mother vanished in a sea of flames. I watched my mother die. She told me, you have to walk the rest of the way on your own. The young Isuki stood frozen amidst the ruins, his spirit completely shattered. Dad and Mom died because of them. His grief turned into extreme rage. The boy screamed in agony. No! The demonic figure of Maringa appeared menacingly in his mind. Before, Isuki stood the very root of all evil. His eyes burned with red-hot hatred as he remembered the vow he made long ago. That day, I swore I would kill this demon. In the present, Isuki gritted his teeth as a single tear rolled down his determined face. All of their kind. Nento observed Isuki quietly, then asked in a low voice, even when your heart is consumed by hatred, you still shed tears? Isuki raised a hand to cover the tear, explaining his strange condition. Ever since I witnessed the tragedy of my mother's death, my left eye has been unable to cry, but my right eye began to weep on its own. Because of that, I can never forget my hatred for the disaster beasts. Nento nodded, and then made a surprising offer. Do you want to become my disciple? I will get you into the Savior Alliance and help you obtain the immense power needed to get your revenge on the disaster beasts. Isuki repeated in surprise. The Savior Alliance. Nento began to explain the great organization, established to fight the disaster beasts more effectively and scientifically. The government of the southern continent gathered powerful, awakened from all over the world to form this organization. Think of it as the official army against the disaster beasts, and its members are called the Savior Corps. The Savior Corps are provided with resources like private training grounds and powerful weapons, and are also guaranteed a high salary. Even trainees receive 10,000 gold a month, which is enough to buy a car. Of course, such generous treatment doesn't come for free. Members of the Savior Corps are expected to constantly fight the disaster beasts on the front lines and protect the safety of the people. Isuki thought to himself, to be honest, I don't care about a high salary or resources. The most important thing is... He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. To be able to fight the disaster beasts on the front lines, I want to join the Savior Corps too. Izumi Nento began to explain the rigorous selection process. The Savior Alliance holds an exam every February called the National Savior Alliance Tournament, with over 10,000 participants. The candidates are awarded points based on their performance, but only those who rank in the top 100 earn the right to join the Savior Corps. Isuki immediately asked, "What's the highest score in history?" Nento grew pensive, his eyes behind the mask seeming to deepen. It won't be much help as a benchmark, but... He gestured to a massive number that appeared before them. The highest record is 115,000 points, set by Jane 11 years ago. You'll pass the exam if you score 30% of that, and you'll rank first if you hit 50%. Isuki froze when he heard the familiar name, the image of the legendary hero flashing in his mind. Taiwa Jane, the strongest awakened known as the light of humanity that Rikuru mentioned. Nento offered some sincere advice in a serious tone. Jane is one of a kind. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. But you should be confident. You have what it takes to stand alongside him. Isuki stared straight ahead and boldly declared his grand ambition. I will surpass Jane. Izumi Nento fell silent, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if observing a promising seed that had just sprouted. He recalled the past, seeing the silhouette of Taiwa Jane. You've become very famous, my son. The younger generation is all trying to follow in your footsteps, but just following behind won't win the war against the disaster beasts. One day, someone will surpass me, just as a new sun rises to replace the setting one. Nento looked at Isuki with great expectation. I'm looking forward to it. The dawn that Jane had been waiting for had finally arrived. The two stood before a massive, glowing spherical structure. Isuki exclaimed in amazement. What is that thing? Nento began to explain the nature of the invasions. The monoliths are like gateways that connect this world to the world of the disaster beasts. So, if you only kill the monsters and leave the monoliths behind, new disaster beasts will just keep pouring through. He pointed toward the magnificent building. This building is a facility constructed to isolate the undestroyed monoliths. The awakened periodically clear out the disaster beasts that emerge from it. This way, the scale of the incursions is kept under control, and it serves as a training ground. Isuki nodded as he observed the entrance. So this is a training facility? Nento replied, yes, we call them stages. The level and number of disaster beasts that appear can't be controlled, so it's quite dangerous inside. The scene was littered with monster corpses and broken weapons, a haunting sight. The disaster beasts in the stage before us are particularly formidable. Among the rookie-level stages, this one has the highest mortality rate. That's why it's called the Rookie's Graveyard. An electronic board recorded the brilliant achievement of a predecessor from back when Jane was still a rookie, awakened. He cleared it in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage, clear, successful. Challenger Taiwa. Time, 3 minutes, 14 seconds. Stage clear record updated. Nento looked at Isuki and issued a challenge. If you're going to surpass him, you'll have to do it in 3 minutes. Isuki walked silently toward the entrance gate. Nento called after him. If you can clear this stage in under 3 minutes, I'll take you on as my student. The arrival of the two caused a stir in the surrounding crowd. Look, that's Sir Izumi, and isn't that the rumored rookie walking beside him? No way, unless he's some national-level awakener. There's no way he's qualified to walk next to Sir Izumi. Isuki glanced around, secretly surprised by everyone's attitude. Huh? Is this guy really that famous? He stopped in front of the notice board for the level 10 beast disaster inside the stage. Level 10 is only 2 levels higher than that skeleton soldier? How strong could it really be? Isuki casually walked on, ignoring the scrutinizing glares. But even so, it seemed no one around had any intention of entering the stage. Why is that? The crowd began to jeer. Does that rookie really think he's going into the stage? With that kind of confidence, he must have a high-level awakener with him. Man, I wish they'd take us along too. Tisk, he's probably just here to hit on the pretty receptionist, gets a half-decent face and starts acting all high and mighty. Isuki approached the reception desk. The gray-haired girl looked at him with suspicion. I'd like to enter the stage. Of course. How many challengers in total? He tilted his head and answered decisively. Just me. The space suddenly fell unusually silent at his answer. The receptionist frowned, loudly criticizing him, thinking he was joking. Don't make jokes that aren't funny. Are you trying to cause trouble? If you came here to hit on me, it's useless. This may be an artificial stage, but it's a dangerous place where you can get hurt or even lose your life. What the hell is she talking about? Isuki wondered blankly. The onlookers burst into mocking laughter. He really is here to hit on her. Ha ha ha. Some people just mistake a stage for a dating spot. Well, they usually just get scolded and then scurry off home. Isuki looked straight at the girl, his voice completely flat. You seem to be misunderstanding something, but I have absolutely no interest in you. I'm really just here to clear the stage. The receptionist covered her face in embarrassment, but still tried to save face. You don't have to act tough just because you're embarrassed. I'll give you my contact information, so just go home for now. A murderous aura suddenly radiated from Isuki. His eyes darkened menacingly. Don't make me repeat myself. I don't care about your contact info. Just let me into the stage. The girl tremblingly handed him a bracelet, her voice stammering. Fine, but don't blame me if you die. Isuki silently blamed her. She should have just agreed from the start instead of making him repeat himself. The crowd started whispering again as they saw him preparing to enter. What an idiot. He could have gotten her contact information. This isn't the time to play hero. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage is just suicide. I bet he'll run out screaming in less than a minute. Isuki stood before the steel door, the chatter unending. That guy looks pretty confident. He's got a special grade gift too, so maybe he can actually do it. Another person refuted. For an awakener, a gift is just a bonus. The most important thing is still your level. No matter how special your gift is, it's meaningless if your level is low. Isuki calmly raised his hand, preparing to take the final steps. My personal information is registered in this bracelet, so if I scan it, I can get in. A beep sounded, and the information board lit up. Entry request from Awakener Tenma Isuki has been approved. He cracked his knuckles, his breath forming a cloud of white mist full of fighting spirit. The promise was 3 minutes. All right, let's begin. The numbers on the digital display began to leap up from 0. The race against time had officially begun. Without a second's hesitation, Isuki shot forward like a lightning bolt, leaving trails of burning energy behind him. He entered a breathtakingly vast space. This interior is bigger than I thought. This is my first time entering a stage, even if it's just an artificial one. Isuki focused intently, preparing for the real encounter inside. It's coming. A giant wooden entity suddenly appeared. The system panel displayed, Kodama, rank 1307. Kodama race, level 4, gift none. Without a wasted motion, Isuki charged in to attack with superior stats. Status, attack 49, agility 48, defense 53, magic 24, total 174. He swung his sharp ice axe, felling the monster, and gave an arrogant smile. An axe is still the best tool for trees. After all, how does it feel to see your comrade chopped in two? Isuki stood proudly before the surrounding swarm of monsters and roared, "You rotten trees." Outside, Cho-ha worriedly asked his father, "Father, there are plenty of other rookie stages. Why did you let him go into this specific one?" Nento replied, "He said he would surpass Jin, so I just brought him to the first stage that Jin ever challenged." Cho-ha said decisively, "Unless he transcends the limits of humanity, surpassing Jin is impossible." That gave Nento pause. "So, does that mean Jane has already surpassed humanity?" The assistant continued her recollection, her expression tense. "I used to think Jane was so kind and approachable, but then I saw him kill a level 97 disaster beast in the blink of an eye." His eyes at that moment. The image of those blazing red eyes was seared into her mind. They were cold, solitary, and transcendent. Those eyes. They didn't seem human. The silhouette of Taiwa Wazin appeared as radiant as a supreme being. They were like the eyes of a god, Nento remarked thoughtfully, assessing Isuki's potential. That boy has the same potential as Jin, but right now, he's just an uncut gem. If Jin could be compared to a godlike entity who saves everyone, then that demon is his complete opposite, a devil consumed by hatred. He mused to himself, watching Isuki hold the monster's severed head. Inside the stage, Isuki let out a breath. The monsters were so weak that absolute simulation didn't even bother to activate against disaster beasts of this level. Suddenly, a colossal shadow with blazing red eyes rose up menacingly right behind him. Isuki spun around in an instant, unleashing a brilliant flash of lightning in a swift counterattack. Staring at the monster that had collapsed at his feet, he wondered coldly, "Is that it?" Isuki narrowed his eyes, studying the monster's corpse with suspicion. An S-rank disaster beast is only this strong? No. If that were the case, this place wouldn't be called the Rookie's Graveyard. There has to be something else. Immediately, the system blared a red alert. B-rank skill. Self-recovery detected. Absolute simulation activating. Beginning analysis. Analysis progress, 5%. Isuki was startled by a massive surge of energy erupting from behind him. The wooden monster from before revived, now even larger. Stunning, Isuki. I already sliced half its head off. How can it still regenerate? The reborn monster's information appeared, displaying overwhelming power. Reborn Kodama, level 520. Kodama tribe. Tier 10, class 2 monster. Defense negative 50%. Self-healing greatly enhanced. Stats, attack 110, agility 100, defense 60, mana 180, total 450. He gritted his teeth. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. Isuki immediately activated the defensive power of his class. Black Wall, activate. He shot down from above like an arrow. To stop it from regenerating, I have to deal massive damage in a very short amount of time. 17%. A series of consecutive slashes tore through the air as the analysis progress reached 19%. Isuki braced himself, channeling all his energy into his sharp ice gauntlets as he charged the beast. A brilliant sword path cut through the darkness, and the analysis jumped to 21%. The monster's body was split apart by the powerful slash, revealing deep cracks that began to leak energy. Isuki flashed a crazed, bloodthirsty smile, his eyes glowing red. Not yet. I'll dice you into so many pieces you'll never be able to recover. He unleashed tens of thousands of crisscrossing slashes at godlike speed, enveloping the giant monster. Finally, the Kodama shattered into countless tiny fragments, completely annihilated by Isuki's terrifying power. Standing amidst the dissipating energy fragments, Isuki panted from exhaustion and thought, That should be enough. Using Black Wall for too long is draining my mana, but just then, the ground began to tremble violently. The giant wooden monster rose again, stronger than ever, its roar shaking the very ground. He quickly somersaulted away, dodging the sharp, attacking roots. The progress bar showed 60% as he muttered in frustration. It's still not dead after all that. This is such a pain. In the midst of this dire situation, Isuki's eyes lit up as he spotted an opening. Every time it regenerates, the analysis speed of absolute simulation increases. He began to calculate his strategy, his face set with determination. I'll cancel Black Wall to conserve mana and use Thunderbreaker to dodge its attacks while maintaining distance. Continuing this until the analysis is complete is the path to victory. But looking at the analysis bar, now at 75%, Isuki gritted his teeth under the pressure. I don't have much time until the 3-minute limit. He decided to bet it all. He channeled a burst of energy, activating both Thunderbreaker and Black Wall simultaneously to push his attacks to the absolute limit and force it to regenerate over and over. This should boost the analysis speed. The moment he was slammed down by the monster, Isuki bit down, enduring the bone-shattering pain. If absolute simulation can't activate once my mana hits 0, I'll die here. The progress bar hit 80% as he tumbled through the air, surrounded by a cage of sharp roots. The progress jumped to 85%. Isuki steeled himself and charged straight at the enemy, telling himself, "But if I die, then that's all I was ever worth." His eyes blazed with a murderous red light as he prepared for a decisive blow. A massive explosion erupted. The power of lightning struck the monster's body, creating a blinding flash of light as he was sent flying, his face covered in blood. "Damn it," Isuki mumbled in pain. As countless roots impaled his body, the progress bar hit 99%. He felt his strength fading, his mana almost completely gone. But then, a sinister smile spread across his face as a brilliant notification flashed. 100%. He had won. Just as I thought. Absolute simulation doesn't require mana to activate. This fight is my win. A massive, vibrant blue energy lotus explodes, and the system panel announces, "Analysis and self-regeneration complete. Acquired Lotus Burst." Instantly, the skill details appeared. Lotus Burst, Level 2. Active effect. Consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies. Within a 5-meter diameter, the power is proportional to the mana consumed. Passive effect. Each time Lotus Burst defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Standing in the middle of the Divine Lotus, Isuki's body was completely healed. Acquired Lotus Burst Level 2. All stats, +20. All debuffs have been removed and all wounds are fully healed. He looks over at the terrified monster. The final command panel appeared. Lotus Burst activated. Isuki calmly clasped his hands, focusing all his power into a single point. A massive, fiery lotus explosion engulfs the target in a sea of blazing flames. The wooden monster shatters into pieces, turning to ash under the immense heat. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, Isuki wipes a trace of blood from his lip and coldly remarks, "Lotus Burst isn't half bad." He stares in amazement at the massive crater he just created. This much power, with only a third of my mana. Clearing out the weaker disaster beasts will be much easier from now on, but I never expected absolute simulation to even restore mana that had hit 0. Suddenly, he spots a green crystal that had dropped. Isuki stands still, wondering, "What's this?" Meanwhile, outside, the female staff member stares anxiously at the clock, which reads 2 minutes and 9 seconds. It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie went in, but there's no sign of him coming out. "We should call the rescue team, quickly." Chuha was extremely worried, sweat rolling down her cheek. I don't think he'd lose to a level 10 disaster beast, but clearing the stage in under 3 minutes seems impossible. Suddenly, the entire system glows a brilliant green, along with the words, "New record achieved, Izumi Nento," and the crowd stood in stunned silence. He squinted, exclaiming in disbelief, "No way." Chuha's jaw dropped in shock as she looked at the actual results. He cleared it? But the crowd outside the announcement board was collectively stunned when they saw the unbelievable time, still less than 3 minutes. Challenge successful. Stage level 10. Challenger, Isuki Tenma. Time elapsed, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage clear, record updated. The stage door opens, and Isuki walks out in tattered clothes, his cold gaze leaving his rivals on the leaderboard in the dust. First place, Isuki Tenma, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Second place, Jin Taiwa, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Third place, Sohaita, 7 minutes and 17 seconds. The people around them began to murmur in terrified awe. He actually survived. That blue liquid, it's disaster beast blood. How was he a full minute faster than Jin Taiwa? Isuki stood before Izumi Nento. He looked him straight in the eye and made his offer. So, will you officially mentor me now? A faint smirk played on his lips. The dried blood on his face only highlighted his determination. Master. Nento smiled with satisfaction from behind his mask, leaving Chu-ha, who was standing nearby, completely stunned. Well done. Just as I'd expect from my student. Dad's smiling. How long has it been since I've seen that? The whispers from the other students continued. He's Izumi Nento's student? No wonder he could break Jin Taiwa's record. But even if he is, as long as his level doesn't increase, there's no room for him to grow. Suddenly, the receptionist from before approached. Her face flushed with guilt. She held out an exquisite wooden box. This is a gift for breaking the record. Please, accept it. And, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Isuki calmly took the gift, his gaze softening slightly. I get a reward? It's fine. A level 0 rookie challenging a stage like that does look reckless. I'm a total stranger. My death would have had nothing to do with you, but you still tried to stop me. That proves you were worried. The girl bowed her head, embarrassed by Isuki's words of gratitude. Thank you. It's nothing. Chu-ha suddenly cut through the atmosphere, turning to walk away and calling out, Hey, Tenma, I'm leaving you behind. She crossed her arms, giving Isuki a stern look. Don't get cocky. Don't think you're all that just because you became my father's student. That's right. A stage of this level seems far too easy for you. Perhaps we should raise the difficulty? Nento nodded in agreement. He looked towards the massive structures in the distance. You're now ready to challenge the high-level stages. The advanced tests. Isuki asked in surprise. Advanced tests? The three of them walked across the school grounds together. Nento began to explain the harsh reality. Level isn't the only thing that determines the strength of a disaster beast. The most important factor is, he said, pointing to an image of ferocious monsters. Their species, the ones without intelligence, that only move on instinct, are easy to deal with. But then, an intimidating image of beasts in the form of warriors appeared. Some species possess intelligence equal to or even greater than humans. They are far more troublesome than the others. Common beast calamities. Chu-ha continued for her father, explaining more about the mechanics of this world. The awakened and beast calamities are fundamentally the same type of being, but as of now, only we humans are known to possess classes. In other words, stats differ depending on the species. She narrowed her eyes at Isuki, announcing his next challenge. High-level stages have powerful species or intelligent beast calamities like that. Their difficulty is many times greater than normal stages, and most of the high-level stages on the northern continent are in District B. So that's your next destination. Any other questions? Isuki's eyes flashed a brilliant blue as terrifying thoughts crossed his mind. The two I defeated earlier. They didn't have any intelligence? And they didn't even scream when they were attacked. Does that mean they don't even have pain receptors? The intelligent beast calamities. They do have pain receptors, right? A dark, murderous aura began to rise from Isuki, making Chu-ha's face pale with fear. What is this terrifying aura? What is he thinking? Meanwhile, in another area, a crowd was gossiping about a powerful figure. Did you hear? Mr. Izumi is planning to let him challenge a high-level stage. The guy who broke Taiwan Jane's record should be fine, but the high-level stages in District B are almost all under that man's control. More importantly, every awakened who's entered a high-level stage there has gone missing. Rumor has it that man killed them. By that man, you mean Kinoshita Rigi? One of them quickly covered his friend's mouth, his face drained of all color. Shh. You'll get killed too if he hears you. After all, that guy is. In a luxurious room, the man named Kinoshita Rigi sat with his legs crossed, enjoying himself while a subordinate polished his shoes. The son of the governor of the 4 northern districts, Kinoshita Rigi. He took a sip of wine, his expression full of arrogance, as his subordinate asked, When will you be departing, sir? All the stages in District B are under my control. I'll go whenever I feel like it. Rigi smirked contemptuously, exuding an air of tyrannical authority. Waiting in line is for the rabble. Back with Isuki, he slowly opened the gift box. A dry click echoed. Under the cool shade of a tree, the three of them sat and talked. Isuki was stunned by what he saw inside. This is from back then. Nento observed his reaction and then asked, Have you seen a karma stone before? Isuki looked at the green crystal on the ground and compared it to the one in his hand. Yes. After I defeated the beast calamities inside the stage, something that looked exactly like this dropped. There's not a single difference. He held the stone up to the sunlight, noting its green color. But Chu-ha shot to her feet in a panic, her eyes wide with shock. A mid-grade karma stone in a stage for rookies? What exactly is a karma stone? Isuki wondered. Choha sat back down and began to explain thoroughly. Let me explain. Karma stones are also known as experience stones. Now that I think about it, you're still a rookie. An illustration of the world's laws appears. After a beast calamity or an awakened dies, karma emanates from their corpse. It's an invisible substance you could call experience points. Absorbing it increases your level. In other words, a karma stone is a stone that contains karma. An awakened is shown absorbing energy from the stone. Using a karma stone to absorb the karma inside is one method of leveling up. But it's strange. Karma stones aren't supposed to appear naturally. Choha looked up at the sky pensively, trying to find an answer. Why was it in that stage? Perhaps it's because of your gift, Nento suddenly explained. Isuki looked at Choha blankly, then asked, Gift? Nento continued his explanation of the anomaly. Normally, the karma of the defeated is absorbed by the one who defeated them. But even though the ghost defeated those two beast calamities, he didn't level up. That means it wasn't absorbed at all. However, karma that has manifested cannot simply disappear for no reason. He looked at Choha and Isuki, proposing a shocking hypothesis. If my speculation is correct, the karma from the beast calamity that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakened who were present there. Meaning, us. The stone in Isuki's hand once again glowed a brilliant green. Meanwhile, a stage is a closed space. The ghost couldn't absorb the karma that was generated, and there was no one else to receive it. So, it coalesced and became a karma stone. Watching Isuki from behind, Choha wondered in confused silence. He really can't level up? Then how exactly do his stats increase? That's actually… Immediately, Izumi Nento cut her off in a stern voice. Choha, an awaken's gift is top secret and must not be revealed. You haven't forgotten that, have you? This made her face pale with regret. I'm sorry. Turning to Isuki, Nento gave him some thoughtful advice. I'll let you decide for yourself whether to keep that karma stone or sell it. I have a meeting with the supreme commanders of the 5 continents, so I'll be away for a while. In the meantime, Choha will take care of you. But before I leave, there are some things I need you to remember. He then laid down some ironclad rules. First, keep our relationship a secret. Second, don't reveal your gift to others. Third, conquer at least 6 high-level stages before I get back. Fourth, do what you believe is right, without hesitation, because no matter what happens, I'll always have your back. Isuki smirked with confidence, his eyes firm as he replied, Yes, master. The scene shifts to the Flamestone Proving Grounds in District 4 North, where a crowd of students, blocked from entering, were shouting in anger. We were here first. Why won't you let us in? But the bodyguards in sunglasses coldly announced, This stage has been booked by the Kinoshita family's son. All of you, go home for today. A blue-haired student refused to back down, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Who gives a damn? Just because he's got money, he thinks he can do whatever he wants? He isn't even here yet. You can at least let us go in first, right? Suddenly, from behind them, a colossal figure named Takeru emerged, his glowing red eyes emanating pure pressure. The student shouted, I don't care who that rich kid is. If you don't let us in, I'll report this to the Awakened Association. Without a single word, Takeru unleashed a devastating punch that ripped through the air, heading straight for the students. His face twisted with violence as his massive, muscular arm launched the powerful attack. The impact was tremendous, the blow crushing all resistance in the blink of an eye. A blonde student crumpled to the ground, his face pale as a ghost. Impossible. My rank B earth spike skill. It did nothing to him? Takeru stood like a wall of steel, replying coldly, That didn't even tickle. The victim trembled, looking up as a cold sweat ran down his face in the presence of such monstrous strength. Earth spike is supposed to pierce through anything. This guy. Is he a monster? Showing no mercy, Takeru lumbered forward and grabbed the poor kid by his head. His ruthless attack made the student cough up blood and scream in agony. Gak! The horrified crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. A level 7 and a level 8. They were taken down instantly. Just like that? That huge dude is way too strong. That's Oga Takeru, one of Kinoshita Raji's 4 pillars and a level 12 metal elementalist. No wonder. Takeru lifted the student's limp body with utter disdain. He snarled, I won't forgive anyone who tries to enter the stage without Lord Raji's permission. Anyone who resists will share the same fate as these two. He stood arrogantly among the fallen students, barking his orders. This trash can just bleed out here. Don't any of you even think about helping them. His lackeys behind him roared with mocking laughter. Takeru, don't take it too far. The other runts are watching. If you beat up these weaklings, you'll get reported to the teachers. Bwahaha. He let out a cold, contemptuous snort and tossed the student aside like a bag of garbage. Humph. Just then, Isuki suddenly appeared, catching the victim. His completely calm expression stunned his companion. Cho. The crowd stared, wide-eyed. Who is that guy? Did he not hear us? We told him not to help. A level 0? He's toast. That beauty with him looks kinda familiar. Takeru glared at Isuki, his eyes radiating bloodlust. Hey, rookie. I said, nobody passes without Lord Raji's permission. If you don't want to end up like him, shut your mouth and get lost. Isuki locked eyes with him, calmly stating, I get it, so I can't enter the stage unless I defeat you. Cho hurriedly took out her phone. I'm contacting the District 4 North Administrator. This kind of behavior is unacceptable. Isuki put a hand out to stop Cho, his eyes flashing with a determined blue light. That won't be necessary. My master told me to do what I think is right, without hesitation. He then handed the injured student over to her. He calmly instructed, I'll leave their treatment to you. Takeru started to feel uneasy as he looked at Isuki's hidden status window. This guy, who is he? He's only a level 0, yet he's not even a little intimidated and dares to stand up to me. Is it because he has a rare class? He tried to calm himself by comparing their power levels. Wait, why am I feeling pressured? Rare class or not, I'm a whole 12 levels above him. The difference in our stats should be insurmountable. Oga Takeru's status window showed a total stat count of 605. Takeru glared at Isuki, his pupils contracting, as he felt the horrifying killing intent radiating from the younger boy. Reflected perfectly in Takeru's horrified eyes, Isuki's image blurred as he charged forward like a hurricane. In the next instant, one of Isuki's heavy punches slammed directly into the giant's face, creating a massive shockwave. Bam! Witnessing this, the crowd of students stared, their jaws on the floor. So fast. Is he really a level 0? I'm a level 8, and I'm not even sure I could follow that speed. However, as Isuki's fist made contact with Takeru's flesh, it began to steam. Strange white smoke billowed from the point of impact. Isuki narrowed his eyes in surprise as he realized his punch had been completely blocked. He blocked it with metallization. Takeru's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as his metallic hands clamped down on Isuki's arm, and he roared. Grr. Good speed. He slammed his fist down. A pressure wave erupted. Isuki quickly retreated, but he wasn't strong enough. Landing in a defensive stance, Isuki calmly recalculated his strategy to successfully take down an enemy above level 10. I need to boost my agility with Lightning Breaker. Just then, the system panel lit up, updating his stats and beginning the copy process. Tenma Isuki, human, level 0, total fixed at 1000. Detected rank C skill. Metallization. Absolute simulation activated. Analysis progress at 1%. Isuki lowered his center of gravity, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. It's threatening enough for absolute simulation to activate. No, I need to get serious. He dashed forward again like a shadow. The analysis bar jumped to 5%. Normal attacks can't get through the metallized areas, so I'll aim directly for the flesh. The ground beneath Isuki's feet cracked from the incredible force of his push-off. As he launched his attack, Takeru swung his massive metal fist down. He scoffed contemptuously. A weakling with neither strength nor speed. Suddenly, blue lightning crackled around Isuki. He accelerated in an instant, catching him off guard when he thought that was my top speed. Accelerating with Lightning Breaker. The lightning-clad strike slammed right into Takeru's side, making his eyes widen in shock. A lightning user? I won't give you time to metallize. He unleashed a furious storm of consecutive punches. The analysis bar kept jumping. 25%, 37%, 59%, 66%. The onlookers were completely stunned. That guy, how can he use a skill from a different class? He's too fast. My eyes can't keep up. That level 0 guy might actually beat Oga. Takeru gritted his teeth in pain, his face twisted in disbelief. Damn it, there's no time to metallize. Why is a level 0 this fast? At this rate, I'm going to lose. Pushed into a corner, he cried out in desperation, pinned down by Isuki's pressure. Damn it, I can't even scream. You guys, stop standing there and help me. In a fit of absolute rage, Takeru poured all his remaining strength into one final decision. I have no choice but to try that. A massive surge of energy erupted as he let out a roar that shook the entire area. Ha! Takeru's entire body transformed into a mass of gleaming black metal, and the system reported the analysis had reached 88%. This guy metallized his whole body. I should really be thanking you. I've never successfully pulled off a full-body metallization before, but you forced my hand. He stood proudly, showing off his absolute defense. Metallized areas increased defense by 50%. and my innate talent increases my defense by another 50% when I'm standing still. In other words, my defense right now is over 500. Takeru's eyes gleamed with malice as he threatened Isuki. I was planning to cut you in half, but as thanks for helping me master a new skill, I'll give you a painless death. Two students watching from the sidelines trembled as they talked. A defense over 500 at level 12. No one at his level could ever break through his guard. He's a monster. I really thought the level 0 guy was going to win. In stark contrast to everyone's worry, Isuki just smiled calmly. Analysis at 99%. If my guess is right, full-body metallization requires a lot of mana, 98%. If you poured all your attribute points into defense, your mana shouldn't be that high, 99%. Takeru felt humiliated, glaring as he shouted, "What nonsense? Is this guy really level 0? His intuition is too sharp." Analysis progress hit 100%. A brilliant aura enveloped Isuki. Don't worry, I'm not going to use a boring strategy like whittling your mana down to 0. I'll end this quickly. Analysis progress, 100%. Suddenly, the giant blue lotus reappeared, enveloping Isuki in the middle of the battlefield. There it is, that blue lotus again. Tenma's about to get even stronger. Everyone held their breath, watching the glowing energy bud. A lotus? Is this a level 0's skill? It doesn't look like an attack skill, but how is he planning to beat Oga with this? The system panel displayed a completion notification. Metallization analysis complete. Acquired Purging Darkness. Purging Darkness. Level 1. Active effect. Fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 1 meter per second and pierces all enemies in its path, ignoring defense. Passive effect. Each time an enemy with higher defense than the user is defeated by Purging Darkness, the sphere's travel speed increases. As Isuki pondered this, he silently assessed the skill. Ignores defense. If I can land a hit with this, I can definitely deal damage. The problem is, the travel speed is only 1 meter per second. Even a normal person could dodge it, so timing is crucial. Well, for that stationary punching bag over there, I don't even need to worry about timing. His gaze suddenly turned ice cold as a wave of killing intent radiated from him. That absolute defense you're so proud of. I'll shatter it into a million pieces. Immediately after, the status panel updated with astonishing numbers. Acquired Purging Darkness Level 1. All stats plus 10, all debuffs removed, and all wounds completely healed. Status: Attack 250 to 260, Agility 250 to 260, Defense 250 to 260, Mana 250 to 260. Total 1000 to 1040. Reaching his hand toward Takeru, a lotus of energy explodes around him. Now, try and dodge this. Activate Purging Darkness. The surrounding crowd began to whisper amongst themselves, having never seen a skill like that before. So, this is the breaker of order, the most mysterious of the 4 professions. Could a skill unleashed by a level 0 possibly pierce the defenses of a level 12 defense specialist? Look at that confident face. It must be an unbelievable technique. From the center of the lotus, a pure black orb began to form, emitting a mystical light. The orb floated forward slowly. It headed straight for the giant. The onlookers sneered mockingly. Ch, is that it? Just a tiny little ball? Are you kidding me? What a disappointment. Takeru smirked contemptuously, standing his ground with confidence. You think a pathetic little orb like that can make me move and nullify my gift? How naive. He flexed his gleaming metal armor, growling menacingly, if this is your trump card. The orb lightly touched Takeru's chest, as he was still laughing arrogantly. Then you're about to die a pathetic death. But suddenly, his smile vanished, replaced by sheer horror as the orb pierced deep into his metallic flesh. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. His steel defense was breached, making him scream in agony. Ha! Isuki watched his opponent collapse at his feet. He stated coldly, I told you to dodge. Because you're human, I only aimed for your arm. If you were a disaster beast, I would have aimed straight for your neck. Takeru clutched his arm, screaming in pain. My arm! He turned and walked away, not even glancing at the henchmen who were frozen in place. What are you all still looking at? Hurry up and get him to a hospital. Didn't you hear what I said? A flash of cruelty in his eyes sent a chill down their spines. I told you to get lost. The terrified bodyguards scrambled to carry their boss. They fled the scene. Cheers erupted throughout the area. He won. He actually won. Nice job. He totally deserved that. A few of the awakened rushed over, eagerly making offers. Want to party up with us? With 3 people, we can clear the stage quickly. Party with me. It'll just be the 2 of us, so you'll get more experience points. They did their best to persuade Isuki. You're planning to challenge the Firestone Proving Grounds with just 3 people? All the disaster beasts inside have defenses on par with OGAs. We have a healer. We can restore your mana. That way, you can fire those orbs infinitely. Isuki narrowed his eyes, sensing an opportunity. Defenses on par with OGA. This is perfect. The flight speed of Purging Darkness increases every time I defeat an enemy with higher defense than me. I'll level up the flight speed for Purging Darkness in this stage. Seeing his silence, the other 2 grew impatient. So, let us know who you choose. Isuki's face was cold and decisive. I'll go alone. The declaration left the crowd in complete shock. Challenging a high-tier, level 15 stage by himself? He's gotten arrogant ever since he defeated OGA. They watched Isuki with looks of pure mockery. I admit he's strong, but there's a limit to arrogance. Looks like we don't meet his standards. Let's go find someone else. Choha hurried after him to stop him, reminding him anxiously. I know you have the technique to beat them, but will your mana hold out? All the disaster beasts in there have defenses equal to OGA's. Isuki replied calmly. I'll be fine, don't worry. Choha blushed and snapped, trying to hide her concern. Who's worried? I'm only asking because my father will blame me if you die in here. I'm going to go treat the injured. Just do whatever you want. Before leaving, she didn't forget to add a warning. The Stone Tribe has no intelligence, but they move in groups, so be careful with your mana consumption. Isuki nodded and placed his hand on the control panel. Yeah. The system announced. Entry request by the Awakened. Tenma Isuki has been approved. The gate opened, and Isuki peered into the darkness within. There are really more monsters than I thought. Giant stone monsters began to surround him, just what you'd expect from a high-level stage. The levels and stats of these disaster beasts are much higher than before. A monster charged forward with a roar, and the system immediately displayed its information. Stone Golem, level 9, Stone Tribe. Second-tier gift. Converts all mana into defense. Stats: Attack 115, Agility 50, Defense 295, Mana 0, Total 460. Isuki raised his hand, preparing to unleash the decisive blow. Let's see if these guys meet the condition for Purging Darkness's passive. The purple lotus bloomed brilliantly once more. Activate. Purging Darkness. The tiny black orb flew slowly, heading straight for the stone monster. The orb pierced through the tough, stone body in an instant. The level 9 stone golem has been defeated. The orb's speed suddenly increased dramatically, shooting through a series of other targets. The flight speed of Purging Darkness has increased by 100%. Isuki smiled smugly, just as I thought. The horde of ferocious stone monsters roared and charged, but Isuki remained calm, surrounded by an electric aura around. These slow, clumsy creatures, with their poor evasion, were perfect prey for the Shadow Purge. The system continuously displayed victory notifications. Level 9, Stone Statue has been defeated. Shadow Purge flight speed increased by 100%. Level 8 Stone Statue has been defeated. Shadow Purge flight speed increased by 100%. After clearing out the mobs, Isuki stood amidst the rubble, looking at his mana status, 110 out of 260, and quickly made a calculation. Using Shadow Purge costs 50 mana a shot, so I have 2 left. He calmly surveyed the battlefield ahead and assessed the situation. 2 are charging me, and 1 boss has yet to reveal itself. 3 enemies remain, which means, instantly, Isuki focused blazing energy into his palm, his face set with determination. I have to take them both down at the same time with just 1 orb. A shocking explosion erupted, the attack tearing through the ground and creating a powerful shockwave that obscured his vision. Taking advantage of the dust cloud, he charged straight for his target, with a decisive shout. Now! Isuki's eyes glowed with a murderous red light. He roared as he unleashed the finishing blow. Take this. The energy orb crushed every obstacle. The system announced back-to-back victories. Level 9 Stone Statue has been defeated. Level 10 Stone Statue has been defeated. Shadow Purge flight speed increased by 100%. As the battle quieted down, Isuki collapsed to the ground, panting from exhaustion. This feeling of total depletion right before my mana runs out is brutal. I hope I get a mana recovery skill someday. He sat up, looking at his newly upgraded skill window with a satisfied smile. The speed is now 5 meters per second. I can catch up to enemies that try to flee. Shadow Purge Level 1. Current flight speed increased by 500%. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed over him. Isuki shuddered slightly and turned. The ground trembled violently, dust billowing from the immense weight of the newly arrived enemy. A gargantuan stone entity stood before him. The information window flashed red. B-rank skill detected. Giant Stone Golem, level 28. Stone Tribe, level 15. Total stats, 777. Isuki nimbly somersaulted away, dodging a crushing stomp. He immediately activated a buff. It's huge. Lightning Step activated. Agility increased by 50%. Facing an opponent of this caliber, he thoughtfully considered his strategy. Can I take this thing down with just one Shadow Purge? He narrowed his eyes, studying its stone body and talking to himself. Maybe if I aim for the head. Finding an opening in the monster's attack pattern, Isuki leaped high into the air and shouted, "An opening!" But as the orb shot forward, Isuki realized his miscalculation. This isn't good. The orb is too small. Even if it pierces through, it won't deal much damage. The monster roared, swinging its arm with incredible force, creating a gust of wind that ripped through the space and sent him flying. Isuki broke out in a cold sweat as he realized the danger he was in. Crap, I can't dodge while I'm in midair. In this life or death situation, he instantly activated his defensive layer. Dark Wall, activate. A sharp, cracking explosion rang out. Isuki was swatted clear across the dimension by the monster's giant stone hand. He quickly flashed back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth as the system began to copy its power. This big lug is tougher than I thought. B-rank skill, Gigantification detected. Absolute Mimicry activated, 1%. But then, a cocky smirk spread across his face. So it gets this big thanks to a skill, huh? Well then, this just got easy. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion, a subordinate was sweating profusely as he yelled into his phone. What? Kinosita-ri pushed up his glasses, his icy, authoritative gaze serving as a warning. I've told you not to be loud in my presence. The subordinate trembled and bowed his head. My apologies, sir. I am so sorry. It's just that this is completely unexpected. What happened? Ri asked coldly, a look of disbelief on his own face. The man delivered the shocking news. Someone defeated Oga and forced their way into the stage. Ri's brow furrowed in suspicion, his hand tightening until the wine glass in it shattered. What the hell was that guy doing? He was always so smug, claiming no one under level 30 could break his defense. Don't tell me a level 30 or higher awakened being showed up there. The subordinate anxiously analyzed the reality of the situation. With the recent increase in meteorite falls, all the awakened who are level 30 or higher are busy dealing with them, so they wouldn't have time to come here. Besides, the challengers at the Blazing Stone Proving Grounds are mostly level 10 rookies. There's no way a level 10 could possibly defeat Oga, the subordinate exclaimed in a panic. Right, sir? If you give me a little more time, I'll gather more detailed information. Ri cut him off coldly, his gaze distant and calculating. That won't be necessary. Even if the opponent is level 30, you're still here, aren't you? The Blazing Stone Proving Grounds is notorious for its tough, time-consuming catastrophe-class monsters. If we leave right now, we can still make it in time, can't we? But with the opponent's identity still a mystery, we should proceed with caution. Ri's eyes flared with a menacing purple light. He snarled, I said we're leaving now. Don't make me repeat myself. The subordinate trembled, sweat pouring down his face as he bowed his head and replied, Why yes, sir. Ri began to walk, shrugging on his coat. An overwhelming aura radiates from him. I'll make them regret ever daring to oppose the Kinosita clan. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Isuki stands in a pillar of light from his level up, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to scurry around like a rat anymore. The moment the monster disintegrates, a system notification pops up. Analysis of the B-rank skill, Gigantification, is complete. Isuki squints, carefully examining his new status window. Instead of getting a new skill, my clear orb leveled up to 2 stars. Let's see what new effects it has. Clear orb, level 2. Upon activation, it fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory that pierces all enemies. New effect, ignores defense. After activation, the sphere's size can be adjusted by consuming additional mana. Passive, flight speed increased by 200%, bringing the current total to 500%. He flashes a triumphant grin, realizing just how massive this upgrade is. The passive buff jumped by a whopping 200%. And the best part is, I can now change the size of the piercing orb just by using more mana. Isuki channels his power, a potent blue aura enveloping his body. Let's test this out right now. The status window glows brilliantly, signaling a breakthrough in power. Piercing orb level 2 acquired. All stats plus 20. All negative statuses removed and wounds fully healed. Attack, 260, now 280. Agility, 260, now 280. Defense, 260, now 280. Mana, 260, now 280. Total, 1040, now 1120. Isuki soars into the air, pouring all his strength and every last drop of his mana into a colossal orb. I'll take you down with the most powerful piercing orb I can create. The energy sphere swells to its absolute limit, emitting a space-shaking roar. He unleashes the attack, a massive pillar of light that pierces the ground, causing a world-shattering explosion. Isuki drops to his knees, panting for breath as his mana bar reads 0 out of 280. But a satisfied smile plays on his lips. Oops, maybe I overdid it a little? Amidst the rubble, the system spams victory notifications. Level 15, Giant Golem has been defeated. Clear orb flight speed increased by an additional 200%. So the orb I made by using all my mana can get that big? He stands up and grabs the loot, a calculating glint in his eyes. The orb's speed is now at 7 meters per second. If I clear this stage 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a car. Clear orb level 2 passive. Each time an enemy with higher defense is defeated, flight speed increases by 200%. Current, 700%. Isuki strolls casually through the dust and smoke, lost in thought. I've been ignoring them until now, but these passive effects are actually pretty damn useful, huh? He continues to analyze the synergy between his skills. The passive effect of Lotus B expands the range of all my abilities. Does that mean the range of Clear Orb also increases? Lotus B. Each time Lotus B eliminates a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Isuki stares at the horizon, imagining the ultimate power. In other words, if I keep stacking the passive effect of Lotus B, I could eventually destroy disaster-class monsters from thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of meters away. At the dungeon exit, the electronic board flashes a shocking announcement. Stage 15 challenge successful. Challenger, Tenma Isuki. Time, 3 minutes and 1 second. A new clear record has been set. The crowd of hunters outside erupts in chaos. They couldn't believe their eyes. 3 minutes and 1 second? No way. It takes a 5-man party more than 10 minutes. Did he one-shot all the disaster-class monsters? He shattered Taiwa Wazin's record of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. What kind of monster is this guy? Look, he's coming out now. All eyes, filled with suspicion, fall on Isuki as he emerges with a casual air. Why is he still level 0? Was the announcement a system error? Look, he's not even injured. His clothes are just a little dirty. There's no way he cleared that stage. Suddenly, Choa approaches, her eyes filled with admiration. You cleared it again without a single scratch? And you broke Jin's record. Again. You really never cease to amaze me. Choa adjusts her glasses, observing Isuki shrewdly. The last battle was unexpectedly fast. Isuki replies nonchalantly, scratching his head. Yeah, the disaster-class monsters inside seem to have pretty low defense, so I took them down pretty easily. Isuki's gaze falls on the shimmering creature perched on her shoulder, and he asks curiously, Hey Choa, what's with the butterfly? Choa turns gracefully, a noble aura radiating from her. My class is Shikigami user, and this is my Shikigami. Watching the butterfly flutter onto her hand, Choa softly calls its name, Tamaku. Isuki reaches out to touch it, marveling inwardly. This is the first time I've ever seen a Shikigami, but it's really beautiful. Then, Isuki's expression turns serious as he asks a question that leaves Choa stunned. I've been wondering for a while now. What kind of classes do awakened people even have? Her eyes widen as she stares at him like he's some strange creature. You don't know? That's common knowledge. Choa flashes a charming smile, holding up 3 fingers as she begins her brief lesson for the clueless newbie. Classes are broadly divided into 4 main types. With your abilities, you should have encountered 3 of them by now, shouldn't you? Cho begins to explain the class systems. First up is the Elementalist. They wield the power to control the 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She gives an example of a lightning user, like that classmate of yours, and points out that the guy Oga from earlier was also one. Elementalists make up the vast majority of all awakened beings, and they also have the highest minimum combat potential. Continuing her lecture, Choha introduces the second type, the Shikigami user. They can summon Shikigami that obey only their master. Her info panel pops up. Izumi Cho, level 6, class. Shikigami user, Shikigami, Tamaku, B rank, level 15. Shikigami are usually bound to their masters from the moment they're born. Choha smiles faintly, a confident air about her as she asks Isuki, Do you have any questions so far? Isuki glances at her stats and bluntly points out, Your level is even lower than your own Shikigami's. Are you sure you're a veteran awakened? Choha freezes, the shock practically written all over her face. Does this guy have no filter whatsoever? She composes herself, placing a hand on her forehead as she explains. That's right. Shikigami also absorb experience and level up, so they're basically always a higher level than their master. A dangerous blue glint suddenly flashes in Isuki's eyes. He calculates internally. In that case, when fighting a Shikigami user, it's much faster to target the user directly. Choha shudders as she feels a wave of killing intent. That negative aura of his is leaking out again. What in the world is wrong with this guy? Isuki retracts his killing intent and calmly asks, "Is there anything else? You've only introduced 2 types. Choha gets serious again, putting a hand to her chin. The 3rd type is currently the most mysterious, with the least amount of information available. She looks directly at Isuki and declares, "It's your class. The Order Breaker." Choha explains further. It's mysterious because every Order Breaker has different abilities, just like that blue lotus of yours. Some can control their body size at will, others can create countless clones, and some Order Breakers can even stretch their bodies freely like rubber. She brings up a skill ranking chart. Normal classes have skills divided into 4 ranks, from C to S. But Order Breakers only possess Z rank skills, a category that exists completely outside that framework. Choha's eyes sharpen behind her glasses. Order Breakers are treated as special cases because of their unique, exclusive skills. If their skills become known to the enemy, they lose their greatest weapon. Choha crosses her arms, deep in thought. That's why Father scolded me when I asked about your skills. You're an anomaly, even among Order Breakers. From what I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them should only be usable by elementalists. Isuki stands there, stunned, worrying to himself. The teacher isn't here, and I'll be in big trouble if she keeps revealing more about me like this. To change the subject, Isuki asks, "So, what's the last class? I've never seen it." "That last class?" Choha places a finger to her lips mysteriously. "I'll tell you about it after you've seen it with your own 2 eyes. Consider it a punishment for not telling me anything about yourself." Isuki just clicks his tongue. "Fine." Choha adds, "Oh, right. The students you saved are all safe. By the way, what are you planning to do now?" Isuki replies nonchalantly, "I was thinking of clearing this stage a few more times." Choha exclaims in surprise, "You seriously don't know? All stages have a cooldown time, and this one is especially long. You won't be able to re-enter for at least 2 days." Isuki's face falls in disappointment. "So there's a cooldown? Huh. No wonder that Kinoshita guy was monopolizing all the stages. If I can't level up the passive effect for Clear Orb, I'll just level up Lotus B." Isuki looks around and asks Choha, "Is there a stage with a ton of Calamity-class monsters?" Choha puts a finger to her lip, thinking, "A stage with a ton of Calamity-class monsters, you say? Then it has to be that one." An image of a land swarming with locusts appears. The Locust Wasteland. In that stage, the monster levels aren't high, but their numbers are absolutely massive. A conservative estimate would be at least 100 locust-type monsters. Many of the awakened have had to retreat the moment they saw their numbers. Choha looks at Isuki doubtfully. "It'll be really tough without a wide-range AoE skill. How do you plan on handling it?" Isuki smiles confidently. "AoE is short for area of effect, meaning a wide-range attack. Of course I'm going." "Right. Come to think of it, I haven't used Lotus B in front of her, so she doesn't know I have an AoE attack." The crowd of hunters behind them begins to murmur. Choha asks again, worried, "Are you really going to go? Without an AoE skill, you're going to have a really hard time, you know?" Isuki turns his back and starts to walk away. "Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it." The other hunters watch Isuki go, a look of horror on their faces. That guy. Is he seriously going to the Locust Wasteland? He's completely fearless. More importantly, when Kinoshita Rigi finds out what happened to Oga, he's definitely going to show up. We better get out of here before we get caught up in the mess. Go. Just then, in a deserted hallway, Raji appeared, his face hidden in the shadows. "Not a single person here?" the subordinate reported, trembling. "Yes, it seems the target has gone somewhere. It's only been 30 minutes, and you're telling me he cleared out the Flintstone execution grounds?" Raji gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Unbelievable, but it seems to be true. "Now what are you going to do?" "Damn it, he's making a fool out of me." He turned his back, giving a cold command. If he used a skill, there's bound to be a magical trace left behind. Contact the chaser and tell him to track that bastard down. Raji's face twisted with rage. Capture him alive, no matter the cost. I'll show him the meaning of a living hell. The scene shifts to a dark alley. A man hiding in the shadows thought to himself, "I've never heard of Kinoshita Jaiji having such a strong subordinate. Damn it. I never should have taken this assassination request." He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, covered in wounds. "If it weren't for my double chili earth-style skill, that guy would have killed me." He looked around, on high alert. I made it this far. I should be safe now. Suddenly, the massive, fang-filled maw of a jet-black beast gaped open right behind his head, ready to devour its prey. The giant black wolf, Det, clamped down on the assassin's throat, who could only let out one final cry. Gah. In the dark, pipe-filled alley, Sackley, the chaser, casually walked forward. Looks like you have something to say. Det loosened its grip slightly. The assassin lay on the ground, his face a bloody mess, asking hopelessly as he trembled, How? How did you find me? Sackley stood with his back to him, his tone cold. My Det has an incredibly sharp sense of smell. He adjusted the brim of his hat, radiating the dangerous aura of a predator. Besides, I can sense the stench of death that emanates from scum like you. The assassin cried pathetically, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Please, don't kill me. Sackley looked down at him with ruthless, glowing red eyes. That's a difficult request. Lord Kinoshita would be furious. Besides, it's been a while since Det has tasted human flesh. A deadly glint appeared in his eyes as he gave the order. Dinner time. The wolf let out a terrifying roar and lunged forward to finish off its miserable prey. The system displayed a notification as Sackley stood beside his Shikigami, which had finally leveled up. Death Hound. Rank B, level 16. Skill, Scent of Death. Rank C, Desire for Rebirth. Rank B. Attack, 250. Agility, 250. Defense, 150. Magic Power, 150. Sackley casually picked up his phone to report. It's done here. He looked surprised by the information from the other end of the line. He's badly injured? You mean that stubborn bastard, OGA? Did they hit his weak spot? All right, I'm on my way. He pointed forward, ordering his beast, Det. Let's go. New prey has appeared. The scene changes to Chapter 7, The Locust Wasteland. Isuki stood before a giant, domed structure. This is the place? Isuki wondered, looking out at the vast, endless wheat fields. Wheat fields as far as the eye can see? Are there really that many locusts here? Choa walked beside him, explaining the basics. Disaster-class monsters tend to choose a preferred environment when they invade this world. Therefore, predicting the monster type based on the environment is one of the essential skills for an awakened. Isuki nodded. I see. Choa pushed up her glasses, a worried expression on her face. There isn't even a reception desk here. That's right. This stage is so dangerous that it's been slated for decommission. Isuki wondered as he compared the levels. It's only below level 13 compared to the Flintstone execution grounds. Why was such a decision made? Choa continued to explain. In normal stages, you can escape if you can't win. But, she pointed towards the swirling, dark energy that enveloped the area. Here, the disaster-class monsters are incredibly aggressive and unusually numerous. An image of a surrounded person appeared, illustrating the horror. So, if you let your guard down for even a second, you'll be swarmed by countless locusts and torn apart. A gruesome image of a skull being gnawed on by locusts appeared. They'll pick you clean, right down to the bone marrow. Contrary to Choa's anxiety, Isuki broke into an excited grin. Huh. So there really are a ton of monsters here? Perfect. Choa was stunned. What? Are you in a hurry to get yourself killed? Isuki clenched his fist, his gaze fixed forward with determination. I'm not so desperate that I want to be eaten alive by a bunch of bugs. Watching Isuki casually step into the portal, Choa sighed, trying to reassure herself. Judging by that attitude, he'll probably be fine. She looked down, muttering to herself. He went into that stage voluntarily, and I gave him all the advice I could. If something happens, it's his own responsibility. Suddenly, Choa's eyes shot wide open in horror as she remembered something important. Wait, what do I do? I forgot to tell him that the locusts will keep spawning endlessly. Unless he defeats the boss, I have to go in and tell Tenma. Choa quickly spun around, about to run after Isuki into the dungeon gate, but she froze instantly. When she saw the figures of Sackley and his giant wolf, Det, blocking the entrance. Sackley flashed a sinister smile. His blazing red eyes stared menacingly at Choha. Miss, I'm looking for someone. Meanwhile, Isuki stood in the middle of a desolate field within the game stage, surveying the scene and muttering, what a total mess. Isuki rubbed his hands together, his sharp eyes filled with confidence. Wake up, you worthless bugs. I'm here to wipe you out. Facing a barren field dotted with tattered scarecrows, he observed his enemies. Their individual levels are surprisingly low. Well, they meet the conditions for Lotus Burst, so it doesn't matter. The system window displayed a swarm of monster information. Demon locusts, level 1 and 2. Insect type, no item drops. Looking up at the sky, which was blotted out by the dark shadow of the monsters, Isuki exclaimed, that's an insane number of them. He immediately channeled his mana, and a fiery lotus bloomed brilliantly in the palm of his hand. But that works in my favor. Isuki shifted into his stance, a calculating look on his face. The more they swarm together, the easier my job gets. Once they're within the range of Lotus Burst, I'll crush them all at once. Just as the horde of monsters charged down, he roared decisively. Now! A brilliant red light exploded in midair, signaling the activation of his skill, Lotus Burst. Victory notifications rained down endlessly. Plague Locusts level 1 and 2 have been eliminated with Lotus Burst. All skill ranges increased by 1%. Standing amidst the ashes of the explosion, Isuki looked at the dense notification window with satisfaction. He checked the stats of his newly upgraded skill. Lotus Burst level 2. Consumes mana to inflict explosive damage within a 10.5 meter diameter. A 110% increase means I just took down about 110 of them just now. The range of Lotus Burst has expanded to 10.5 meters. Not bad at all. Isuki narrowed his eyes, calculating his remaining resources. For these weak disaster-class monsters, using just 10% of my mana for 10% of the output is more than enough. Based on my remaining mana, 252 out of 280, and my recovery rate, I've got about 10 more shots. If I can take out 100 with each shot, I can increase the range by a total of 1000%. He pondered the rules of the dungeon. If this stage doesn't have a respawn timer, my grinding session will go much more smoothly. Suddenly, Isuki froze, a look of doubt on his face. That's strange. The challenge cleared notification still hasn't appeared. Don't tell me the system is about to hit me with a new warning. C-rank skill detected. Mother's last wish. Activating absolute simulation. Analysis progress. 1%. He glanced around cautiously as he felt the pressure in the air intensify. There are still survivors? From the cracks in the ground, black smoke and monstrous shadows began to surround Isuki once more. A surprise attack forced him to jump back. Isuki gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Mother's last wish. Is that the skill of the boss here? I let my guard down because I was so sure there wasn't a boss. Isuki scanned the rubble, searching for any sign of it. Luckily, I can keep expanding my skill range with Lotus Burst. The problem is, I have no clue where the boss is. He decided to change his tactics. His hands blazed like fiery lotuses. In that case, I'll just wipe out all these small fry to force the boss to show itself. A ground-shaking explosion erupted, obliterating every obstacle around him. The system continuously updated his progress. Demon Locusts, level 1 and 2, eliminated. Current skill range bonus, plus 220%. Isuki's eyes lit up as he looked at the status window. The diameter of Lotus Burst is already 16 meters. The efficiency is off the charts. Lotus Burst level 2. Its power is proportional to the mana consumed. Looking at the devastated field, he muttered in confusion, I just took out another 10 groups of minions, but the boss still won't show itself? Deep underground, thousands of glowing eggs began to crack open. A new wave of locusts was waiting to emerge. They swarmed out from the pits, reborn. The system reported, they have respawned again. Analysis progress, 27%. Isuki calmly checked his energy bar. I can still use Lotus Burst 9 more times. Mana, 232 out of 280. He clenched his flaming fists. The stone fragments on his hands grated against each other, generating immense power. It doesn't matter how many times you show up. I'll annihilate every last one of you. Isuki roared amidst the blazing inferno. I'll wipe you all out. The attack exploded like a falling sun, erasing every living thing in sight. Demon Locust level 1 eliminated. All skill ranges increased by 1%. A chain of Lotus Burst explosions rocked the earth. Every obstacle in sight was obliterated. The status window glowed brightly. Lotus Burst level 2 consumes mana to inflict explosive damage. Effective within a 54.5 meter diameter. Current passive effect increased to plus 990%. Isuki broke into a cold sweat as he did the math. So far, I've taken out 9 large groups and increased the range by 990%. But my mana is down to 50 out of 280. I only have enough for one more shot. Staring at the black sea of locusts swirling like a tempest, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, is this endless? Isuki scanned his surroundings cautiously, his expression grim. There was still no sign of the boss. Retreating for now and coming back after the analysis is complete is an option. But Isuki's eyes hardened. So arrogant. That's just something low-level scrubs would do. He focuses the blazing lotus fire into his petrified palm. No matter how many you disaster beasts there are, I'll wipe every last one of you out. A massive explosion rocks the field, the blinding light banishing the darkness. After unleashing the move, Isuki drops to one knee, bracing himself as he gasps for breath. Suddenly, a torrent of dark energy erupts from the ground. There were still more of them, their numbers not having decreased in the slightest. Analysis progress, 91%. Isuki squints at the tiny monsters that just crawled out. What the hell is going on? All the monsters that appeared after the first wave were only level 1. Their bodies were small, as if they had just hatched. I get it now. The boss's ability is to reproduce, he realizes, as the image of a giant queen locust laying eggs flashes in his mind. Infinite regeneration, Queen Locust 0379, level 13, skill, Mother's Will, rank C, controls up to 110 demon locusts. Isuki grinds his teeth as he looks at the progress bar. If it can regenerate infinitely, all this is pointless unless I take down the boss herself. His mana was completely drained, but the analysis hit 98%. 99%. A brilliant blue light explodes as the system announces. Analysis 100% complete. Acquired skill, Magic Detection, level 1, range extended to 1,100 meters due to the passive effect of Lotus Burst. For each enemy detected, recover 10% of mana. Isuki lets out a smug grin as he reads over his new skill, Magic Detection. Thanks to the passive effect of Lotus Burst, the effective range was now over 1,000 meters. My mana will recover every time I detect an enemy. He rests his chin on his hand, a calculating glint in his eyes. A perfect passive effect for this stage. It wouldn't be a bad idea to just ignore the boss and farm these small fries to grind my stats. But Isuki glances at his fully restored status window. I'm keeping Cho waiting. Let's just end this stage right now. All stats plus 10, bringing the total from 1,120 to over 1,160. He stands tall, channeling his new energy, locating the boss with magic detection. Waves of power radiate from Isuki, scanning the area for his target. The detection waves pierce through the smoke and dust, locking onto the Queen Locust hiding deep underground. Isuki's eyes glow an icy blue. He points decisively toward the target now visible to his magic-enhanced sight. A dark purple aura surrounds Isuki as he roars. Even if you try to use your own children as a shield, it's useless. A radiant pink lotus shoots forward, tearing through the night. With the passive effect of Lotus Burst and the current range of his clear orb, it's a guaranteed hit. The system displays the clear orb's flight distance, 120 meters. The attack smashes through the ground, heading straight for the nest. Sensing the imminent danger, the Queen Locust screeches and flees its lair. Seeing this, Isuki charges forward, clad in his majestic blue electric-winged stone armor, aiming right for it. His eyes are filled with ruthless intent, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Checkmate. He throws a lightning punch that completely obliterates the monster's body, splattering green fluid everywhere. He stands silently, watching the locusts swarm in a panic. They had fallen into chaos after losing their leader. Isuki channels firepower into his stone arm to clean up the remaining monsters. Don't worry. I'll send you all to meet your mother right away. When it's all over, he stands in the battle-scarred clearing and lets out a sigh of relief. All skill ranges increased by 1,210%. Lotus Burst's explosion radius is 65.5 meters, and the clear orb's flight distance has increased to 131 meters. Skill updated. Lotus Burst Level 2. Range, 65.5 meters. Passive effect, plus 1,210%. Clear orb flight distance, 131 meters. Isuki looks at the item that dropped with a satisfied smile. This was a good haul. Once the cooldown is over, I'll challenge this again, and next time, I'll raise Lotus Burst's passive effect to 5 digits. He steps into the deep blue portal to return home, setting a new record of 17 minutes and 7 seconds. It took me a whole 17 minutes? Cho must be worried sick. Thinking of his friend, Isuki smiles gently, glad he's returning safely. She'll probably pretend to be indifferent again, but she's actually very kind and thoughtful. That dishonest side of her is actually pretty cute. Isuki steps out of the portal with a smile on his face. I'm back. Sorry to have made you worry. He freezes, his eyes locking with the blood-red, murderous gaze of Sak Li, who was lying in wait. Sak Li was strangling a badly injured Cho, growling, to escape that stage alone and completely unscathed. You must be the one Jai's been looking for, right? Sak Li lets out a cruel sneer as he watches Isuki stand frozen. Perfect timing. I tried to squeeze some information about you out of this guy, but even in this state, he refused to talk. He's got more guts than most men. Isuki glares daggers at his enemy. Get your filthy hands off her. Do that, and I'll only beat you half to death. In response to the threat, Sakli just flashes an arrogant, contemptuous smile. Ha ha, don't get ahead of yourself. You're just a level 0 rookie. The moment the words left his mouth, Isuki's energy exploded, and he shot forward like a bolt of purple lightning, warping the very space around him. Stunned by that speed, Sakli breaks out in a cold sweat, only able to let out a scream of pure terror. So fast. Zap. Just as the wolf lunged, Isuki unleashed a punch crackling with lightning. The system immediately announced, B-rank Shikigami Deadhouse detected. Activating absolute simulation. Analysis progress, 1%. Isuki's hand clamped down on the beast's snout as the progress hit 12%. He quickly analyzed the situation. That dog is a Shikigami, which means the guy in the hat is a Shikigami master. Watching from a distance, Sali's eyes narrowed in shock at Isuki's skill. Not a single wasted movement, and his speed was off the charts. No wonder Oga lost. He probably didn't even have time to activate his metallization. Regaining his confidence, he let out a dark chuckle and tightened his grip on the pained Choha's neck. But I have death and a hostage. Seeing his friend in danger, Isuki gritted his teeth and shouted as the analysis reached 34%. Choha. At that moment, the wolf, Death, let out a ferocious roar, opening its maw full of fangs and aiming straight for Isuki. With a wicked grin, Sali was certain of his victory. Death's bite can crush any enemy with a defense stat under 30. You better get ready to say goodbye to your arm. But his smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in utter shock. What? Instead of dodging, Isuki blocked the devastating bite with a petrified arm, while his other hand prepared a glowing orb of energy. He finished the attack right inside the wolf's mouth. A brilliant light exploded with a scream. Die. As the dust settled, Isuki stood calmly, watching the beast collapse. Analysis at 77%. Without his Shikigami, a Shikigami master is basically defenseless. Sali was frozen to the spot, staring at Isuki with disbelief. Doesn't this guy know that? Is it because he's a rookie? But then, the wolf began to stir. Sali thought smugly, the Shikigami is regenerating. With its B-rank skill, Thirst for Rebirth, Death's revival time is drastically reduced. The monster suddenly leaped up, lunging at Isuki from behind as its master roared, "Let your guard down and become Death's prey." In that hair-raising moment, Isuki, who had already activated his sensory perception and magic detection, calmly sent the lunging wolf flying with a single kick. Keeping magic detection active ever since it seems to have been the right choice. He glanced over at Sali as the progress hit 95%. The analysis will be over soon. If Blue Lotus appears from the absolute simulation, he might get suspicious. Across from him, Sali was trembling, sweat pouring down his face in helplessness. He's stronger and faster than Death, and he has a detection skill on top of that. I can't even land a surprise attack like this. Backed into a corner, he desperately tightened his grip on Choha's neck to threaten him. If you resist any further, this woman's life is over. Isuki's eyes narrowed coldly as he calculated his final move. I want to complete the analysis without revealing Blue Lotus. But just then, the system delivered the good news. Analysis of Dead Eater, 100% complete. Obtained Shikigami Eater. Effect. Activated by direct contact with a Shikigami, you can seize ownership of your opponent's Shikigami. A smug grin spread across Isuki's face as he controlled the energy flowing around him. So I can control its form? The analysis is complete without having to expose Blue Lotus. A glorious status progression window appeared. Obtained. Shikigami Eater. Level 2. All stats increased by 20. Due to incomplete activation of absolute simulation, removal of debuffs and full recovery has failed. Total 1,160 is greater than 1,240. A blue light flashed in Isuki's eyes. He thought to himself, so there's a price for skipping Blue Lotus, the loss of the recovery ability. But I fully recovered in the last stage, so I can still fight at almost full strength without any more healing. Seeing the wolf death charge at him again, Isuki casually held out his hand. This skill clearly allows me to steal another's Shikigami. Isuki began to channel his power, creating a lotus of light, whispering internally, "In that case, I'll be taking your dog." Isuki roared, slamming the lotus into the dog's head. Immediately, a green energy enveloped it. Pressing his advantage, Isuki unleashed a powerful lightning kick, sending the monster flying to give himself some breathing room. Seeing this, Sali gritted his teeth and screamed in rage. "You useless mutt, what do you think I fed you all that experience for?" He immediately tightened his grip on Choha's neck, his face twisted with murderous intent. "Hey, you bastard, if you resist any more, I'll snap this woman's neck. Choha, writhing in pain with blood trickling from her lips, still managed to whisper, "Don't worry about me." Seeing his friend in peril, Isuki calmly raised both his hands in a sign of surrender. "I get it. Don't touch her." A sick, triumphant smile spread across Sali's face as he saw Isuki submit. If you'd just been this cooperative from the start, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer." Isuki narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at his enemy, and asked, "Why are you targeting me? I don't remember having any grudge against you." Sali casually revealed the plot, still trying to figure it out. "Why? I might as well tell you. After all, you're going to meet him soon enough anyway. Master Kinoshita Riji is furious that you entered the North District B stage without permission. I am Sak Lee, and I've come on his orders to apprehend you." Isuki's face hardened at the familiar name, Kinoshita Riji. That bastard again. "I need to meet him face to face and settle this." Sak Lee sneered cruelly. "Oh, you'll meet him soon enough, but as a mangled corpse. Det is going to tear your legs off. And, if you value this woman's life, don't even think about using that weird ice shield of yours to defend yourself this time." He ordered his wolf, which was poised to attack. "Det, rip both of his legs off for me." Suddenly, a powerful, chilling red light flared in Isuki's eyes. "Det, prove you are worthy of being my familiar." Lotus seal blazed to life on Det's forehead, and its eyes glowed a loyal, ferocious red for its new master. In a flash of brilliant blue electricity, Isuki lunged forward and snatched Choa, spectacularly rescuing her from Sak Lee's grasp. Sak Lee screamed in horror, betrayed by his own beast. "Damn it! Why? Why are you attacking me? I'm your master." Isuki calmly stroked the head of the now completely submissive black wolf. "Good boy." Holding Choa in his arms, a ferocious, murderous aura exploded from Isuki, engulfing the area. "Now, I'm going to return the pain Choa suffered 10 times over. No, 100 times over. You will regret ever laying a hand on us, crying and begging for your life." Sak Lee scrambled backwards, his face drained of all color as he tried to plead. "Wait, let me explain. I had no choice but to follow Riji's orders. That's right, let's work together. I'll lure Riji out for you." Isuki stared at him with glowing red eyes, his expression full of ridicule. Now that's an interesting offer. Thinking his opponent had fallen into his trap, a venomous look spread across Sak Lee's face. "There's my opening." He suddenly drew his weapon, preparing for a final sneak attack. "Die, you little punk." But Isuki remained calm, his gaze seeing through the pathetic scheme. "But I'm more than enough to take down Kinoshita Riji all by myself." He turned and ordered Det, give him the same treatment he gave Choa. "It's feeding time." Sak Lee shrieked in terror, completely breaking down and begging on his knees. "It was just a slip of the hand. I'll apologize. Please, just give me one more chance." Ignoring his pleas, Det let out a threatening growl and stalked toward its former master. In a fit of desperation, Sak Lee screamed through his tears. "Det, have you forgotten? I'm your master. After everything I've done to raise you?" The monster opened its massive jaws, filled with razor-sharp fangs, and lunged straight for him. Isuki calmly carried Choa away, not even glancing back at the horrific scene behind them. "You've been following me ever since I left the stage, haven't you?" Suddenly, Isuki stopped. He sensed a lurking presence. "How long are you going to hide? Why not show yourself now?" In the dead silence of the dungeon, a faint sound came from behind a patch of golden wheat. From within the stalks, a hooded figure slowly emerged with a slightly awkward laugh. "Heh, you caught me." Isuki narrowed his eyes cautiously and asked directly, "Are you with that guy from before?" The stranger waved his hands in a panic, his worried face trying to clear things up. "No, I'm not an enemy. Just let me explain." Isuki turned away coldly, not wanting to waste time, and gave an order to his wolf. "Fine, then. I don't have time to deal with you. Det, once you're done eating, follow me." The stranger watched Isuki with admiration, as even the ferocious beast obeyed him. Even a mad dog like that listens to him. This man, he might be able to help me. He quickly ran to catch up. "I'm Iberia. What's your name?" That fight back there was awesome, though some parts were pretty scary. "You're the mystery guy who defeated Ogatakeru, right?" "I am Tenma Isuki." Iberia leaned in eagerly with a proposal. "Could you give me a hand with something? I'll pay you handsomely. Or how about I give you some Kama stones, or maybe a weapon?" Seeing Isuki just walk straight ahead, Iberia's face fell with disappointment. "What?" My old man said, "Anyone would be willing to help if you offer enough money." Was he lying? A memory of a blacksmith swinging a hammer surfaced in Iberia's mind. Compensation requires creativity. A glass of water is more valuable than treasure in the middle of a desert. To one who seeks revenge, offer a blade. To one who is wounded, offer medicine. That is the most worthy payment. Snapping back to reality, Iberia slapped his hand excitedly. I get it now. He blocked Isuki's path, pointing at Choa's wound. You won't get very far carrying an injured person on foot. The nearest hospital is dozens of miles from here. At this rate, she's going to die. Pulling out a scroll that glowed with a blue light, Iberia smiled confidently. I just so happen to have a healing item with me. Isuki suddenly froze, turning to look at him intently. I can save her. A clear look of doubt was in Isuki's eyes. Really? Iberia nodded affirmatively, his face bright. I can't heal her completely right away, but I can save her life. As Isuki set Choa down, Iberia began to apply the bandages. Can you do it through my clothes? This isn't just a regular bandage. It's a rare Kama tool, made from the ice of the Shadow Tribe and the bark of a Kodama tree. Isuki gave him a confused look. As Iberia treated him, he explained, a Kama tool of this level, you must have just awakened, huh? No wonder you have no idea. See, guns and bullets are useless against monsters. Modern weapons have no effect on disaster-class beasts, so we can't use them. But crafters can create equipment from relic fragments and monster corpses. We call them tools. 4 ranks of gear, each forged in brilliant flames. These tools are divided into 4 ranks based on the crafter's level and the materials used. Let's start with the most basic. The common rank isn't much different from a regular weapon, except it can actually hurt monsters. A typical longsword. Next, the rare rank, which boosts some of the user's stats. A deep blue greatsword appeared, with a majestic aura. The rare Kama tool, the ocean greatsword, increases agility and magic power. A crimson demon sword radiated a sinister energy, the epic rank. It not only boosts stats but also has a special effect. The blood sword absorbs blood to heat its blade, reducing the enemy's self-regeneration by 50%. A golden holy sword appeared in all its splendor. This is the ultimate goal for any crafter, the unique rank, boasting unbelievable stats. The holy sword increases attack and agility, with an endless magic sealing effect. With a proud smile, he explained, crafters aren't great fighters, but there are very few of us. We forge the Kamatun, so we're respected by all the awakened. Isuki narrowed his eyes and asked directly about Iberia's family. So, your dad's a crafter. And not just any crafter. Most people can't even make one unique rank item in their entire lifetime. Right now, only 10 people across all 5 continents can do it. Iberia proudly held up 3 fingers, and 3 of those were made by my dad. That's why people call him. A vision of a legendary blacksmith appeared. The crafting king of the northern continent. Isuki suddenly turned away to look at another item, which made Iberia panic. Hey, are you even listening to me? Isuki picked up the crossbow he got from Exili, ignoring the complaints. I'm trying to explain this to you. Don't be so rude. Stop ignoring me. Isuki muttered to himself. This is the crossbow that guy Zali used. He was carefully inspecting the weapon, calculating his strategies. You hear about my dad and you don't even flinch? Most people would be sucking up to me by now. Isuki realized, with this, I won't have to use my clear orb as often. I can keep my trump card hidden. Iberia looked at the crossbow and explained further. Oh, that's a rare grade magic tool. Too bad it's unnamed, but this type of crossbow automatically converts regular bolts into magic ones, so you don't have to worry. Rare Hunter's Crossbow, agility plus 50. The crossbow dissolved into blocks of energy. It disappeared? That's a feature. When it bonds with its owner, it gets stored in a subspace and reappears when you need it. Isuki turned his head and gave a brief thanks. Pretty handy. Thanks for treating her. Let me know if you need anything. After this, I have to find Kinosita Ri. Suddenly, Iberia froze and cried out. When I heard that name earlier, I thought I misheard. You've got some serious nerve trying to take on Ri here in North B District. Isuki shot back. What? Are you going to tell me to give up? Iberia thought for a moment, then looked Isuki straight in the eye. No. If it's Kinosita Ri you're after, then our goals are the same. Isuki wondered. Did you piss him off too? Iberia proposed a plan. Not exactly, but I want you to team up with me for the preliminaries of the national tournament, the day after tomorrow. Isuki replied. The preliminaries? Cho mentioned that too. I've been grinding non-stop to get ready for it. Isuki turned to him, wanting to know the connection. What does that tournament have to do with Kinosita Ri? The preliminaries are held by continent, and the venue for the northern continent is right here in North B District, in his turf. As the son of the North B District's administrator, Kinoshita-ri is obviously aiming to compete in the main tournament. In fact, his older brother is one of the saviors, so if that bastard doesn't make it into the top 10, it'd be a disgrace to the Kinoshita family name. Isuki listened as Iberia continued. That's why he's monopolizing all the dungeons in North B District to level up. But why would you want to team up with someone like me? I've been the one getting help from you this whole time. Iberia declared his belief with excitement. Because you're strong. My instincts are telling me that if we team up, we'll definitely pass the preliminaries. You're younger than me, right? You'll have plenty of other chances to try. So why are you so fixated on this year? Iberia's expression suddenly turned somber as he answered. Why do I ask? In Iberia's memory, the image of his great blacksmith father appeared. Ever since I was little, I watched my father crafting kama tools. Every finished piece was as perfect as a work of art, and my admiration for him just kept growing. An image of Iberia fighting with a weapon appeared in his mind. Because of that, I always dreamed of one day becoming one of the awakened and fighting monsters with the very magic tools my father created. Disappointment showed clearly on the young man's face. And 1 month ago, I finally awakened. I excitedly asked my father for a weapon, but he told me, "It's still too soon for you. Only saviors are worthy of wielding my kama tools." Iberia cried as he recalled his father's harsh condition. Even so, I didn't give up. I kept begging him. So, my father made me a deal. If I pass this year's preliminaries, he'll give me one. He'll give me one. He clenched his fist with determination. That's why I have to win this year's preliminaries, no matter what. Isuki narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation rationally. With a father that great, you must have plenty of options. You don't need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia shook his head, thinking of his father's strictness. My father already thought of that. Before I left, he told me, "Listen, you pass the preliminaries with your own skills. If you just rely on strong teammates by using my name, I won't give you the kama tool." He sighed, worried about his current situation. Besides, according to my intel, most of the strong participants have already been bought out by Kinoshita. The only ones left are lone wolves who don't like teaming up, or teams that are already full. So, I had no prospects for finding a teammate. Iberia's eyes lit up as he looked at Isuki. But 2 days ago, I heard someone defeated Ogatakaru, one of the 4 pillars, and even broke the dungeon record. I dug for information non-stop and finally tracked you down here. Isuki decisively raised his hand in agreement. All right, teaming up is fine, but first, I need to get her to a hospital. I'll go with you. From now on, we're a dynamic duo. Iberia started rambling about names for their new team. We need to think of a name for our duo. You're Tenma Isuki, and I'm Iberia. How about Ibaton? Sounds like a store name, doesn't it? Then what about Ibisu? That's a little weird too. Or maybe Ten Maria, or Teniv. Isuki sighed. This guy talks even more than Rikuru, he exclaimed triumphantly. That's it. We both have the letter Y in our names, so let's call ourselves Double Y. Isuki muttered. Speaking of which, I wonder how Rikuru and Sei are doing. Are they participating in the preliminaries? At a training ground, Horino Rikuru suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Sikasaraji turned to him and asked, "Are you catching a cold?" "Nah, someone must be talking smack about me, probably Isuki." Sei's face grew thoughtful. "Isuki, how long has it been since that attack? I can't believe we've been apart for so long. I wonder if he's okay." Rikuru chuckled teasingly, making Sei blush. "You're so weird. If you were that worried about Isuki, why didn't you go visit him after the monsters were defeated?" Hitting a nerve, Sei immediately launched a fierce torrent of water. "Whoa!" Rikuru dodged and yelled, "Hey, surprise, attacks are cheating." Sei retorted coldly, "Cheating or not, we're in the middle of training. It's your fault for letting your guard down, isn't it?" Their master, a man with a giant mechanical arm, appeared and cut in, "Hey, the national tournament preliminaries start the day after tomorrow. This is no time for fooling around." Sei channeled his power, his eyes filled with excitement. "Awesome. I finally get to fight other awakened ones. I'm getting bored of being stuck with Rikuru all the time. I've never been to the Hokoroku district. I hear it's a bustling town. I can't wait to see it for myself." The scene shifts to Riji, who was opening a suitcase full of black magic stones as the status screens for a level 11C and a level 10, Rikuru, appeared. Riji's subordinate reported worriedly, "Hasn't that guy shown up yet? It's unusual for him to be this late. Something unexpected might have happened." Riji gritted his teeth in anger as a dark aura radiated from him. Again? Did those useless idiots use the Kama stones? Realizing he was gaining experience, he snarled at his subordinate. "Should I send someone to look for him? Forget him. The national preliminaries are the top priority now. If I fail, Father will lock me in that damn confinement room again. Riji calmed himself and asked about his plan. By the way, what about that thing I asked you to do? Out of the 3,113 participants in Hokuroku, I've managed to persuade 87 of them to cooperate. As you ordered, all of them are level 5 or higher. A sinister smile spread across Riji's face as he held a glowing stone. Well done. You're the only one I can trust. Riji held the last magic stone, his eyes gleaming with ambition. This is the last Kama stone. Purple electricity crackled around his body as he leveled up dramatically. This should be more than enough to crush those commoners. Kinosita, Riji, level 12, total stats, 603. In the hospital hallway, Isuki stood silently, watching the lingering energy dissipate after Cho was rushed into emergency care, his head bowed in guilt. Isuki couldn't hide his sorrow in front of his master. Master, I'm sorry. I let this happen to Cho. Izumi Nento gazed pensively at his daughter lying in the hospital room, then asked Isuki, what do you want to do next? I can take care of that guy for you if you want. Isuki's eyes suddenly turned cold and resolute. No, please, leave him to me. I'll deal with him myself. Nento turned and walked away, his authoritative voice echoing. Very well, tell me the details of what happened later. Nearby, Iberia was stunned as he realized the man's identity. The commander of Hokuroku is Isuki's master? No wonder he didn't even flinch when he heard about my dad. Izumi Nento is such a mysterious figure. I have to get his autograph later. In the hospital room, Isuki stood by Cho's bed and explained, and that's why I've decided to enter the national tournament preliminaries, along with Iberia. I see. Cho-ha, how are you feeling? Cho smiled faintly as the spirit beast, Tamaku, perched on her shoulder, giving off a gentle glow. Tamaku healed me, so I've made a full recovery. It was also thanks to Iberia using a rare Kama tool to treat me. Nento suddenly turned to stare at Iberia, scrutinizing him and making the boy jump. Since you have the rare Kama tool, the Kodama bandages, made by Aiden, you must be his son, right? Iberia broke out in a cold sweat, trying to maintain the dignified air of a young master. This man knew all about Kama tools, and even knew his father. I have to present myself in a manner worthy of the eldest son of the King of Creation. He confidently gave a thumbs up and declared, that's right, I am Aiden's father. The entire room fell dead silent. Nento, Cho, and Isuki just stared at Iberia, completely speechless. You got that backward. Iberia's face turned beet red as he covered his face in shame. I'm sorry, Aiden is my father. Nento cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. Ahem. Regardless, I am very grateful to you for saving my daughter. After the preliminary round is over, let me and Tenma come visit Aiden. He sat down by the bed and waved the two boys off. Don't you two have to prepare for the tournament? Go on now. Cho and I will come to watch tomorrow. Iberia and Isuki walked away, their determination burning bright. Yes, sir. Rest assured, we will definitely pass the preliminary round. Watching Isuki's back as he left, Cho thought about how much he had changed. Father has really been keeping a close eye on Tenma. When he was with Jin, he always brought me along to his meetings. Memories of a younger Isuki, scarred by his childhood trauma, flashed through her mind. Whenever Tenma confronts a disaster beast, powerful, self-destructive urges well up inside him. She saw an image of Seiya and Rikuru looking at Isuki with worry, but those urges only weaken when he has someone by his side he wants to protect. Cho looked at her father, understanding his deeper meaning. That's why father put me by his side, to be his friend. She smiled gently, looking at her palm. To become his weakness, and become the person Tenma wants to protect. The person Tenma wants to protect. Huh? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as Nento revealed a dark truth. By the way, regarding the beast attack at Tenma's school, it's been confirmed that it was a deliberate plot, not a coincidence. What? More and more traitors are defecting to the side of the disaster beasts, and though on different scales, attacks targeting the commanders-in-chief have also been happening on other continents. Nento stood looking out the dark window, his voice heavy. Right now, the future of humanity is pitch black, but his eyes shone with conviction. But Tenma will undoubtedly light it up. He will become a beacon of hope. The scene changes to an aerial view of a massive arena, the venue for the Northern District B's Salvation Union National Tournament preliminaries. Isuki walked through the bustling crowd, amazed at the sheer scale of the event. There are way more people here than I thought. As soon as word got out that Lord Izumi would be attending, people who weren't planning on joining suddenly changed their minds, and the number of contestants skyrocketed from 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Rij stood high above, looking down on the arena with a sinister smile. Izumi Nento, so that old geezer went and added this many variables to the equation? Don't worry, sir. They're just a bunch of trash who decided to join at the last minute. They didn't have time to form proper teams, so we still have the advantage in numbers. I've had all the recruits we hired tie a red ribbon on their right arm so we can easily identify them as our allies. Down in the crowd, Horino Rikuru was on the phone. Are red ribbons in style now? Should we wear them too? I heard Mr. Izumi is coming to watch, so Isuki will probably be here. On the main stage, the announcer, Shinshihara Soryu, spoke loud and clear. Everyone, please pay attention. I will now explain the rules before the preliminary round begins. A diagram appeared on the large screen as Shinshihara Soryu continued, explaining that the preliminary venue is divided into two areas, an outer zone and an inner zone. In the first stage, you will all start from 4 different points in the outer zone. First, you will compete in a race against time to reach the inner zone. The moment you step inside, your rank will be recorded on your bracelet, and only the fastest 50 contestants will advance to the second stage. Standing in the crowd, Rikuru squinted at his bracelet. Huh, this thing can do that? Seiya added nervously. They're eliminating thousands of people in the very first stage. That's just cruel. Iberia nudged Isuki as the announcement continued to blare from the speakers. Each person is permitted to carry a maximum of 2 Kama tools. You may team up with anyone you wish. Use any means necessary. The result is all that matters. Isuki, look! He pointed toward Ri, who was barking orders at a group of hunters. That's Kinoshita Ri. He's telling his lackeys, listen up, take out everyone running ahead of me. Iberia whispered their strategy. Those guys with him were definitely bought off. In any case, we have to get into the inner zone as fast as we can. We'll launch a surprise attack when Kinoshita lets his guard down right after we get inside. Suddenly, Iberia's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Isuki just calmly walked straight towards Rigi's team. This threw Iberia into a panic. Wait, are you even listening to me? Humph, who are you? Careful, this guy doesn't have a red ribbon. Now, the first phase begins. In the VIP stands, Judge Soryu observed that more and more young people wanted to join the Salvation Alliance. It's encouraging, but quantity without quality is meaningless. Master Haijin Akira crossed his arms, his eyes full of arrogance. Back in our day, there were plenty of participants who were over level 15. You say plenty? Soryu glanced at the old records. There were only 2 participants in your year, Taiwa at level 21, and Haijin Akira at level 18. Akira smirked mockingly. That's why I'm saying it's boring without rookies like Taiwa. I hope there's someone like that in this group. Soryu retorted. Don't be a fool. A once-in-a-century genius like that doesn't just show up out of nowhere. Akira suddenly turned to Izumi Nento. Sir Izumi, I heard that a student from Baykroc defeated a level 8 skeleton soldier right after awakening, and that he became your disciple. Is that true? Level 8 right after awakening? That's ridiculous. Nento sat with an imposing air and answered briefly. Yes, it's true. Akira excitedly wondered if that person was among this group of candidates. The second disciple, Sir Izumi, has acknowledged after Taiwa must be an exceptionally talented individual. Soryu swiped through his tablet, a thoughtful expression on his face. I wonder who it could be. Rikuru's information popped up. Horino Rikuru, level 10, a metal elementalist. His gift is just a normal rank 2, so it's definitely not him. Next is C. Kisaragi, level 11, with a rank 1 gift. But she's a support-oriented water elementalist, so it's probably not her either. Soryu stopped at a powerful name. It must be this girl, Handa Kana, a wood elementalist, but with an unusually high level, reaching level 16. Nento remained silent, staring at the screen. Soryu was confused. Am I wrong about all of them? But Handa Kana is the highest level participant here. Akira suddenly noticed something strange. There's even a level 0 participant this year. Every year, there's some curious fool who joins only to get crushed and forced to withdraw. Down in the arena, Rigi laughed, mocking Isuki. A level 0 actually dared to show up? Gah ha ha. Are you lost, little boy? Isuki didn't say a word. He silently raised the arm, fitted with his magic crossbow. Rigi's eyes flew open in terror when he recognized the weapon. That's Sakuya's. What the hell are you? Isuki's eyes blazed with a murderous blue light. You've been looking for me all this time, haven't you? Rigi gritted his teeth in fury, veins bulging on his face. This level 0 piece of trash is the one who beat Oga? There's no way in hell I'm believing that. I get it. Someone sent you here to mess with me, right? He waved his hand, ordering his underlings. Get him. Leave it to us. We'll make him regret ever provoking us. A fierce purple electricity erupted around Rigi. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Isuki stood facing the crowd surrounding him, his expression unchanged. Akira watched on the monitor and made a cold assessment. 3 level 6s and 2 level 7s closing in on him alone? There's no need to even watch the outcome. If you get on your knees and beg for your life right now, maybe you'll have a chance to live. Iberia was sweating bullets, worried for his teammate. I can take down one of them. But even though Isuki is strong, dealing with 4 opponents at once is impossible. He reached into his inventory, his eyes filled with determination, which means I have no choice but to use that. One of the men stepped forward with a contemptuous smirk. I was wondering what kind of powerful enemy was waiting for me up ahead, but it turns out the first one in our way is this level 0 piece of trash. Isuki's face was cloaked in shadow as he uttered a single, cold command. Move. Suddenly, the man froze, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Then, he burst into a fit of insane laughter. Ha ha ha. Akira watched intently, an amused smile spreading across his face. Good. I like that attitude. I'll save you right before you get taken down. The man lunged forward, his eyes glowing with a frenzied red. Let me smash your head open and see what's inside. Ha ha. Instantly, a devastating punch landed with a sharp crack, slamming right into his face. Isuki stood with his foot on the enemy, his eyes glowing with overwhelming power from beneath his shadowy mask. I told you to move. Witnessing that absurd strength, Akira was stunned. An opponent a whole 7 levels higher, and he took him down in an instant? The hunters started to panic, looking at their fallen comrade. Handa is level 7. How could that rookie? Don't panic. He just got in a sneak attack. Immediately, a fire element user roared and unleashed his full power. Rank B skill, max power flamethrower. I'll burn you to ash. The intense flames erupted, startling Iberia. Standing nearby, I couldn't react in time. It was too fast. I didn't even have time to use my comma. The others watched triumphantly as the flames swallowed Isuki whole. It was overkill for a rank 0, but death during the preliminary rounds is pretty common, right? If you want to hold a grudge, then hate yourself for daring to be so arrogant when you're just a rank 0 nobody. But as the smoke and dust cleared, the hunters suddenly realized something was wrong. Hey, something's not right. From within the sea of fire, Isuki stood firm, surrounded by a layer of sharp, rock-like armor. What is that? Iberia yelled with excitement, seeing her teammate was completely unharmed. No way. He completely blocked that area of effect attack. So it's true. Isuki glared at his enemies through the sharp barrier, his eyes ice cold. Stay away from me. The system continuously displayed stat increase notifications. Blocked B rank fire skill with black wall defense plus 10%. Attack 310. Agility 310. Defense 341. Magic 310. Total 1,271. Isuki walked out nonchalantly, silently calculating the 31-point increase to his defense. I need to confirm whether the Black Wall's passive effect activates again when blocking the same skill multiple times. The fire hunter pointed at him, completely stunned. Not a single scratch. Is that ice-like thing his skill? There aren't any water elementalists here. How can he use an ice skill? Isuki stood tall, holding out his hand in an arrogant challenge. Go ahead and use that move one more time. This time, I won't block it. Infuriated at being looked down on, the enemy summoned flames to his hands. Are you mocking me? A real man doesn't go back on his word, right? Isuki smirked. Yeah, I promise. He focused all his mana and unleashed his strongest attack, the B-rank skill, Overheated Flamethrower. This time, I'll definitely finish you with my most powerful technique. Isuki stood silently in the middle of the raging sea of fire, his expression unchanged. The power has increased compared to before, but it's still just a fire attribute skill. Instantly, his figure was engulfed by the brilliant, surging flames. The onlookers trembled at the attack's terrifying power. You're getting way too serious. That attack power is probably on par with a rank 8. The fire hunter's mana was depleted, his face pale with sweat. All of my mana was drained in an instant. This is my ultimate technique. It feels like a waste to use on a rank 0, but this farce is finally over. Suddenly, he recoiled, his mouth falling open in horror. No way. Isuki stood calmly amidst the dying flames, observing the skill's effect. When facing the same skill, from the same target, the Black Wall's passive effect doesn't reactivate. I see. He stood proudly in the smoke-filled arena and gave a decisive command. The test is complete. Now, let me end this. The hunter collapsed to the ground, unable to accept reality. My ultimate technique was nullified that easily? This can't be real. That ice skill is definitely strong, but I've already figured out his weakness. Another hunter charged forward, attacking wildly with flaming hands. B rank skill, continuous firepower. Isuki immediately activated his protective layer once more to face the mob. Black wall has been activated. Are you planning to win with numbers? A massive explosion erupted with a deafening boom. The enemy ground his teeth and laughed wickedly, convinced Isuki was about to run out of energy. No matter how strong your skill is, a rank 0's mana pool is nothing. If we drain his mana until he can't create that water barrier anymore, we'll win. Suddenly, an iron grip clamped down on his arm, making his eyes widen in terror. What? As Isuki closed in, the panicked hunter cried out. He closed the distance in an instant. Meanwhile, Isuki was quietly calculating. Even after taking that many fireballs, the passive effect only activated once. The burly henchman with a brutish face roared. If your specialty is speed, then mine is strength. Isuki stared into his opponent's eyes through his stone mask and asked coldly, "Are you really putting all your strength into that attack?" With one decisive move, Isuki slammed the giant to the ground, causing him to cough up blood and cry out in agony. Standing in the middle of the arena, Isuki calculated his defense stat. The fact that defense increased by 31 instead of 34 means it's calculated based on the original value before reinforcement. For now, by blocking skills. With the B rank fire skill from my black wall, my defense hit 310, plus another 62. He casually strode forward, eyeing the two new enemies. 2 more lightning mages? Perfect for boosting my lightning breaker's passive effect, he thought, as the terrified lackeys scattered and ran. His stats are fake. Run! Isuki glanced after them, his eyes glowing with a menacing emerald light. You think you can escape? The two enemies turned back and desperately unleashed their C-rank white serpent skill. Damn it, you're going down with us. This isn't fire, so don't even think about pulling that old trick. The system panel flashed with numbers as Isuki absorbed the attack. C-rank lightning skill, absorbed. Agility increased by 5%. Current total stat, 133. Agility, 341. Defense, 372. Haitani Akira watched through a monitor, his face stiff with astonishment. He's taking down awakened beings of a higher level like it's child's play. He broke into a cold sweat, watching Isuki stand amidst a circle of fallen enemies. What the hell is this guy? Isuki thoughtfully inspected the electrical current enveloping his body. The passive effect of Lightning Breaker is just like Black Walls. Does it only stack once from the same skill and the same target? Iberia stood among the unconscious minions, commenting in shock. Every single one of them has been knocked out. He cheered with glee and admiration. I thought this was going to be a tough fight, but I never imagined Isuki was this strong. A masked underling tremblingly pointed at Isuki. What kind of monstrous power is he using? You're definitely not a rank 0. Who are you? Iberia stepped in front of Isuki and retorted with a smirk. You're asking who we are? Leaving Isuki bewildered. We? Iberia flashed a smug grin and announced to their enemy. Together, we are Double E. One day, we'll be the strongest duo in the northern continent. Remember that. Isuki grabbed Iberia by the collar and started dragging him away. That's enough. Let's go after Kinoshita. The other man whined. But it was just getting to the good part. The underling just stood there, stunned by their cheesy team name, Double E. How lame. Meanwhile, Kinoshita Raji was speeding along in a blur of purple lightning. Oh please. By now, that rank 0 punk is probably getting beaten to a pulp. He narrowed his eyes, thinking carefully, but that crossbow, it definitely belongs to Sackley. I'll have to investigate this more thoroughly when this is over. Suddenly, a figure shot past Raji at a terrifying speed. The speed specialist hunter smirked smugly. Past another one. Unlike those muscle-bound brutes who rely on strength, I am a master of speed. But then, a bolt of purple lightning struck from behind, making him scream in terror. He tumbled to the ground, his face scratched and smoking. Hit while running at top speed? Who did this? A foot slammed down hard on his back, the impact sounding like a thunderclap. Raji stood tall, looking down at the defeated man with contempt. This is what happens to anyone who dares to run ahead of me. He turned and ordered his team. Everyone, regroup. We need to conserve our stamina for the second phase. Don't waste time on this trash. Chi watched from above, narrowing his eyes in disdain. Isn't that the son of the North B District's administrator, Kinoshita Genki? So arrogant. What kind of upbringing did he have? Nento watched the arena silently, but he's not breaking any rules, so there's nothing we can do. Meanwhile, Raji's underlings were gloating. Thanks to those commoners clearing the rabble, our stamina is still full. Phase 2 will be a piece of cake. The crowd of contestants surged toward a massive structure. In the middle of the desert arena, Kinoshita Raji stood before the boundary to the inner zone, looking smug and composed. The inner zone is right up ahead. This is surprisingly easy. Suddenly, a powerful shout tore through the electric air. Kinoshita Raji flinched, sweat pouring down his face as he felt an incredible pressure from behind him. He furiously spun around and yelled at the crowd of contestants, who were fearfully backing away. "Which one of you just called my name?" It wasn't me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything." From back there. "Ah, it's him, that rank 0 rookie." The crowd parted, making way for the imposing figure of Isuki as he approached. "No way, don't tell me." A shocked contestant pointed, confirming the identity of the newcomer. "It's him." Raji gritted his teeth, refusing to believe the harsh reality. "Impossible. Are you saying they were all taken out?" "No, there were too many enemies. Far too many for a rank 0 and a rank 7 to handle." Veins bulged on his forehead as Raji let out a resentful, grim laugh as Isuki closed in. "I get it now. He must have bribed them. How long are you going to tail me, you rank 0 piece of trash?" Iberia stood close behind Isuki, trembling and clutching his magic bracelet. "I'm asking you to stay here until we settle this. I only made it this far because I was relying entirely on Isuki. Every enemy we met along the way was defeated in the blink of an eye. Without Isuki, I would have been eliminated a long time ago." Raji coldly turned his back, raising a hand to give a contemptuous order. "I'm busy. I don't have time to deal with the likes of you, but I'll get some friends to play with you." Behind his glasses, his eyes glowed with a brutal red light. "You guys, take him out for me, model." The hunters swarmed in, raising their weapons and jeering. "What? Is he just some level 0 kid? You've got a lot of nerve calling Kinoshita by his name. We're gonna teach you some manners." "Heh, don't worry. I'll give these guys a taste of hell." Iberia's face went pale with terror as he saw the overwhelming number of enemies. 80. 78. 79. There are at least 100 of them. "What are we gonna do?" Isuki coldly grabbed Iberia by the collar and yanked him down. "Keep your head down." Iberia was stunned. "Huh?" Instantly, a powerful surge of blue electricity erupted as Isuki activated his skill, charging straight into the encirclement. He closed in on Rigi so fast, the sound of the impact was deafening. With a powerful kick, Isuki sent Rigi flying into the air, stunning his underlings. Iberia and the crowd of contestants could only stare, frozen, as they watched Rigi get completely overwhelmed with looks of utter disbelief. Standing among the defeated, Isuki radiated a cold, killing intent. "Looks like I wasn't clear enough before." He stared down his enemies, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. "Let me correct that. Until we've settled this, I'm not letting a single one of you leave." In another corner, an exhausted Sei leaned on his knees, while Rikuru was collapsed on the ground. The 4th inner zone. All the red ribbon guys are already inside, and they're shamelessly blocking our way again. If we'd acted alone, we probably would have been taken out before we even got here. The 5th inner zone. Rikuru panted, staring at the ranking board in shock. "But I thought we were running pretty fast. I can't believe there are people even faster than us." The 3rd-ranked Uaku, holding a giant mace, clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Tch, I'm only in 3rd place?" The 2nd-ranked Akagam replied sarcastically. "You hungry again? You just finished eating." Just then, everyone's eyes turned to the blue-haired girl, sitting alone in the distance. More importantly, look at 1st place, Hani. She's already level 16. Sei and Rikuru were suddenly startled by a strange surge of energy. Knowing Isuki, he's definitely acting alone. And if he gets blocked like we did... Wait a minute. Someone's flying this way. A figure was thrown out of the competition area. The system window appeared. Iberia. Rank confirmed for entry into the 6th inner zone. Iberia screamed from within the rubble, his face filled with terror. "Isuki!" Sei and Rikuru's eyes widened when they heard the familiar name. "Isn't that the guy who just called out Isuki?" "Yeah, that's what I heard." From out of the dust and smoke, Isuki's figure emerged, standing tall, that silhouette from behind. There was no doubt about it. It was Isuki. In the pouring rain, Isuki stood blocking the path, with a grim look in his eyes. "Until we've settled this, I'm not letting a single one of you leave." In the VIP stands, Judge Soryu mused, "That rookie is just one step away from the inner zone. Why is he so fixated on Kinoshita Rigi?" Choha watched Isuki's situation on the monitor, her expression filled with worry. Izumi Nento coldly ordered the expert beside him. "Hatan, lend that guy a hand if he gets into any real danger." Hatan Akira watched Isuki with admiration, comparing him to himself. Tenma Isuki. He just moved at an unbelievable speed. I don't know if I could have done that at his age. Rigi's head was bowed, his face twisted in absolute rage. "You dare to interfere again and again. You'd better be ready." He looked up, his eyes glowing with a crazed purple magic. What's about to happen isn't just a battle. It's your complete and utter subjugation. Hundreds of Rigi's underlings, their eyes glowing red, surrounded Isuki all at once. In other words, this was a 100 versus 1 beatdown. Isuki looked at them with disdain, his killing intent flaring. Passing the preliminaries is just a side quest. Right now, getting revenge for Choha is my top priority. Immediately, Rigi pointed and gave the order, screaming like a madman. All of you, attack. Kill that bastard for me. In the middle of the fiery arena, Isuki Tenma stood tall, facing hundreds of hunters who were swarming around him. An aggressive underling charged forward to start the attack. No one gets past me. Your head is mine. C-rank skill, Fire Fist. Isuki easily raised a hand to block the fiery attack, causing the man to scream in horror. What? Instantly, Isuki countered with an incredibly powerful punch, making the very air around them tremble violently. The mighty punch slammed straight into the hunter's face, knocking him out instantly and stunning everyone watching. The crowd erupted into a fearful chaos. He took him down in one punch. What? Don't panic. There are so many of us. There's no way we'll lose to some level 0 kid. Yeah, everyone, get him. Isuki coldly lowered his head as a system window appeared. Perfect. Blocked a C-rank fire skill with Dark Wall. Defense plus 10%. Seeing the enemy horde rushing toward him, Isuki raised his hand and declared, "Let's end this farce quickly." System activating. Skill. Lotus Explosion has been activated. An earth-shattering fire explosion erupted from Isuki's palm, blasting all the surrounding hunters away. From a distance, Isuki's teammates watched in shock at the immense surge of energy. Is that Isuki's skill? Even the strongest group of hunters, Model, were left completely stunned. What the hell was that explosion? MYY-chan should be able to swallow an explosion of that size easily, right? MYY-chan? Through the dust and smoke, Hanukana quietly observed the scene with sharp, mysterious eyes. The proctor stared in horror at the match data. That explosion. It was caused by that level 0 guy? It's not just about the power. How could he even use a skill outside of his class? Chu-ha and Nento watched closely on the monitor, their eyes wide with astonishment. I had no idea Tenma had learned an area of effect skill, AoE. Now his confidence during the battle in the Locust Wasteland finally makes sense. Isuki glanced at the devastated battlefield and calculated silently, just how many trump cards is he still hiding? 30% power was more than enough. My opponents are human, so I have to hold back to keep from killing them. The dust and smoke began to clear, revealing a desolate scene with hundreds of hunters lying scattered on the ground. Isuki approached Rigi, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. Now, it's just you. Rigi trembled and backed away, sweat pouring down his face in utter shock. Over 100 people. I defeated in the blink of an eye. What the hell are you? Why do you keep coming after me? Isuki stood tall, his killing intent flooding the air. Coming after you? What are you talking about? You're the one who targeted me first and seriously injured my friend. Today, I'm going to make you pay for all the pain she had to endure. Rigi screamed frantically. A violet current erupted around his body. I am the young master of the prestigious Kinoshita family from the North B district. All the stages here are under my control. I don't need to waste my time fighting monsters. I just use the karma stones my family prepares for me. I can easily reach levels that you commoners could never dream of. He gathered all his strength for a final blow. You and I are on completely different levels. I will kill you. B rank skill. Violet Thunder Cannon. Isuki shot forward like a flash of lightning to close the distance. A system notification appeared. B rank skill, Violet Thunder Cannon detected. Activating simulation. Analysis progress, 1%. With a single, lightning-fast move, Isuki delivered a critical strike, causing Rigi to let out a scream of agony. Rigi collapsed to the ground, his world completely shattered. He dodged it? That speed? Is he really a level 0? There's no way I can win against him. He opened his mouth in desperation and screamed for help. What the hell are you guys doing? Get over here and help me. A massive hunter with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared, intervening. Even if it means breaking the rules. I can't worry about my pride right now. Rigi grinned maniacally when he saw his savior. That's 40. A level 35 awakened. Now, get torn to shreds. In the observation room, Nento recognized the dangerous situation and immediately gave an order. Hayate, Akira replied succinctly. Understood. Isuki felt a new pressure rushing toward him, detecting a magical reaction. Someone's approaching at high speed. Analysis progress, 19%. And it wasn't just one person. Amidst the downpour, more mysterious figures began to join the fray. In the thick smoke and dust of the explosion's aftermath, Isuki stood tall, surrounded by the debris of battle. Elsewhere, Hun easily subdued a guard who tried to interfere and signaled to Isuki, "Go on." Isuki stepped in front of Riji, his eyes blazing with lightning energy, and judged him coldly. "It seems your little lifeline won't be able to reach you." Riji was in a state of utter panic, snot and tears streaming down his face as he shrieked in desperation. "Wait, my father is an administrator of the North B District, and my brother is a member of the Savior's Alliance. If you touch me, you'll pay for it." With a loud thud, his head was slammed into the ground. Isuki left Riji lying motionless on the cracked earth in the pouring rain and walked away coldly. He gently wiped the sweat from his cheek, thinking with a look of relief. And that settles the score for Cho. Watching from the monitor, Cho blushed deeply, her eyes glistening as she realized Isuki had done all that for her. Proctor Soryu stroked his beard, observing Cho, before looking back at the screen with a puzzled expression. Why is he looking in this direction? Did that kid really defeat Riji Kinoshita? Meanwhile, Isuki checked his system panel and made a strategic decision. Analysis progress, 99%. If I pause the analysis at 99%, I can use a stamina recovery once during the second round. Analysis paused. From the entrance gate, Sei rushed over in a panic when she saw the chaotic scene. Isuki heard a familiar voice. Isuki turned in surprise, beads of sweat on his face. That voice is. He looked down and saw Sei looking up at him, full of worry. Sei's eyes welled up with tears, her voice trembling. "Let's get you inside." She blushed, looking at him with deep concern and sympathy. "You're going to catch a cold." Isuki smiled at Seiya. "It's been a while." At the same time, the notification board lit up. Tenma Isuki, 7th place qualifier for the inner zone. Suddenly, Iberia rushed forward and threw her arms around Isuki, sobbing her heart out. Beside her, Rikuru was smiling brightly. "Isuki, Isuki, I was so worried about you. You bastard, I'm glad you're safe." Then Rikuru, wearing his goggles, glared irritably at Iberia. Sparks flew between their eyes. "What the hell are you doing, crying and hugging Isuki like that?" Iberia responded blankly. "Me?" She let go of Isuki, struck a pose, and flipped her hair, model, with total confidence. "I'm Isuki, Iberia's partner." Rikuru immediately grabbed Isuki by the shoulders and shook him, his jealousy written all over his face. "I didn't hear anything about you teaming up with someone else, you traitor." Standing nearby, Sei covered her mouth and giggled. "Heh, it's rare to see Isuki make a friend, isn't it?" Rikuru and Iberia started bickering. "Isuki is a traitor? You actually formed a duo with him? What's the team name? A team name? Who comes up with childish stuff like that? We're not kids. You guys have a team name?" Iberia put her hands on her hips and smirked triumphantly. "Of course we do." "Oh, really? Let's hear it." Isuki stood between them, sweating bullets. He mumbled, trying to stop her. "Don't." Iberia winked, her face beaming with pride. Double Y, 2 eyes. "It took me a lot of effort to come up with that name, you know." After hearing it, Rikuru fell to the ground, howling with laughter. "Double Y? What kind of lame name is that?" "Ha ha ha!" Iberia shouted angrily. "What's so funny? It's a great name." The fun was cut short by an announcement echoing through the arena. 500 people had entered the inner zone. Anyone who hadn't made it was now eliminated. Phase 2 will begin shortly. An image of the examiner appeared on the large screen to explain the rules. In Phase 2, you will fight alone against disaster-class monsters in the training grounds for 1 hour. Isuki, Iberia, and Rikuru were all stunned by the harsh rules. So, Phase 2 is finally here. Hehehe. All alone, huh? In a dark corner, Hai-Chin flashed a savage, excited smile. Phase 2 is finally here. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The list of the top contestants from Phase 1 appeared imposingly. Let's see what you're all made of. Hani, rank 1. Ouigaku, rank 3. Horino, rank 5. Tenma Isuki, rank 7. Akagami-san, rank 2. Iberia, rank 6. Kisarajia, rank 4. From high above, overlooking the massive arena for the next stage, the crowd of contestants began to enter the large gate, and the atmosphere grew incredibly tense. The Phase 2 battleground is in here, right? Rikuru walked through the dark space of the arena, shuddering as he commented, "This place feels so gloomy and creepy." He then turned to ask, "It's been a while, but you're still level 0? Is your level really fixed?" He continued to press with a worried look. "Then, your stats don't increase easily either, right? How do you even get stronger?" This made Isuki hesitate, remembering his master told him not to tell anyone else. Iberia cut in, reminding Rikuru, We learned in class that order-breaking skills are a national secret, remember? Tsk. Isuki, you don't have to answer him. Isuki smiled gratefully. The group arrived at the assembly point, and an authoritative voice boomed from above. Is everyone ready? Rikuru, Isuki, and Iberia all looked up at the high platform with stunned expressions. A buzz went through the crowd as they recognized the important figures. That's Fujiwara Soryu, the annual supervisor of the national tournament. Next to him is Hera, a veteran of the River Crossing War, who possesses the strongest physique, and that masked person is the legend, Izumi Nento. They're all legends. Soryu began to announce loudly, I will now explain the rules for the second round. Everyone, listen carefully. He pointed to a holographic display. Different disaster-class monsters will appear in the training grounds, and the points for defeating them will vary based on their difficulty. Hard-rank disaster-class monsters are worth 1,000 points. Points per kill by difficulty. Beginner rank, 100. Normal rank, 500. Hard rank, 1,000. Nightmare rank, 5,000. Soryu continued to explain the time rule. You will have a 1-minute break after defeating each disaster-class monster, after which you must proceed to the next difficulty level. As the countdown timer appeared, with 56 seconds of break time remaining, Uegaku, rank 3, tightened his grip on his weapon and sneered arrogantly. I'll go straight to nightmare rank. An info panel appeared. Ugaku, human, level 13. Class, Earth Spirit Master, rank 2. Suddenly, Isuki raised his hand amidst the silent crowd. I have a question. The surrounding contestants began to whisper and mock him. That guy's level 0. How did he even pass the first round? He must have gotten carried, for sure. Don't tell me he's scared, because he knows the second round is solo combat and wants to back out. Ha ha ha, that's gotta be it. Soryu looked down with an encouraging gaze. What is it? Don't hesitate to ask. Isuki stood up straight and asked a question that shocked everyone. Is nightmare rank the highest difficulty? While Haichin Akira, who was standing nearby, broke into an excited grin, the crowd took another opportunity to laugh at him. Such a show-off. If a level 0 nobody runs into a nightmare rank monster, he won't stand a chance. Forget nightmare rank, he probably can't even beat a beginner rank. What a piece of trash. All talk. Soryu explained sternly. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the difficulty of disaster-class monsters. You will understand once you actually manage to defeat a nightmare rank monster. Rikuru whispered worriedly to Isuki. No upper limit? It's pointless to even think about that. Nightmare rank requires at least level 10. For us, just defeating a hard rank monster would be an amazing feat. Soryu continued with an important regulation. The points earned in the preliminary round will be carried over to the main tournament. In other words, our performance today will decide whether or not we can join the Saviors Alliance in the future. Hearing this, Rikuru and Iberia became more determined than ever. The points earned here will count towards the main tournament? I have no choice but to use that. Isuki recalled the record in his head and steeled his resolve. Taiwa Wazen's record of 115,000 points includes the points he earned in the preliminaries. To surpass him, I have to take advantage of this opportunity. The signal sounded, the doors opened, and everyone entered the training grounds. A wave of contestants jumped down in unison. It was a sheer cliff. Isuki landed safely and scanned his surroundings. The second preliminary round has begun, so this is the training ground. It doesn't look much different from a regular arena. Darkness enveloped the space, and suddenly, countless pairs of glowing red eyes lit up in the night, radiating bloodlust. A notification popped up. Beginner Class Disaster Beast, Level 1 Calamity Hounds, Quantity 10. Elimination Points, 100. Isuki thought excitedly, I can finally fight some disaster beasts. Isuki activated his skill, Black Wall, active. He charged forward with a razor-sharp gaze. I can't raise my stats on trash like this, so let's end this quickly. In the control room, Nento asked Soryu, are you monitoring him again? Soryu replied while looking at the screen. I also want to watch that Honeydew Girls match. Heitan Akira stood with his arms crossed. He chuckled with amusement as he watched Isuki's monitor. This one's way more interesting. Suddenly, Soryu gasped in astonishment. This prompted Heitan to tease him. Is it really that surprising every single time? Down in the arena, Isuki moved like the wind. He sliced through the monsters in a single flash. Time elapsed. 1 second. 100 points acquired. Soryu was sweating, completely shocked. 1 second? That should normally take several minutes. Heitan grinned smugly. I told you, didn't I? This one is far more interesting. Soryu tried to calm himself and analyze the situation. Calamity Hounds are numerous, but they're only level 1. If he went all out, then it's certainly possible to take them down instantly. But the next opponent is level 8. Defeating it instantly will be impossible. In that moment, a massive, fiery monster appeared before Isuki. Standard Class Disaster Beast, Salamander, Level 8. Elimination points, 500. Soryu made a worried assessment. Facing a disaster beast 8 levels higher than himself, he's definitely going to have a hard time. But Haitan just smirked and shot back. You think so? I don't think a level 8 salamander poses much of a threat. Soryu turned to ask about the overall situation. How are the other participants doing? He then operated the control panel. My apologies, I was too focused. Switching to multi-screen mode now. This way, we can watch the top 10 at the same time. He observed the overall picture with a dissatisfied look. Most participants are still fighting the beginner class monsters. On one screen, contestant A was using water magic, and another contestant with a sledgehammer was struggling with their own beasts. Soryu's attention was drawn to another screen. Only Hanyu Kana is keeping up with Tenma Isuki's pace. The blue-haired girl was using green light magic to overwhelm the Calamity Hounds. Suddenly, Soryu cried out in alarm while looking at Isuki's screen. Look out, Tenma! To everyone's shock, Isuki's figure was seemingly swallowed whole by the blazing inferno. He was completely engulfed by the salamander's flames. Judge Soryu cried out in panic. Did he use up too much stamina on the Calamity Hounds and couldn't dodge? Taking a direct hit from that fire won't end well. Call the medical team, now. But Haitan calmly stopped him. Wait, let's watch a little longer. With the speed he showed earlier, dodging an attack of this level should have been easy. From within the sea of flames, a suit of spiky, jet-black ice armor formed around Isuki. A system panel appeared, activating Black Wall. A sharp blade of ice tore through the air. With a single swing, Isuki cleaved through the flames and the monster's tough scales. The massive salamander was sliced in two. Dragon scales shattered and flew everywhere. Under the terrifying power of his attack, Isuki coldly walked away, leaving the monster's dissolving corpse behind him. The system announced the result. Time elapsed, 5 seconds. 500 points acquired. Soryu stared at the screen, stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He's completely unharmed. Did that ice armor cover his entire body? He could have defeated it instantly. So why would he intentionally take the opponent's attack? Isuki smirked with satisfaction as he looked at the notification that popped up. Defense increased by 10% for blocking a C-rank fire-based skill with Black Ice Wall. He thought to himself, I have to make the most of every single opportunity to raise my stats. The status screen appeared in detail. Defense was now 434. Tenma Isuki, Human, Level 0, Fixed Class, Order Breaker, Skills, Super Simulation, Thunderbreaker, Black Ice Wall, Lotus Blast. Total stats, 1,395. The system asked, remaining rest time, 58 seconds. Skip rest time? Yes. No? Isuki decided he would test his defense against the next disaster beast. In the control room, Heitan crossed his arms and remarked to Soryu, this difficulty level is meant to test their speed and combat sense of the participant. Soryu nodded in agreement. That's right. The new monster's information appeared, looking menacing. When attacking, the electric rhino channels electricity into its horn, unleashing a dual physical and lightning attack on its enemy. A hard-rank disaster-class beast. The level 10 electric rhino, worth 1,000 kill points. If you take a single hit from it, Soryu continued, analyzing the worst-case scenario, your body will either be pierced by its horn due to a lack of defense, or you'll be paralyzed by the electric current due to a lack of lightning resistance, leaving you immobilized. He sternly emphasized the strategy. To defeat the electric rhino, you have to use your speed to move deftly and attack only when it's exhausted. But suddenly, Soryu's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down his face. Wait a minute, what the hell is he doing? Down in the arena, Isuki wasn't dodging at all. He casually walked forward and reached out, touching the massive monster's sharp, electrified horn. He tapped his finger lightly on the glowing horn, silently judging that it was perfect for testing his own defense. The electric rhino went berserk, snorting steam and channeling all of its lightning energy into its horn, preparing to crush the provocateur. A massive explosion erupted as the monster charged straight at Isuki with terrifying speed. A violent current of electricity shot out, engulfing the entire area. Isuki's body was thrown backward, taking the full force of the powerful lightning-charged ram completely wide open, with no defense whatsoever. Cho, watching from a monitor, couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. Then, a smirk spread across his face as he remarked with amusement, this kid does nothing but unpredictable things, but he always delivers results that are beyond imagination. From within the dissipating smoke, Isuki emerged unscathed. A system notification appeared. C-rank lightning type skill has been absorbed. Acquired lightning break. User's agility increased by 5%. He muttered. Test complete. It seems attacks from disaster class beasts up to level 10 can't even damage me. Isuki's eyes glowed red, filled with killing intent. He looked up and declared, now then, let's finish this. He shot down from the air like a bolt of lightning. System activated. Lightning break activated. Agility increased by 50%. The lightning-fast strike sliced cleanly through the monster's neck, leaving it time for only a single, final gasp. The giant electric rhino skidded across the arena floor as an invisible wave of energy seemed to tear through the space around it. Isuki landed on the dead monster's back. The results board appeared. Time elapsed. 7 seconds. 1,000 points acquired. Haon looked at Isuki with pure admiration. The total time so far is less than 15 seconds. Not only is he faster than I was in my youth, but I feel like he hasn't even used his full strength yet. However, Soryu's face suddenly darkened, becoming more serious than ever. But, next up is that thing. Judge Soryu began describing the next monster, his expression filled with concern. Swift movements that tear enemies apart with sharp claws, spitting out iron chains, and a giant mouth that devours everything. And a colossal body encased in an exoskeleton as hard as armor, he concluded, his gaze sharp and grave. A ferocious disaster-class beast, possessing all these traits, the strongest in the preliminary round and the ultimate target for every contestant. Before Isuki, a giant monster in jet-black armor appeared, radiating terrifying pressure. Nightmare rank disaster-class beast, level 15 Inferno Giant. Kill points, 5,000. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Activating Purification Orb. Instantly, a dark purple orb of energy shot out with blistering speed, striking the giant's body directly. With just one hit, the monster was utterly defeated. The level 15 Inferno Giant has been defeated. Purification. Orb's flight speed increased by 200%. The entire judging panel was frozen, stunned into absolute silence by the unbelievable sight. Isuki stood on the monster's corpse. The system updated the skill's stats. Purification Orb flight speed, 9 meters per second. Flight speed increase, 900%. Soryu stammered as he stared at the screen. Even the nightmare rank Inferno Giant was taken down instantly. Time elapsed, 3 seconds. 5,000 points acquired. Now for the next one. Meanwhile, in another arena, a monster was also finished off in one blow as it roared. She activated her skill. C-rank skill. Water Bullet has been activated. Kisaragi. If I beat the last two, I can advance to the normal rank. Beginner rank completion progress. 80%. Ugaku was also facing a giant dragon. He smirked. He skipped his break time. I'll definitely get to the normal rank before Ugaku. Normal rank completion progress. 0%. Hani, on the other hand, stood calmly amidst a horde of monsters, using recovery magic to restore her consumed mana before continuing. Hani, normal rank completion progress. 100%. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, stunning everyone. Nightmare rank completion confirmed. Time elapsed. 21 seconds. Rank 1. Gaku exclaimed in shock. It has to be Isuki, right? Someone's even faster than me. Is it Hani? Meanwhile, Hani remained silent, her expression unreadable. Isuki didn't stop. He summoned another orb of energy and declared, let's keep going. Soryu was still reeling. He analyzed, a level 15 Inferno Giant, defeated instantly. Its armor. What is that black orb? A thrilled smirk spread across Haitani Akira's face. He ordered them to increase the difficulty. Let's see just how far this kid can go. The system board immediately updated. Nightmare class, phase 2. Inferno Giant, level 15 times 2. Kill points, 10,000. 2 Inferno Giants appeared before Isuki, but he just calmly remarked, I was expecting something different. But did they really just increase the number? The two monsters let out an earth-shattering roar and charged at Isuki in unison. With a composed expression, Isuki raised his hand and created another energy orb. While it's busy roaring, I might as well take one of them out first. The orb shot forward, piercing through one of the giant's bodies, and in a flash, he activated the Purification Orb. The level 15 Inferno Giant has been defeated. Purification Orb's flight speed increased by 200%. Current flight speed, 11 meters per second. Total flight speed increase, 1,100%. Soryu screamed in absolute panic. Another one shot. What is that orb? Is there no limit to how many he can use? Haitani calmly explained. It's certainly powerful, but that skill has a fatal weakness, which made Soryu ask again with curiosity. A weakness? The remaining Inferno Giant suddenly accelerated, charging forward at an unbelievable speed. Even Isuki was startled. This speed. It's faster than any disaster-class beast I've ever faced. Izumi Nento began to explain. Inferno Giants are often mistaken for being slow because of their massive bodies. But Soryu quickly cut in. What do you mean by that? Isuki focused all his energy into his hand, preparing for a head-on attack. He fired directly at the charging monster, activating the skill, Activate Purification Orb. Haitani continued his explanation. The Inferno Giant's main feature is a racial trait. They possess no magical power, but their other stats are significantly boosted. Despite that body, it's technically a speed type. A detailed info panel appeared as the monster dodged Isuki's attack. Inferno Giant. Rank 108. Giant Tribe. Level 15. Talent. Rank 2. Unable to use magic, but other stats are increased by 25%. Skills. None. Stats. Attack. 320. Agility. 300. Defense. 320. Magic. 0. Total. 940. Isuki was stunned that his attack missed. It dodged? In the control room, Izumi Nento analyzed the situation. That black orb certainly deals massive damage, but its flight speed isn't very fast. The kid has good combat sense, using the Inferno Giant's habit of roaring before battle to launch a surprise attack. But, he continued grimly, as the giant swung a devastating punch toward Isuki. If he can't increase the flight speed of that black orb, he won't be able to go any further. The monster unleashed a powerful corkscrew punch, creating sharp vortexes of air that tore up the ground. Isuki was sent flying. He realized, from mid-range, it can be dodged. Soryu commented worriedly. He knows it won't hit, but he's still using it. Does that mean he has no other moves? Haitani crossed his arms, musing. Is that really the case? Soryu looked at the screen and wondered. Then why is he smiling? Isuki smirked defiantly. Not bad speed-wise. Then I'll just close the distance. He stomped his foot on the ground, activating a skill that caused blue lightning to erupt around him. Skill activated. Lightning Break. The two opponents rushed each other at terrifying speed. The monster's punch created a massive explosion on the ground, hitting Isuki head-on. Seeing this, a horrified Choa covered her mouth in worry. Soryu frantically grabbed his phone and yelled, "That attack isn't like the Thunder Rhinos. If he takes a direct hit, even that kid won't walk away unscathed. Get the rescue team on the line, now." But Izumi Nento stopped him. "Wait," Haitani calmly remarked. "That blow certainly has monstrous power, but it's meaningless if it doesn't hit its target." The giant's fist grazed past, creating a deep crater in the ground, but Isuki had vanished. The dust slowly settled, revealing the bewildered monster searching for its target. Suddenly, a voice called out from above, "Hey, I'm right here." The giant looked up in utter astonishment to see Isuki hovering in midair. Isuki shot down like an arrow, a purplish-black energy orb piercing through the monster's head from behind. He landed gently, his entire body enveloped in powerful purple lightning. A massive explosion erupted, and the giant's body shattered into pieces. A notification board displayed Isuki's achievement. The level 15 Inferno Giant has been defeated. Purification Orb's flight speed increased by 200%. Current flight speed, 13 meters per second. Total flight speed increase, 1,300%. System updating total score, time elapsed, 12 seconds. 10,000 points acquired. Choa cheered with delight. He did it. Soryu looked at Choa in surprise. It was rare to see her get so excited. Choa blushed and quickly, awkwardly explained, I was just praying for everyone's safety. Look, if the young people who carry the future of humanity die, it would be a huge loss for all of us. Their families would be devastated, so I just want everyone to be safe, that's all. It's not like I think it's cool that Tenma defeated the Inferno Giant or anything. I'd react the same way even if it wasn't Tenma, so don't get any weird ideas. Izumi Nento looked at Choa with a flustered expression. Soryu whispered, "Choa, you've gotten quite talkative since the last time we met." Soryu then turned to ask Haichin, "By the way, how did you know Tenma would dodge that attack?" Haichin explained, "That kid's normal speed isn't much different from the Inferno Giant's, but when electricity flows through his body, his speed increases dramatically. Once that happens, there's no way the Inferno Giant's attack can hit him." Soryu nodded. He managed to defeat 2 of them, but there were a few pretty dangerous moments. With his current score, first place is already secured. So, if it were me, I'd stop here. But Isuki stood tall, his eyes filled with a determination to surpass Wazin, the strongest of all mankind. He channeled energy into his hands and roared, "I can't stop for even a second." In front of him, 3 more Inferno Giants appeared. The system panel updated Nightmare rank, Stage 3. 3 level 15 Inferno Giants, kill score 15,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Isuki immediately launched an attack, activating his purification orb. "First, I'll take one down." Haichin smirked proudly. "Just as I expected." He chose to continue. "That's my guy," Soryu said thoughtfully. "Come to think of it, you went straight to Stage 4, didn't you? I only made it that far." Judge Soryu looked at the screen in surprise and said to Haichin, "Even you, with the strongest physique, only made it to Stage 3. Let's see what happens with Tenma." Back in the battle, the small Tenma Isuki was facing a colossal entity that was charging at him ferociously. He unleashed a lightning-fast blow using electrical energy, punching straight into the monster's weak point. Tenma quickly calculated his tactics, increasing his agility with Lightning Breaker and dashing behind the creature while closing the distance. That's the second one. He fired the orb directly at the giant monster. Instantly, the system panel displayed a victory message. Level 15. Inferno Giant has been defeated. Purification. Orb's flight speed increased by 200%. Current flight speed 17 meters per second. An increase of 1,700%. Tenma looked up with a sharp, tense gaze. The third one came without warning. A massive mouth with sharp teeth engulfing the entire space above his head. The monster roared maniacally, snatching him completely into its mouth. Tenma remained terrifyingly calm, his eyes focused directly on the enemy. That's right. He gathered blazing rocket energy in his palm and declared, "I'll tear you apart from the inside out." Activating Lotus Burst Strike at maximum power, the attack exploded right inside the giant monster's mouth, creating an earth-shattering blast of fire. The system panel updated with new stats after the explosion. Defeated level 15 Inferno Giant. By using Lotus Burst Strike, all skill ranges are increased by 1%, for a current total of plus 1,101%. Tenma walked confidently through the fiery, smoky battlefield. The system recorded the elapsed time as 13 seconds. Received 15,000 points. In the stands, Soryu was frozen, sweat pouring down his face from shock as he exclaimed. He recognized the technique that had just brilliantly lit up the screen. It was the same skill that wiped out dozens of candidates in the first round. However, Tenma began to pant, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion as his energy bar emptied. "My mana has completely bottomed out. Mana, 0 out of 310. He looked at his status panel and quickly figured out a way to recover. But as long as these disaster-class monsters keep appearing, the passive effect of magic detection will restore my mana. Passive effect. Upon detecting an enemy unit, self-mana is restored by 10%. A new challenge appeared with overwhelming numbers. Nightmare rank. Stage 4. 4 level 15 Inferno Giants. Kill score 20,000. 4 enemy units detected. Mana restored by 40%. Current mana 124 out of 310. Soryu and Haichin watched with extremely grave expressions. Stage 4 has begun. If he passes this round, he'll surpass his own past self. Yeah, besides Wazin, no one has ever passed Stage 4. It'll be interesting to see how far that kid can go. Tenma moved swiftly between the pounces of the monster pack. He noted to himself, each time the purification orb's flight speed increases, the blue electric current surrounding my body helps me move like a phantom, and my accuracy also improves. Facing the ferocious monsters, he continued to calculate. If I increase the flight speed a few more times, I won't have to get extremely close to land a hit. My mana is limited. I can't afford to waste a single purification orb. Tenma's eyes burned with determination as he gathered all his strength for a decisive blow. Suddenly, massive iron chains shot out from the darkness with a terrifying sound. Tenma's eyes widened in shock as he saw the object hurtling towards him at incredible speed. "Iron chains?" the monster roared, unleashing a lightning-fast attack that tore through the space around them. Tenma was ambushed, only catching a glimpse of the enemy's dark figure as it deflected his attack. A loud crash echoed as the blow landed. He gritted his teeth in agony, damn it. He was caught in the monster's steel grip. He was completely powerless to fight back. "This is bad. I can't muster any strength in this position." The grip tightened with immense force. Tenma's bones were crushed. Pushed into a corner, he collapsed before the Inferno Giant's overwhelming power. He lay motionless amid the rubble, his suit stained crimson with blood. Witnessing this horrific sight, Soryu couldn't stay calm, screaming, "Heitan, you have to help him. Heitan stood silently, his eyes darkening. He whispered, "So this is his limit?" He recalled his own painful past, the image of himself lying broken on a blood-soaked battlefield. With fierce determination, Heitan prepared to act. "I'm going to help him right now." "Wait." Soryu tried to stop him. Soryu looked at the monitor, noticing something strange. "Tenma hasn't given up yet," he continued. "Mr. Yumi, whether he's given up or not, this isn't the time to debate it. He's in critical danger. If we don't help him soon, Tenma is going to die." Izumi remained unusually calm. "I can sense that he still has an ace up his sleeve." Soryu was furious. "An ace? How could you possibly know that?" Izumi pointed at the screen, his eyes. "Those aren't the eyes of someone who has accepted their fate." In the arena, Tenma forced himself to his feet, his eyes burning with hatred as he growled through gritted teeth. "I've trained myself in every way possible just to destroy that guy." A blue electrical aura enveloped his body as he activated his final skill. Super simulation activated. Continuing analysis. Memories of his battle with Kinoshita flooded back, the image of the purple lightning cannon flashing in his mind. During the fight with Kinoshita, super simulation was activated from his skill, but I decided to stop it at the last second. Before the analysis was complete. Analysis progress, 99%. Analysis paused. Now, fueled by his desire for revenge, he reactivated the delayed skill. Analysis progress, 100%. This was to prepare for a situation just like this. B-rank skill, purple lightning cannon. Analysis complete. Acquired, lightning destruction level 2. Soryu noticed the strange energy surrounding Tenma. "Look, it's that familiar blue lotus." He then wondered, is that also one of his skills? But in this state, what good is that blue lotus? Chuha broke into a radiant smile, the likes of which Heitan had never seen, causing him to exclaim, "She looks so happy. Does she know something?" The system displayed the details of the new skill. Lightning Destruction, Level 2. Active effect. Can absorb B-rank lightning attacks, or lower into the body. When the absorbed lightning energy is released, personal agility increases by 100%. Maximum 5 absorptions. Passive effect. Each time a B-rank lightning attack is absorbed, personal agility permanently increases by 10%. Current bonus, 15%. Tenma clenched his fists as electrical energy exploded around him. The force made his clothes whip violently. Obtained Lightning Destruction Level 2. All stats plus 20. All negative statuses removed, and all wounds completely healed. The monster swung its fist, crushing the ground, but Tenma had been completely transformed. He stood tall, blocking the attack with ease, and declared with his head held high, "The warm-up is over. From now on, I'm going all out." Attack. 31,330. Agility. 31,330. Defense. 31,330. Magic. 3,330. Total. 1,240 out of 1,320. Soryu stared at the screen in disbelief. He was beaten to a pulp, but he fully recovered in just seconds. That healing ability is better than a professional healer's, not to mention that ridiculous area of effect attack. Just how many more abnormal skills does he have? Meanwhile, Tenma shot forward with lightning speed, sending 2 monsters flying with a single blow. Level 15 Inferno Giant has been defeated. Purification Orb flight speed increased by 200%. He continued his advance, and nothing could stop Tenma now. Nightmare Rank Stage B complete. Time elapsed, 31 seconds. Received 20,000 points. At my current level, I won't lose, no matter how many Inferno Giants come at me. Tenma launched a sphere of energy at the final monster. Level 15 Inferno Giant has been defeated. Purification Orb flight speed increased by 200%. Flight speed, 27 meters per second, a 2,700% increase. His power now far surpassed any known limit. He wiped out every monster with ease. Nightmare Rank Stage 5 complete. Time elapsed, 57 seconds. Received 25,000 points. Finally, Tenma finished off the last monster with a fatal blow. Nightmare Rank Stage 6 complete. Time elapsed, 1 minute and 34 seconds. Received 30,000 points. Soryu was left stammering, at a loss for words at Tenma's terrifying power. Wow! Heitan watched the battle, exclaiming in pure astonishment, "Is this hell?" Between Tenma and the Inferno Giants. Who's the real monster? I'm starting to lose track. Tenma stood in the middle of the devastated battlefield, sweating. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He stared forward, his determined voice echoing, For the next stage, no more Inferno Giants will appear. The examiner, Soryu, stared at the screen, exclaiming in utter shock. Unbelievable. I never thought this would happen. His trembling hand slammed the red button on the control panel to end the chaos. Soryu's voice boomed through the speakers, sweat pouring down his own forehead. Tenma, it's over. Looking down from above, a horrifying scene unfolded. You've defeated all the Inferno Giants we had prepared. The corpses of the monsters were piled into a colossal mountain, a testament to Tenma's destructive power. Tenma panted, chains wrapped around his body. He asked in a daze, I defeated all of them? Didn't you say there was no upper limit to the difficulty? He walked through the blood-soaked battlefield, muttering to himself, I don't remember how many I took down, but how many points did I get? Well, if I've already hit the ceiling, the gap between me and Taiwa can't be that big. A system panel appeared with a notification. Spoils of war from defeating 15 level 10 Inferno Giants. Flight speed of the cleansing orb plus 1,100%. Current flight speed is 38 meters per second, an increase of 3,800%. Not a bad haul at all. Tenma compared the new speed a practical 38 meters per second, faster than the average car. Suddenly, Tenma froze, steam rising from his body after the intense battle. He stared at the stream of light in front of him, thinking for a second it was another enemy. Ah, right, I completely forgot. A shimmering blue stone materialized. Since I can't level up, any EXP from the Calamity Beasts I defeat turns directly into Karma Stones. In the control room, Soryu and Haitan stared with wide eyes. Is that a Karma Stone? Why did it appear in the training ground? If it's blue, that's at least 10,000 EXP. Tenma can't absorb EXP, so all the EXP dropped in the training ground just becomes Karma Stones. Soryu shivered as he analyzed the situation. I thought his fixed level just meant he was faking his stats, but I never imagined he actually times level up. That means if Tenma partied up with someone and entered a dungeon, his teammate would get all the EXP that drops. It's a good thing that kid was born human. If he'd been born a Calamity Beast, it's too terrifying to even imagine. Tenma held the sparkling blue stone in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face from the unexpected loot. He turned his back and walked away, leaving the wreckage behind him. I've done what I needed to do. Time to get out of here. The heavy metal door slid open with a screech. Seeing the door open, Soryu exclaimed, He's coming out. The results board lit up, glorifying the winner. Tenma Itsuki, preliminary round stage 2 complete. Points achieved. 106,600. Time elapsed. 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Rank 1. Soryu rushed to block Tenma's path, eagerly inviting him. Tenma, I witnessed your performance firsthand. You are pure potential. Come with me, and I will personally arrange a master worthy of you. Tenma coldly refused. I appreciate the offer, but I already have someone training me, so I'm fine. Soryu persisted. You don't understand. So what if you have a teacher? Not just anyone is qualified to guide a young talent like you. You'd be much better off with someone like me. Someone with connections and resources. Seeing Tenma's annoyance, Haitan, who was standing beside them, reminded Soryu, I told you, I'm fine. Keep pushing, and he's going to start hating you. Soryu turned and argued, I can't just give up that easily. You try talking sense into him. Are you really okay with letting some nobody waste Tenma's talent? Haitan patted Tenma's shoulder reassuringly. You were the one who took care of Kinoshita's cronies back then. Don't worry about it. I was just passing judgment on those who broke the rules. Besides, Haitan turned with a smirk. He's a student of that Izumi guy. There's no way I wouldn't help him. Hearing the familiar name, Soryu froze. Huh? What did you just say? Whose student? Soryu looked at Tenma in a panic, stammering. Tenma is Izumi's student? Meanwhile, Tenma bowed his head to Haitan. Thank you again, sir, for what you did back then. Haitan crossed his arms and confirmed proudly. Yep, that's right. Soryu stood frozen, staring at the three of them. A young man, who completely defies all norms, has appeared. And of course, he's Izumi's student. Master? Chuha stepped forward with a flushed face, stammering with concern. You did great. I was watching your performance closely. Are you hurt anywhere? If you are, I'll have someone treat you. He was eager enough to challenge stage 7. There's no way he's hurt. Tenma scratched his head with a sheepish laugh. I'm not hurt, but I am a little exhausted. I think I'll be fine after a little rest. Soryu sighed with a wry smile. If you're Izumi's student, it makes sense that you could pull this off. His other student also wiped out every single Calamity Beast prepared for stage 2. He was. When asked if Taiwa ever reached stage 6, Izumi shook her head, saying no. Back then, stage 4 was the maximum. We later expanded it to stage 6, But it seems even that wasn't enough. Maybe we should expand it to 8 next time. Haitan turned back to look at the monitoring screen. Anyway, just sit down and watch. For the other participants, Stage 2 had only just begun. On the screen, Rikuru was gasping for air, completely exhausted. 100% progress on hard mode. I can't even lift my arms anymore. Looks like nightmare mode is too much for me. Horino Rikuru, Stage 2 challenge complete. Time, 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Score, 1,600. Sei was also at her limit, 100% progress on hard mode. I don't have any high damage skills, so I tried to suffocate it by trapping it in a giant water sphere. But it's taking too long and I'm about to run out of mana. The next difficulty might be impossible. Kisaragi, Stage 2 challenge complete. Time, 19 minutes and 1 second. Score, 1,600. Tenma looked at his friend's results and remarked, "So, Rikuru and C both stopped at hard mode. I thought they'd get a little further." Soryu replied grimly, "Don't assume everyone is as strong as you. Most participants can't even get past normal mode. With how fast they took down the Thunder Rhinoceros, those two will definitely be in the top 10. Tenma wondered. If their runs ended in failure, why haven't they come out yet? Soryu explained. Unless they're seriously injured or a special situation occurs, they're not allowed to leave the training ground. You were a special exception. Haitan suddenly focused on another screen. Looks like someone else has reached nightmare mode. Uegaku was swinging his weapon, landing powerful blows on his enemy. With a rare karma artifact, Uegaku can definitely take down at least one Inferno Giant. On another screen, Akagami-san was commanding his Shikigami. It's impressive that a Shikigami user like him has made it this far. Mai-chan, the tiny black cat, instantly transformed into a massive, ferocious monster. Fully transformed, the Shikigami Mai unleashed a devastating punch on the enemy, its terrifying power shaking the very ground. Witnessing this, Isuki turned to Cho and asked, "Shikigami can transform? Can your Tamaku do that?" Cho replied, "No. This is the first time I've ever seen this. The abilities of Shikigami are still full of mysteries. You should be careful." Isuki eyed the beast with a calculating gaze. Seeing this really shows how strong Shikigami are. From now on, I'm putting all my dropped EXP into my black dog. He sighed, his face showing exhaustion yet determination. Since Seiya and Rikuru have withdrawn, there's no reason for me to stay here anymore. Time to get out of here. Wait a second, what's this? He saw Iberia activating a brilliant red suit of armor, radiating a powerful aura. Iberia, what is that? That armor. Did you get it from your old man? Iberia proudly clenched his fist as the armor gradually covered his body. This is the strongest epic-grade karma artifact my father created just for me. The system panel immediately displayed the terrifying stats of the epic dragon armor. Attack plus 100. Agility plus 100. Effect. For every 1 minute equipped, stats increase by an additional 20 for a maximum of 15 minutes. Iberia recalled the difficult past of obtaining it. This tool has a will of its own, and it chooses its master. It took a lot of effort just to get my hands on it. He explained the risks of using this power. It's strong, but if I wear it for more than 15 minutes, the penalty is horrific. So I have to end everything within 15 minutes. With that, Iberia shot into the sky, his power level skyrocketing. Current status increase. Attack plus 120. Agility plus 120. He dove down like a flaming arrow. His mind was on his teammate, recalling the announcement that nightmare mode had been conquered. That has to be Isuki. I have to do my best not to be a burden to him. Iberia launched his attack on the giant monster, shouting proudly, "After all, we're double E." He means double I, our duo. From a distance, Isuki watched with a gentle smile. It really suits you. Immediately after, the door to the competition area closed. An announcement echoed. Stage 2 has concluded. In the main hall, the proctor Soryu stood before the remaining contestants and declared loudly, only the top 10, with the highest scores, will advance to the main event. The top 2 will receive a special reward. Below, Uegaku was sprawled on the floor, panting but still full of confidence. Besides Hanyu, there's no way anyone scored higher than me. Heh, those special rewards are mine. Without keeping everyone waiting, Soryu began to read the results. I will now announce the top 10. The ranking board appeared on the large screen, sending a shockwave through the entire hall. First, Tenma Isuki, 106,600 points. Second, Hanyu, 16,600 points. Third, Uegaku, 16,600 points. Fourth, Iberia, 6,600 points. The crowd of hunters buzzed in disbelief. Over 100,000 points? Even Taiwa only got 60,000. How many Inferno Giants did he kill to get a score like that? At the same time, Uegaku shot up, not believing his eyes. What? I'm third? Who the hell is this Tenma Isuki guy? I've never even heard that name. In contrast, Hanyu gripped her sword, her eyes sharp with desire. Tenma Isuki, I will definitely fight you. Meanwhile, C stared at the scoreboard, feeling utterly insecure, thinking about the impossibly wide gap between herself and Isuki. Maybe I'm just not cut out to be a fighter. Soryu's proud voice continued, announcing the top ranker, leading the entire nation by a colossal 65,000 points over second place. Tenma stood quietly at his side. Izumi Nento thought to himself, I can't see his face, but I can feel his satisfaction. Humanity's new dawn is shining brighter than ever. Back in the arena, Iberia was sprawled out on the cold ground, smiling in satisfaction despite his exhaustion. Over 100,000 N? If it were Isuki, getting first place would be a no-brainer. Looking at the corpses of the chained monsters around him, he told himself, but I still did well enough not to bring shame to the name Double E. Isuki walked over to his friend, who was flattened on the ground. Yeah, you did great. You actually surprised me. Tears of exhaustion and emotion streamed down Iberia's face as he stammered, Really? An aerial view sweeps over the magnificent arena, home to the 21st National Salvation Alliance Tournament qualifiers. In the end, Isuki carried Iberia on his back, walking off into the glow of victory, and with that, it was over. In District 1 of the southern continent, morning sunlight illuminated a vast square filled with ancient, solemn architecture. A group of guards stood around, murmuring amongst themselves. We got dragged out here at the crack of dawn just to watch some old guy meditate? Hey, watch your mouth. That man is the commander-in-chief of the southern continent, and he can see the future, another soldier explained respectfully. A prophet. Commander-in-chief Banga of the southern continent. Another soldier wondered aloud. Then why were we only notified after the barrier was already deployed? If he can really see the future, shouldn't he have told us where the Stellas were going to impact beforehand? The other soldier replied, It's true that Elder Banga can only see a small fraction of what's about to happen. Even so, the reason he's considered on par with the Northern Continent's commander-in-chief, Izumi Nento, as one of humanity's pillars is. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snapped open. The soldier finished, sweat pouring down his face. Because his prophecies are precisely 10% accurate, Banga collapsed in a panic, his subordinates rushing to catch him. Elder Banga, are you all right? The old man gasped out a warning. The Northern Continent is in danger. His face drained of color and terror as he uttered the prophecy. A massive attack by disaster-class beasts will soon strike the Northern Continent. Among them are disaster-class beasts, exceeding level 100. Cut to the Northern Continent. A quiet night fell, the wind rustling through the treetops. Tenma Isuki stood alone, checking his status window. My total stats have finally broken past 1500. The system window displayed his detailed stats. Attack, 330. Agility, 380, boosted by 15% from Waybreak. Defense, 462, boosted by 40% from Dark Wall. Magic, 330. Total, 1,502. He recalled a basic fact. I think a normal person gets 50 stat points per level up. You have to decide how to allocate them to each stat. Isuki mused. With 1,500 points, that's equivalent to a normal awakened at level 30. Agility and defense can be infinitely increased through passive skill effects. A spectral image appeared, illustrating his thoughts. Agility plus 10%, defense plus 10%. He then moved on to analyzing his weaknesses. Magic also regenerates infinitely thanks to the magic detection passive, but there's no way for me to increase my attack power. Is there any way at all? His train of thought was cut short by a voice calling out, Dinner's ready. It was Rikuru, holding a spatula, with C waving beside him. Isuki, I made a bunch of your favorite dishes. Isuki walked over to them, putting his strategic thoughts on hold for now. Well, I'll think about it later. I can probably get an attack boosting skill through a simulation anyway. The group gathered around a lavish spread. C said cheerfully, It's been so long since I've had one of Rikuru's home-cooked meals. Isuki looked around the table and noticed someone was missing. Where's Iberia? Is he still asleep? Rikuru explained. Yeah, I just finished healing him. All his wounds are closed, but he seemed completely wiped out and is still sleeping. Rikuru marveled as he served himself some food. I'm still amazed. A level 7 player managed to clear the nightmare rank stage that C and I couldn't beat. Suddenly, C gasped mid-bite. Hey, Rikuru asked with concern when he saw her cover her mouth. What's wrong? Are you so moved by my amazing cooking that it's brought you to tears? Shaking. C pointed. Behind you. A huge, dark figure with a single glowing red eye was looming right behind Rikuru. The clueless guy looked around. Huh? What's behind me? The dark figure let out a haunting, hungry groan. Food. Give me. Food. Rikuru let out a shriek as the shadow lunged for the dinner table at terrifying speed. It turned out to be Iberia, his cheeks already stuffed with food. Rikuru shouted angrily, "You scared the life out of me. Sneaking up on people like that is going to give someone a heart attack. And why are you eating off someone else's plate without asking?" Iberia completely ignored him, burying his face in a bowl of soup and slurping it down with relish. He looked up with a completely innocent expression, seeing Rikuru fuming. What? Why are you so mad at me? Then, Iberia flashed a satisfied smile, his mouth covered in crumbs. That was delicious. Rikuru beamed with pride at his creation. Heh, you're full of energy now, and it's all thanks to my cooking skills. Iberia asked in amazement, while C teased, "You made this? You should quit being an awakened and become a chef instead. You're much better at it." Rikuru was confused. Is that a compliment? The cheerful meal suddenly turned somber when Izumi Nento spoke up. All of you are aiming to become saviors, aren't you? Well, I have a question for you. His stern gaze swept over each face around the table. What is it that you fear the most? Rikuru propped his chin on his hand, thinking simply, fear? Like, the opposite of what we hope for? My dream is to become a savior and save up money so I can travel the world and enjoy delicious food while I'm young. He began to imagine the worst-case scenario. So, the opposite of that would be getting old. I guess. If I get old, I won't have the strength to travel the world, and my sense of taste might decline to the point where I can't tell flavors apart. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. It was C's turn, and she shared hesitantly. Me? I was born into a family of doctors. Since I grew up in a hospital, memories flooded back. She recalled the cold hallways. From a young age, I saw so many people, suffering from all sorts of illnesses, both big and small. It became a source of trauma for me, so now I feel this terrifying fear even if I just catch a cold or have a fever. Rikuru finally understood. Is that why you ran away, just because I sneezed the other day? So, there was a reason for it. Izumi Nento reassured the young woman. An awakened's lifespan is double that of a normal person, and they almost never get sick. You can say goodbye to that fear. Iberia flinched when he felt everyone's eyes on him. Is it my turn? He answered seriously. What I feared most was not being able to pass the qualifiers. But now... Iberia smiled, looking over at his companion. I'm afraid of not being able to fight alongside Isuki. Then, he turned excitedly to ask, what about you, Isuki? What are you most afraid of? Isuki was taken aback. Why are you suddenly asking me? C, curious, chimed in. Does Isuki even have things he's afraid of? Tell us, don't say you're not afraid of anything. Rikuru added, something Isuki's afraid of? I can't imagine it at all. Isuki grew pensive, his eyes cast downward with a touch of sadness. After my parents passed away, I didn't know how to go on living. I was so anxious. C was surprised. Isuki? The image of his lonely past returned, shrouded in darkness, helplessness, anger, sadness, hunger. These negative emotions took over my body. Isuki remembered the image of a small boy, huddled in the dark, until C and Rikuru appeared before me. Why are you crying all alone in a place like this? The sky is so beautiful, it's a waste to just keep looking at the ground. The memory of his two childhood friends' smiles warmed his heart. Did you catch a cold? Should we go to the hospital? Let's go eat something delicious, and then all your worries will disappear. Isuki's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at them with deep gratitude. The warmth you two brought pulled me out of that negative world. After that, I also met Master Cho and Iberia, too. Isuki looked at everyone around the table with a gentle gaze. It's like my comrades, or rather, my family, has gotten bigger. He smiled softly, enjoying this rare moment of peace. It's been a long time since I've felt this safe. Sometimes I wish this moment could last forever. The thing I fear most is being alone again. Choha blushed, watching him secretly. The atmosphere was calm and peaceful now. It was completely different from the feeling of unease before. Suddenly, Iberia lunged forward to hug Isuki, shouting, Isuki, I'll never leave you, not even for a single step. Isuki, startled, pushed him away. No, that's not what I meant. Izumi Nento spoke up, explaining the meaning of his question. I ask this to confirm whether you might regret choosing this path. When you become saviors and face real danger, For a savior, regret is the most unforgivable thing. He stood up, his large back exuding authority. Remember this, a death with no regrets is the goal of all saviors. The group replied in unison. Yes, I'll carve that into my heart. Izumi turned back to urge them. Well then, finish eating quickly and get some rest. Kisaragi and Vino need to return to North District 6 tomorrow. The next morning, Iberia waved goodbye to Rikuru. Make me another one of your home-cooked meals next time. Rikuru yelled back as he ran. Yeah, leave it to me. As long as you don't cause any trouble for Isuki, I'll see you at the main tournament. Isuki watched them, asking Iberia with curiosity. When did you and Rikuru get so close? Iberia turned away, secretly wiping a tear. Isuki turned to leave with Izumi. We should get going too. Come to think of it, there's something I wanted to ask C. I can ask during the main tournament. Suddenly, Isuki stopped in his tracks when he saw Choha's strange expression. Choha, what's the rush? Choha was sprinting towards them, her face filled with anxiety and tension, right to the point. Izumi Nento also sensed that something was wrong. What happened? Cho reported, panting for breath. This is top secret intel from the southern continent. She hesitated for a moment. What does it say? This is top secret information with an extremely high security clearance, and it can only be revealed to Saviors level 50 or higher and the continental commanders. Izumi glanced at his two students, asserting, You trust me this much? It's fine for these two to hear it. Tell us. Cho gravely announced the prophecy, a new prophecy from the southern continent's commander, Elder Ban. Within the next 3 days, a large-scale attack by disaster-class beasts will occur on the northern continent. Tenma asked anxiously, Elder Ban, is that prophecy reliable? Izumi Nento explained grimly. Elder Ban is the most renowned prophet in the 5 continents. His prophecies are as good as a confirmed future. Cho immediately made a suggestion, her face urgent. Then, Father, you must leave the northern continent at once. There has to be a reason for the disaster-class beasts to launch such a massive attack. This time, the target of the attack is likely you, Father, the commander of the northern continent. Izumi Nento bowed his head in thought, realizing his perilous situation. That means if I stay here, I'll be a sitting duck. Cho continued to persuade him. Combat isn't even your specialty, Father. And if you know you're the target, there's no need to risk your life staying here. Evacuate to the central continent right now. Izumi agreed. I agree with Cho. If you're short on manpower, I'll stay and fight. However, Izumi raised a hand to stop him, making a firm decision. My mind is made up. Say no more. And Tenma, there's something else I need you to do. Tenma protested in surprise. What about protecting you, Master? Nothing is more important than that. Izumi explained the secret mission. Iberia's father, Aiden, is the greatest blacksmith in the 5 continents. It would be a disaster if anything happened to him. I want you to protect Aiden alongside Iberia. We will also send some of our awakened from here to support you. Tenma frowned, thinking to himself, splitting our forces just for her old man? Is he trying to keep me away from the battlefield? After Tenma and Iberia left, Cho stood silently beside Izumi. Cho, I have 3 requests for you as well. Izumi commanded, his eyes blazing with authority. First, inform the residents of the northern continent about this attack and safely evacuate all awakened below level 50, along with the civilians. Next, notify all awakened level 50 and above to prepare for battle with the disaster-class beasts at any moment. Finally, have Hayton come here. With the low population density of North District 1, we don't need to worry about civilian casualties in the battle. We will face them head-on right here. After completing her tasks, Cho bowed and reported, Father, I have arranged everything as you instructed. Hayten will be here shortly. I'm sorry for the trouble, Father. You should get some rest now. But as she turned to leave, her face was a mask of extreme anxiety. Sweat trickled down her cheek as she bit her nails, thinking furiously. Is Father worried, even though Aiden already has skilled guards with him? In that case, I'll just have to crush all the small fry and drag the real boss into the light. Suddenly, she blushed with embarrassment as her father's voice rang out. Just as I'd expect from my daughter, you saw right through it all. Cho analyzed the current situation with a grave expression. The prophecy states that a disaster-class beast of level 100 or higher will appear this time. They must be playing all of their trump cards. The specific reason you sent Tenma away is that with his abilities, if he were to join the fight against such a beast and use his methods, his true potential would be exposed, and they would move to eliminate Tenma at all costs. She continued her deduction. I see, so it's to prevent that. Izumi added, correct, but there's one more reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Tenma lacks offensive power. There are rumors that Aiden possesses an artifact that boosts attack power. An image of Tenma reaching for a glowing cube flashed hopefully. If he can obtain that artifact, a perfect awakened who possesses everything will be born. The fateful moment arrived as the skies over the northern continent darkened. Day 1 of the prophecy, 8 p.m. In every district of the northern continent, night fell, along with an attack of stone tablets raining from the sky. In North District 2, Tenma and Iberia were running for their lives through the dark. It's already 8 p.m. How much farther to your house? Iberia replied, out of breath. Probably about another 100 kilometers. Tenma looked over at Iberia with concern. Iberia must have been exhausted after the long journey, but she hadn't asked for a break even once. She must be incredibly worried about her father. It wouldn't be surprising if disaster-class beasts attacked at any moment. We have to get to Iberia's father, fast. Suddenly, Iberia pointed to the sky, screaming in a panic. Tenma, look! Startled, Tenma followed her gaze. It was a fiery meteor, hurtling down at terrifying speed. A stone tablet. The attack has begun, and that tablet is falling right into the city area. An explosion. A tremor shook the ground as the colossal rock slammed into the earth, sending a pillar of dust and smoke into the sky. Tenma's face drained of color as he imagined the consequences. The announcement had only just been made, so the citizens were still in the middle of evacuating. If a disaster-class monster appeared at a time like this, with the panicked citizens staring up at the shattered sky, mass casualties would be unavoidable. A disaster-class monster is coming. Everyone run. That stone tablet. Elder Vega's prophecy was right. Damn it. It's here way too soon. A barrier began to form, enclosing the impact zone. Tenma stood at a crossroads, forced to make a choice. A barrier is already forming. If we abandon the people here, there'll be a massacre. But if we go to help, it'll interfere with our mission. Tenma glanced at Iberia, thinking, if I suggest we save the civilians, he'll definitely hate the idea. But contrary to Tenma's expectations, Iberia pointed towards the city and shouted decisively, Isuki, we're helping too. The disaster-class monster inside that barrier is at least level 20. If there isn't a high-ranking awakened being there, who knows how many people will die? Tenma was stunned for a moment, before quickly composing himself. Oh, understood. Change of plans. We'll handle the disaster-class monster in the city first. Over in the city, a stone foot stomped heavily onto the ground. Amidst the chaotic dust cloud, a colossal, flaming monster emerged, radiating scorching heat. A level 21, fire golem. A group of hunters surrounded it. Assessing their strength, there were 3 level 15s and 1 level 16. This is gonna be tough, but against a level 20 disaster-class monster, we might actually win this. The shield user yelled, erecting a sturdy defensive wall with his C-rank skill, Stone Shield. Don't break formation, I'll block its attacks. He braced himself against the heat, commanding his comrades, you guys find an opening and counterattack the second you get a chance. But the fire golem didn't even flinch. It brought a fiery fist crashing down on the pavement, completely shattering the hunter's formation. The shield user stared in disbelief at his shattered shield, his face contorting in horror. What? Impossible! His teammates panicked as they saw their strongest member fall. Even he, the one with the highest defense among us, was taken out instantly. Then we definitely don't stand a chance. What are we supposed to do? Fear took over, and they began to flee. What do you mean, what do we do? Run, obviously. Fighting this thing is just throwing our lives away. Hey, watch out. A figure dashed forward, blocking their path and shouting sarcastically, watch out? You people should be watching out for yourselves. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. He felt his eyes tremble with fear. Instantly, he spun around and unleashed a final, desperate attack. Please, I'll do anything. Just don't kill me. B-rank skill. Water cannon. He fired a powerful stream of water at the monster, thinking confidently, how did this thing get behind me? Made me say something so pathetic. But this is the end for it. After all, I'm a water mage, the natural hard counter to a fire-type disaster monster. Smoke billowed everywhere. Another swordsman rushed in to steal the credit. He actually did it. Well, just to be sure, I'll finish it off. He swung his sword, shouting selfishly, don't you dare interfere. I defeated this disaster monster all by myself, so I should be the one to finish it. But suddenly, the flames flared violently. The golem regenerated in an instant, horrifying the swordsman. It's alive again! Kill it! Hurry! The golem roared, radiating immense heat as it prepared to incinerate them all. What is this insane fire? This is it. We're done for. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, but no one was hurt. Tenma Isuki had leaped into the middle of the blast, using his own body to block the attack. He stood firm against the inferno. Iberia turned to him. "Leave this guy to me. The W duo is on it," Tenma commanded firmly while holding back the attack. "Iberia, don't worry. I'll handle this guy. You go evacuate the citizens." "Roger that." Black wall. Defense increased by 10% for blocking a B-rank fire skill with a black ice wall. The surviving hunters gaped in astonishment. He blocked that massive flame so easily. "Are you guys heroes?" "We're not heroes yet, but one day, I'm going to become a hero even greater than Taiwania." "A hero greater than Taiwania? You've got a big mouth, kid." Despite being saved, the hunters were arrogant and ungrateful. "What the hell were you all doing, getting saved by a punk like that? Nobody asked for your help. I was about to beat it anyway." "He's not a hero." "So, can a normal awakened being really handle that disaster-class monster?" One of them stared at Tenma, sweating bullets. That ice armor covering his body. Is that an artifact? Meanwhile, Tenma recalled his master's words before they left. "Come to think of it, he did say something before we departed. That black sphere you shoot. Its power is immense, but it requires a long time to cast. And compared to truly powerful disaster monsters, its travel speed can't exactly be called fast." The lesson continued to echo in his head. If you miss your first shot, they'll be on high alert, and it'll be even harder to hit them. So, you should avoid using it as much as possible in your future battles. Keep it as your trump card for when it really matters. Listen carefully, my boy. "I can only use this black orb." Tenma scanned the crowd and concluded, "I can definitely take this guy down. I can't use the piercing orb in the middle of this crowd." "Is that guy an awakened who came to help? His gear looks so sick. He must be a high-level awakened." He clenched his fists, his sharp gaze locked onto the golem. "In that case, I'll just have to overwhelm it with brute force." Tenma shot into the air, bringing a black, lightning-clad fist crashing down on the monster's head. System activating area of effect attack skill. Activating lightning break, thunder, shockwave. A blue lightning shockwave erupted, smashing the fire golem into the cracked pavement. The massive monster was completely crushed under his overwhelming power. The flames on its body slowly died out as everyone watched. He lunged forward, delivering another lightning punch from above, smashing the fire golem's head into the fractured ground. From above, a terrifying explosion radiated outwards, sending everything in the vicinity flying. The fleeing civilians saw the scene and began to murmur. Is the disaster-class monster actually being pushed back? Wasn't it supposed to be incredibly strong? I saw that Awaken's face. He looks like he's only about 18 years old. The disaster-class monster must have already been badly injured. A nearby hunter was stunned. Are you kidding me? Before his very eyes, a massive, level 21 fire golem was being completely overwhelmed. It couldn't resist. A level 21 fire golem couldn't even fight back. Who on earth is that kid? The crowd of hunters chattered in amazement. As soon as he defeated the disaster-class monster, he took off somewhere with that blonde girl. The only way a level 0 like him could do that much is because the fire golem's HP was already at rock bottom. Even I, a level 15, can't follow that speed with my naked eye, and he has the power to send a fire golem flying with his bare hands. Leaving the astonished crowd behind, Tenma Isuki raced through the ruined city, thinking to himself about being a level 0. He could probably be compared to a level 30, but even then, instantly killing a disaster-class monster of that level would be impossible. This doesn't bode well for the future. As he ran, he analyzed his situation. I have to find a way to boost my attack power somehow. The clock struck 10:30 p.m. Day 1 of the prophecy. Tenma threw a punch at a monster, but it dodged. That was amazing, Isuki, your speed just now. I couldn't even follow you with my eyes. Iberia ran behind him, panting from exhaustion. Ha, I never would have thought that about you. But Tenma stopped, turning to look at Iberia, who was bent over with her hands on her knees. If you want to increase your attack power, I have a great idea. A great idea? Iberia smiled with a glimmer of hope. There are tons of artifacts in my dad's vault. I'm sure there's one that can boost your attack power. You're strong. And you're Master Yumi's student. I'm sure he'd be happy to let you have one. Tenma imagined himself in a badass suit of armor, while Iberia giggled mischievously, just imagining Isuki wearing an artifact. Heh, what's with that creepy laugh? What the hell are you imagining? Iberia urged him on excitedly. Let's go. When we get there, I'll have my dad prepare a handy artifact for you. I thought I slowed down on the way here, but even with her agility, Iberia must have been struggling to keep up. Suddenly, Tenma grabbed Iberia by the shoulders and yelled, Isuki, what the hell are you doing? Don't push yourself if you're tired. You won't be able to fight properly if we run into a disaster in your condition. He swept Iberia up onto his shoulder and took off. Wait, that's not what I meant, Iberia yelled into the wind. Whoa, so fast, Tenma stated firmly. We've wasted enough time already. Hold on tight. Night fell over the dense forest. The clock read 11:05 p.m., day 1 of the prophecy. The sound of chirping insects filled the air. The two of them stopped in front of an old log cabin in the middle of the woods. We finally made it. I thought my arms were going to fall off. Tenma wondered why he'd lived so deep in the forest. The town is much safer. He says the town is too noisy for him to focus on crafting. Iberia warned. It might look like a shabby cabin, but don't think for a second its defenses are weak. My dad has carefully placed traps all over the place. I see. I think I can feel a faint magical fluctuation. So, that's what it is. Activating magic detection? He thought to himself. But don't worry. If you follow me, you won't set anything off. Stick close to me. Even without your help, I could dodge them with my own magic detection. Iberia led the way confidently. Hey, watch your step there. Heh, it's finally my turn to take the lead. Suddenly, Iberia's foot landed on a dry twig, making a loud snap. Both of them froze. Iberia broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, I got too excited and forgot about this trap. Are you sure this is your house? The ground began to shake violently. Iberia screamed, "This is bad. Come to think of it, this is the worst trap of all." The magical fluctuations were intensifying rapidly as a giant golem rose from the earth, a humanoid artifact. Epic Iron Golem. Attack, 500. Agility, 300. Defense, 500. Magic, 200. Tenma was shocked. He even has a humanoid artifact? The golem swung its giant fist, attacking Iberia. Tenma shouted a warning. It's coming for you. He quickly dashed in front of Iberia, blocking the devastating attack. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. Tenma slid across the ground, thinking to himself, how can a mere artifact have more attack power than me? It's an artifact created to protect Iberia's father, so I can't just destroy it with my piercing kick. This is tough. He turned to Iberia and asked, Iberia, is there any way to stop it? Aim for the Karma Stone on its chest. Iberia pointed out its weak spot. That's its power source. Destroy it, and it'll shut down. The green gem on the golem's chest flashed. Tenma smirked confidently. Activate Thunderclap Wave. Now that I know its weak spot, this'll be over quick. It might have power, but I have speed. He shot forward like a lightning bolt, dodging the golem's attack and landing a thunderous punch. The punch hit its mark, but the golem was completely unfazed. In fact, it countered even more fiercely. He quickly dodged and aimed straight for the green gem on the golem's neck. He quickly leaped up and snatched it. The giant golem froze, completely immobile. After the intense battle, a towering shadow suddenly loomed over Tenma as he thought to himself, that should be enough, right? Witnessing the terrifying scene, Iberia screamed in panic. Stop it, Josuke. Suddenly, a sword slash cut through the air at an incredible speed. It was aimed right at Tenma. The blade stopped just inches from the top of his head, startling him. When did he even get this close to me? The swordsman, named Bokuto Josuke, sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Iberia. Iberia, I thought you were some stray bandits. Tenma calmly stood up, brushing himself off, wondering, why couldn't I sense a single trace of magic until he attacked? And who is this guy? He looked in shock toward where the attack had come from. The sword was gone. Iberia excitedly introduced him. This is my partner, Isuki Tenma. He's level 0, but super strong. We formed a duo, and our team name is… Tenma cut him off. Never mind that. Where's your father? Josuke pointed towards a log cabin. The master is out back. But be careful. Iberia immediately ran off. Oh, right. Dad. Josuke watched him go with a serious expression. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. The moment he saw his father, Iberia excitedly boasted about his achievement. Listen, Dad, I passed the qualifiers. He continued to ramble on. 4th place in the regional nightmare difficulty. Just as you promised, let me pick any artifact I want. Whack! A fiery slap suddenly struck Iberia straight across the face. Iberia clutched his cheek in pain, asking in shock, Dad, why did you hit me? The old man, Aiden, roared with fury. Give back the dragon gear. You stole it, didn't you? Iberia tried to reason with him. What the hell? I just borrowed one epic grade artifact. You didn't have to hit me, the old man growled. The dragon gear causes irreversible damage if worn for too long. If you ever take it again without my permission, I won't go easy on you. Overwhelmed with resentment, Iberia threw his bag on the ground and stormed off. Fine, I'll never use any of your damn artifacts again. The old man Aiden turned to Tenma with a sharp gaze. Are you Yumi's second disciple? Tenma replied politely, Yes sir, I'm Isuki Tenma. My master sent me to protect you, Mr. Aiden, because of the prophecy about a catastrophic attack in the north, I've heard. Aiden looked him up and down skeptically. That man is very picky and rarely takes on disciples. Why would he choose a kid who looks as ordinary as you? Suddenly, he paused, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wait a minute. Is your level fixed? In front of Aiden, Tenma's status window appeared. Isuki Tenma, human, level 0 fixed. Class, order breaker, talent skill undisclosed. Aiden asked suspiciously. Are you using some kind of karma artifact to fake your stats? Tenma said nonchalantly. No, not exactly. The old man stared thoughtfully ahead. I see. No wonder, Neto Izumi requested that specific item. Aiden began walking as he spoke. Your master is a shrewd man when it comes to benefits. He always demands something in return. Tenma was confused. Master only asked me to protect you. I didn't hear anything about a reward. Aiden continued to explain. He contacted me, saying that in exchange for his disciple's protection, I must give that disciple a certain karma artifact. Tenma was surprised. Master did that. Oh, for me. It's okay, Mr. Aiden. Even without an artifact, I'll still protect you. Aiden shook his head. I have plenty, so I don't mind giving it to you. I'm just curious why he chose a broken item. Tenma was surprised. A broken item? Aiden recalled and described the legendary item in its original state. It was a masterpiece, the unique crystal of fatality. It doubled attack power on a critical hit, and its critical hit rate was 99%. Every single attack landed a critical blow. His face filled with regret, but a crack suddenly formed, causing its power to be completely reversed, turning it into a cursed item. Aiden held up the cracked crystal and explained. This artifact's grade has become unknown, and a mysterious malfunction effect has been added. The stats appeared. A flawed critical crystal increases critical attack damage by 10 times. Its critical rate starts at 0% and goes up by 1% for every stronger enemy you defeat. The old man looked at Tenma, continuing to analyze its uselessness. For any normal awakened person, it's completely worthless, because the critical rate you worked so hard to build up would just get reset to 0 every time you leveled up. Aiden's eyes lit up when he saw the strange compatibility. That's why I was so confused when Yumi requested this defective item. But looking at your stats, I understand the reason. You're pretty special, aren't you? I don't know how you get stronger, but since you never level up, since your level is unfixed, this artifact is absolutely perfect for you. Tenma held the crystal, a vision of the future playing out in his mind. As I continue to defeat calamity beasts, my critical rate will eventually hit 100%. In the future, every single one of my attacks will be 10 times stronger. A truly devastating blow. The system announced that the flawed critical crystal was equipped, with the current rate at 0.0%. Tenma pondered the item's harsh conditions. The critical rate only increases when I defeat an enemy with higher attack power than me? That's a bit harsh. I'll figure out how to deal with it after I get through this raid. Aiden nodded in satisfaction as he saw the light from the artifact synchronize with Tenma. Looks like it's been equipped properly. It really is a perfect match for you, Tenma replied. I've been having a really hard time because of my low attack power. This item helps a lot. Thank you, Aiden. Aiden turned away, his expression growing distant. I create the artifacts, and you all use them to fight the calamity beasts. We all do this for the survival of humanity, so there's no need for thanks. Suddenly, he froze when he saw a streak of light plummet from the sky. Unless someone knew my location beforehand, there's no way monsters would attack a remote place like this. For now, you should all get some rest. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted in the middle of the forest, sending up a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The force of the blast made Josuke and Tenma shield their faces. The ground trembled violently, and Iberia screamed in horror from amidst the rubble. What is this? What just happened? A gigantic magic circle appeared in the sky. Iberia was terrified. A barrier. Why is there a blue barrier here? Aiden gritted his teeth, realizing this was either a betrayal or a vicious plot. Only the commanders of the 5 continents know my location. Did this happen by chance? Or was it? Josuke drew his sword, shouting a warning to everyone. Get back! The calamity beasts are coming, and they're heading straight for us. Tenma stood perfectly still. His eyes glowed with a sharp blue light. I can feel something approaching at a terrifying speed. Shadows zipped through the deep forest. Roars echoed all around. 6 of them. No. 8. A giant monster with a razor-sharp horn burst out from the bushes. A level 14, one-horned demon. Everyone screamed, "They're here!" As fast as lightning, Tenma caught the first monster's deadly pounce. He immediately launched a counterattack that ripped through the air. The system activated. Black ice wall. The pack of monsters surrounded Tenma, roaring fiercely, kicking off a chaotic battle. Tenma focused energy into his hands, which were now covered in blue electricity. Against enemies at this level, it doesn't matter how many of them come. I can finish them all instantly with Lotus Explosion. He glanced over at Josuke, who was swinging his sword, cutting down beasts. Josuke could probably withstand the aftershock of a Lotus Explosion, but Tenma turned his head to look at the old wooden cabin. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the tent right behind me. To avoid harming his comrades, Tenma charged forward, luring the monsters away. If I recklessly use Lotus Explosion, those two could get caught in the blast. After a series of deafening explosions, Tenma stood amidst the monster corpses. He sighed to himself, maybe I really am better suited for playing solo. Suddenly, his keen senses made Tenma whip around. Huh? Another mana signature is rising, and this one is far more powerful than the others. A much larger monster appeared, its two horns glowing with a purple light. A level 24, two-horned demon guardian, exuding terrifying pressure. The scene cuts to a dark space. A place where rivers of red-hot lava flow between the cracks of the demon world. Upon a throne of bone, a powerful shadowy figure spoke. We have transported the first vanguard, consisting of low-level slaves, to the human world. Among the 8 demon kings, who should be entrusted with leading the main force? A pair of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, followed by a cold command. Thanks to the eye I left behind on my last visit to the human world, I have noticed the existence of a very important individual. Capture them. In the shadows of the demon realm, Enmaraku Yama, one of the 8 great demon kings, appeared in all his might. A subordinate reported, "Should we entrust this task to one of the 8 great demon kings themselves?" The supreme leader worried that too much power would ruin the plan. A demon king's power level might destroy the very eye that I left behind. I will assign this task to a demon general. The servant bowed his head in obedience. As you command. He continued to give orders, his violet eyes blazing. Furthermore, I will grant full command of the main forces to Ensokuma, the primate eater. An image of Ensokuma, one of the 8 great demon kings, appeared, looking absolutely savage. It's been a long time since he's feasted on living human flesh. I'm sure he's starving by now. Back in the human realm, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Tenma jolted, recognizing Iberia's voice. Did a calamity beast break into the room? Suddenly, a 2-horned guard, number 815 of the horned demon tribe, level 24, charged forward, attacking Tenma viciously. Facing this dire situation, Tenma grit his teeth. If it's come to this, I have no choice but to use that. He faced the monster's crushing blow head-on, preparing to unleash his secret technique. Tenma quickly calculated in his head. Its attack power is probably higher than mine, so if I take it down, I can increase my critical hit rate. The critical hit rate stat appeared. Rate 0%. Increases by 1% each time an enemy stronger than the user is defeated. A purple light began to converge. System notification. Activating piercing orb. Direct hit. Critical hit rate increased by +1%. Tenma let out a sigh of relief. It really did increase, just like I thought. His current critical hit rate was now 1%. Standing over the monster's corpse, Tenma said to his comrade, Josuke, I'm going to take out the calamity beast that broke into the room here. I'm leaving this to you. Josuke replied, leave it to me. Tenma gathered his energy and shot off like a bolt of blue lightning toward the wooden house. Behind him, Iberia was severely wounded, bleeding profusely. He was in despair. It's useless. I can't win without my gear. Iberia's vision blurred from the pain and fear. If this is how it ends. As the monster prepared to finish him off, Iberia screamed through his tears. Tenma, help me. Suddenly, with a loud slam, a giant iron shield crashed down, blocking the monster's attack. Aiden, Iberia's father, stood firmly in front of him. Iberia was shocked. My dad is a non-combat class, but he's not afraid of a calamity beast? Aiden coolly told the monster, you're a stubborn one. The monster snarled, turning its head to look at the silver-haired man who radiated killing intent. Aiden got into a fighting stance and shouted, I'll leave the rest to you. In that instant, Tenma appeared like a savior descending from the heavens. Tenma, the young man, immediately blocked the monster's massive attack. His arm transformed into a blade, piercing straight through its body. The system window appeared. Black ice wall activated. The piercing attack caused the monster to collapse on the spot. Tenma retracted his power and turned to Aiden. Sorry I'm late. It took me a little while to deal with the guards. What's the situation outside? Looking at the blackened monster corpse at his feet, Tenma noted, I don't feel any more magical fluctuations from outside. I guess Josuke has wiped out all the calamity beasts. Aiden looked out into the yard, where Josuke was standing amidst a forest of monster corpses. Whoa, did Josuke really do all of this by himself? Josuke sheathed his sword, giving a grave warning. Don't let your guard down. Unless we destroy that barrier, the calamity beasts will just keep spawning infinitely. And as time goes on, they'll get stronger and stronger. He continued laying out the plan. I'm going to go destroy the barrier, and I'll kill as many monsters as I can along the way. But if any get past me, you guys will have to. Tenma cut him off, his eyes suddenly glowing a terrifying, brilliant blue. No. I'll be the one to slaughter every last calamity beast inside the barrier. Josuke, you stay here and protect Aiden and Iberia. Aiden stared intently at Tenma, completely stunned. Those eyes, he thought in astonishment. There isn't a single trace of fear in them. Instead, he's overflowing with a thirst for battle. Aiden made the final call. We'll leave the destruction of the barrier to Tenma, Josuke asked with concern. If it's a blue barrier, the beasts inside must be at least level 250. Are you sure you can do this? Tenma affirmed. I'm sure. The scene changed to Tenma dashing off at wind-tearing speed, his mood ecstatic. Finally, I can fight to my heart's content. Iberia struggled to his feet. If Tenma's going, then I have to go too. All right, Josuke, you watch my dad. Aiden stopped him. Not you. Iberia was stunned. Why not? We're a team. Aiden looked at his son with cold eyes. Stop playing this little game of teammates. It's pathetic. You and Tenma live in two completely different worlds. Iberia shouted back, hurt. We've traveled together all this way. What the hell do you mean, different worlds? A team is supposed to support each other and cover each other's weaknesses. Aiden's sharp yell cut his son off. But you don't support him. You're nothing but a burden holding him back. At this rate, the old man's voice was laced with venom. You're going to end up getting Tenma killed. Aiden turned away, lost in thought. And of course, I'm not just talking about you. Tenma is a special existence. No one in his generation can even stand on the same level as him. He watched Tenma's figure fading into the forest. Have you ever seen his eyes when he faces a calamity beast? Those are the eyes of a wild animal. Aiden watched Tenma in silence, judging those to be the eyes of a predator, a man consumed by hatred. Tenma shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning. The system announced, Mana scan has detected 5 enemy targets. 50% of the user's mana has been restored. He launched himself into the air, his sharp eyes blazing as he yelled. 5 calamity beasts? They must have just broken out of the barrier. This will fill my mana right back up. Get out of the way. A fiery explosion engulfed the entire forest. The system displayed a notification. Lotus Blast activated. 5 enemies eliminated. Total skill range increased by 5%. Current bonus, 1,106%. Critical hit rate increased by 1%. Critical hit crystals damaged by 2%. Tenma glided through the darkness, clicking his tongue as he calculated. The defense on that 2-horned guardian was too high. I used up 80% of my mana just to take it down with Lotus Blast, but I won't let a single one of them get near Iberia and the others. From a distance, Iberia stared in shock at the column of fire and smoke rising above the treetops. He frantically turned to Josuke. Where did that explosion come from? Josuke narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar surge of power. That's Isuki's skill. He must have run into the calamity beasts in the forest. Josuke's gaze deepened in thought. An explosion of that magnitude isn't something a level 0 should be able to create. Could the reason Tenma can't level up be because of the stat reduction effect from his innate talent? Just then, Tenma found himself standing before a massive wall of energy. So this is the green barrier. These calamity beasts seem to be on a whole different level than the ones I've faced before. Mana scan activated. Tenma was stunned. His scanning skill had been completely blocked. I can't even tell how many of them there are, or how strong those monsters inside are. He recalled what he'd learned. Master once taught me that you can tell a monster's level by the color of the barrier. Gray barriers are for levels 1 to 25. Green is for 26 to 50. Blue is for 51 to 75. Purple is for 76 to 100. And red is for 100, 1, and above. Since this one's green, the beasts inside must be between level 26 and 50. Tenma looked at the glowing white lotus sigil in his palm. If I kill all of them, they'll drop a massive amount of experience points. He waved his hand, and a cloud of black smoke condensed into a monstrous form. Summon Shikigami. Deathhound, a giant black wolf, appeared with terrifying stats. Deathhound. Rank B. Level 16. Skills. Scent of Death, Mana Scan, Rebirth, and Reduced Revival Time. Attack, 250. Defense, 150. Tenma stroked the Shikigami's head meaningfully. I will give you all the experience points they drop. Then, he stepped into the barrier, giving a cold command. But until I give the order, you are not to touch a single hair on their heads. Tenma's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light. Every calamity beast in here is my prey. The scene shifts to another location, on the first day of the prophecy. At 11:30 p.m., a young woman stood on a balcony and reported, "Father, the awakened guards have arrived." A man in proud blue armor stepped forward. "Miss Izumi, from this moment on, I, the first-rank savior Kyo Chirijima, will be your protector. Level 63, Wind Mage." Kyo pushed up his glasses and said calmly, "Thank you for coming." Besides him, 5 third-rank saviors and 3 second-rank saviors were also present. "Has Akira Hone not arrived yet? I've assigned him to guard the outer perimeter." She looked at her phone with a worried expression. "When we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way. However, when I tried calling back 1 and 3 hours after that, I couldn't get through to him. Giant stone monuments have been falling all over the northern province since 8 p.m. tonight. Perhaps he ran into trouble on the way. A normal spirit beast poses no threat to him. After all, he is one of the 6 pillars, a special rank savior. Please keep trying to contact him. Only a special rank savior can fight off the calamity beasts that are appearing here." Kyuchirijima let out a confident smirk. "Aren't you overestimating the special rank saviors? No matter how strong Washimiya or Akira Hone are, they're still only human." He clenched his fist ambitiously. "I refuse to believe there's such a huge gap between them and first ranks like us. We might struggle a little, but there's no way we can't take down a monster that they can." Izumi glanced at him with a knowing look. "Confidence is a good thing, but if you think you're on the same level as a special rank," she continued, gazing at the crimson sky, "it's probably because you've never truly faced a powerful calamity beast." Suddenly, with a loud crash, a stone monument fell from the sky. Ko drew his sword in alarm. "A calamity beast monument is coming." Izumi looked up in horror at the magical vortex overhead. "It's finally here, it's no use, I still can't reach Akira." Kyo Chirijima flashed an arrogant, confident smile. He said to Lady Izumi, "If even a special rank savior can't make it, then they aren't worth relying on in the first place. Don't you worry, we will wipe out every last one of these spirit beasts." His eyes grew cold and ambitious. "I'll prove it right now that a first-rank savior is every bit as capable as a special rank." Meanwhile, in another area, the massive green barrier continued to glow silently in the deep forest. Tenma and the Death Hound stepped inside. He scanned his surroundings. The scene within the barrier was no different from the outside. "But there's an aura here that's making me uneasy." He stood still to feel the flow of energy, activating mana detection. "I can feel the fluctuations of mana inside the barrier from here, but as expected, I can't get a grasp on the situation outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are separate spaces." A notification window appeared. "Mana detection has discovered 5 enemy targets. Recovered 50% of mana. All right, I have a rough idea of where the 5 targets are." Tenma turned to give instructions to the Black Wolf. "You stay here and wait. If you find any calamity beasts trying to escape this way, you can eat them." He patted the divine beast's head. "Good boy. Activate Thunderclap Roaring Wave. I guess I should start moving too." Immediately, 2 ferocious calamity beasts shot through the deep forest to hunt down the intruder. Tenma suddenly appeared, closing in on one monster with incredible speed. He unleashed a powerful punch, knocking the beast back. Activate Black Wall, Black Ice Wall. A colossal blue pillar of lightning struck the ground from the sky with a deafening explosion. The terrifying power tore through the night, sending the pack of calamity beasts flying as blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the wreckage, a giant, purple-horned monster emerged. With its towering stone armor, it threatened Tenma. Unfazed, Tenma pointed his finger at it. Activate Piercing Clear Orb. The orb fired a dense beam of dark purple light, piercing through the giant beast's head in an instant. The system continuously sent notifications. Critical rate plus 1%. Critical crystal failed. Current critical rate is 3%. Tenma landed gently. He looked towards the pale blue pillar of light. My critical rate has gone up to 3% again. Statistically, for every 100 attacks, 3 will be critical hits. I'll probably see my first critical hit soon. Still, this is the first time I've seen a stone tablet this close. He approached the magic stone tablet. If I destroy this tablet, the barrier will disappear, right? Go. 1 hit should be enough. System has detected 1 enemy. Recovered 10% of mana. Tenma's eyes suddenly narrowed with vigilance. There's still 1 more, hiding somewhere. Whoosh! Suddenly, pitch-black tentacles ripped through the air, attacking Tenma from behind the stone tablet. Tenma flipped backward, narrowly dodging the attack. If I hadn't caught that mana fluctuation and stayed on high alert, I would have been impaled just now. He stared at the writhing darkness. So it was hiding behind the stone tablet. This is a completely different type of calamity beast from the previous ones. A grotesque shadow began to step out from the blue light of the tablet. The entire area was enveloped in the vibrant blue barrier, signaling that a difficult battle was about to begin. Outside, Josuke looked at Iberia, who was bowing his head in shame. Even Tenma might not be able to stop all the beasts. It's dangerous out here, so you should wait in the room. Iberia was stunned. Josuke, will I really cause Isuki's death one day? Josuke tried to comfort the young man. Master tends to exaggerate, so don't worry about it too much. Iberia was sullen, but looking back at everything that's happened, it seems I really am just a burden. Josuke pointed towards the energy shield. The levels of the beasts inside a blue barrier range from 20 to 50. Are you confident you could defeat even a single level 26 beast? Iberia trembled. Not at all. Josuke smiled reassuringly. Don't be so discouraged. I'm not saying you're no good. When I was your age, I didn't even have the courage to step into a blue barrier and fight my first calamity beast. Iberia looked up in surprise. Even you, Josuke? Josuke nodded. The difference between the beasts in a gray barrier and a blue one isn't just a matter of levels. Josuke explained further to the curious Iberia. Is there something else? The calamity beasts in a gray barrier have no intelligence. They're just creatures, repeating an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. Josuke recalled his battles. They're strong, for sure, but there are plenty of ways to beat them if you have a plan. But inside a blue barrier, they're just like us humans. An enormous, intimidating entity appeared. General Square, level 34. Tenma thought to himself, so there are calamity beasts with intelligence. Was I careless? It seems he has some kind of detection skill. Among Tenma's generation, very few were strong enough to stand against a beast of that level. Tenma thoughtfully observed his opponent through his hair. Just as I thought, the calamity beasts in this barrier are completely different from any I've ever encountered before. Josuke turned to look at Iberia, who was staring at the ground. So the reason you're a burden to Tenma isn't because you're inexperienced. It's simply because he's too strong. Tenma stood firm, looking defiant. It saw through my skills in just a few seconds. And on top of that, it can even speak human language. So we finally meet, the intelligent calamity beast I've heard rumors about. The monster let out a low chuckle, revealing its sharp teeth. What are you doing here? What is this nonsense? Are you begging for your life? It looked down on Tenma with contempt. I thought you were supposed to be strong. Turns out you're just a level 0. A coward who can't stop trembling at the mere sight of me. Tenma flashed a crazed smile. I'm just excited. There's something I've wanted to ask your kind for a long time. Since you can talk, why don't you give me an answer? The monster gathered lightning around itself. Fine. If that's your last wish, I'll grant it. Tenma's eyes burned as he asked coldly, do you know what pain is? The demon general sneered in contempt. You think a mere human can make me feel pain? How bold of you. Its dark tentacles swung out to attack. Hurting others is a privilege reserved for us. Whoosh! The attack tore through the air. Tenma swiftly dodged the blow. He suddenly appeared right in front of it, his body erupting with an overwhelming aura of lightning. He unleashed a world-shaking punch that sent the demon general flying hundreds of meters away. His crimson eyes stared into the cloud of dust. Did I hit it? No. Its mana is surging even more powerfully now. The dark tentacles emerged once again, launching a barrage of attacks, their speed even faster than before. Tenma moved like a flash of lightning, closing in on his opponent. But when it comes to speed, I'm still one step ahead of you. A slash came down, but it didn't deal any significant damage. Tenma clicked his tongue. Damn it. This lack of power means I can't even take its head off. Even a direct hit barely caused a scratch. The monster watched his nimble movements in surprise. I can't believe a level 0 can move that fast. What is your true speed? It whipped a tentacle, slamming Tenma hard. No matter how fast you are, you're still nothing but an insect. The monster unleashed countless attacks, declaring with authority, your pathetic attacks could hit me 100 times, and I wouldn't feel a thing. But if you take just one of my hits, it's all over. But suddenly, Tenma blinked right in front of it and slammed a punch straight into its face. At that same moment, its tentacle shot out, striking him directly. Whoosh! A deadly attack grazed past Tenma, leaving a bright trail of mana. He leaped onto a high branch, challenging it. If you think you can, then give it a try. Blue electricity erupted from Tenma as he quickly blinked away. That electricity is just a skill to boost his speed, isn't it? Let's see how long your mana holds out. Tenma calmly analyzed his opponent's body. These tentacles aren't a skill, they're part of its body. That's why overmimesis won't activate. He fought while mentally counting the attacks. How many hits is that now? 18. or maybe 19. The status window showed his mana plummeting. Mana, 97 out of 330. I've been spamming skills non-stop. My mana's about to run out. Sweat drenched Tenma's forehead, but his gaze remained firm. My stamina is dropping fast too. At this rate, even my speed will drop. If that's the case, I'll pour everything I have into my attacks. Tenma charged forward with terrifying speed, banking on a meager 3% chance. I'll just keep attacking, over and over again. If I can just land a single critical hit, I'll win. The sharp clang of impacts echoed repeatedly as Tenma unleashed a flurry of attacks against the monster. He gritted his teeth, his focus absolute. The only way to trigger a crit is to rack up more hits, faster. I have to increase the frequency even more. Flashes of light and blue lightning intertwined, creating a frenzied battle within the barrier. Suddenly, Tenma froze, blood spewing from his mouth as a tentacle impaled him. The monster looked triumphantly at the pinned Tenma, charging in so recklessly. What an absolute fool. It leaned in close to Tenma, mocking him. What's wrong? Weren't you going to make me feel pain? Tenma let out a soft chuckle. The monster squeezed Tenma's shoulder in shock. You're still alive? It seems your defense is quite high. Tenma gave a murderous smile, blood trickling down his face as he received a notification. You're finally here. A notification from the flawed critical crystal. The next attack has a 100% chance of being a critical hit. He immediately slammed a lightning punch straight into the monster's chest. The bright red words, critical hit, appeared amidst the breathtaking impact. The monster roared in agony, its face contorting under the immense power of the blow. The force of the explosion sent dirt and leaves flying everywhere. It created a chaotic scene. The demon general collapsed at the base of a tree, trembling as it asked, "What the hell was that? What just happened? How did you suddenly gain such terrifying power?" Tenma calmly wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes cold. It's stronger than I thought. He slowly walked forward, a new feeling surging within him. And ever since that critical hit, all sorts of emotions have been welling up from deep inside my chest. I've never felt anything like this before. Blood stained his shirt, but Tenma's steps didn't falter. Blood is pouring from my stomach, yet I don't feel any pain at all. He looked up at the sky, his breath turning to mist. Night falls. This feeling is unbelievable. The demon drew closer, gripping the dying monster tightly. So, do you feel the pain now? The monster was horrified. What the hell is this thing? Aren't humans supposed to be filthy, weak creatures? He's clearly level 46 or higher. Faking your stats like that is just cowardly. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The demon's eyes burned a crimson red, filled with savagery as he struck. Until now, these calamity beasts had no intelligence, so even when they were killed, they never screamed. But this monster shrieked. A twisted, satisfied smile spread across his face, just as I thought. The scream of a calamity beast that can actually feel pain is something else entirely. The demon ruthlessly finished his opponent in a pool of blood. The monster was completely helpless. He's going to crush my head. What? This thing isn't human. He's a demon. As silence returned, the system announced that it was finally over. Critical rate plus 1%. Critical crystal failed. Current critical rate 4%. When the adrenaline faded, Tenma collapsed in pain. Maybe it's because the danger has passed and I'm starting to relax. Instead of feeling that special high from before, a surge of intense pain is radiating from my wound. He looked up at the fading energy shield. The barrier's color had become transparent. That means there are no calamity beasts left inside. Clutching his wound, the demon staggered towards the center. All that's left is to destroy the stone monument. He gathered what little strength he had left and shattered the magic stone with a single punch. It was more fragile than I thought. The monument crumbled. The demon leaned against the rubble, gasping for breath. Before I go back to Iberia, there's something I need to check. He whispered a mystical word, death, death. Instantly, a massive shadow descended from above at its master's call. Show me your face. A black wolf stepped out of the shadows. The demon was surprised. Huh, haven't you gotten bigger than before? He looked deep into its glowing eyes and realized. And what's more, the summon's status window appeared, looking impressive. My level jumped up by 3 all at once, and I got another 150 attribute points. Deathhound stats. Rank B, level 16. Attack 250, defense 150. The demon stroked the wolf's fur, lost in thought. I see. As its level increases, its body gets bigger too. So, I wasn't imagining it. That means, he smiled with anticipation as he looked at the beast, which was now taller than him. If it gains a few dozen more levels, I wonder how big it will get. I'm really looking forward to that. Cut to the Izumi residence. First day of the prophecy, 11:35 p.m. Darkness, along with a sinister aura, enveloped the forest. Iberia pointed to the sky in amazement and said to Josuke, "The barrier's gone. Isuki Tenma actually did it." Josuke thoughtfully observed the changing atmosphere. He destroyed that silver barrier in just about 10 minutes. There probably weren't any intelligent ones in there, but even so, that speed is unbelievable. At the very least, he's much stronger than I used to be. Back with Tenma, he was slumped against a cliff, his breathing growing faint. After that long journey and all those consecutive battles, I have almost no stamina left. And with this much blood loss, my body has really reached its limit. Though severely injured, Tenma managed to hold onto his summon's shoulder. "Det, you can track magical traces, right? Follow my mana signature and take me back to Iberia." The loyal black wolf let out a roar and then bolted through the dense forest under the silent night sky. At the same time, at the wooden cabin, Josuke froze, on high alert, as he heard a distant howl. The roar of a calamity beast? The barrier should have been destroyed, right? Why is this happening? Sensing the approaching danger, Josuke immediately turned and shouted to protect his comrade. "Iberia, get back in your room, now." Iberia stood frozen, his face filled with anxiety as he whispered, "This roar, I've heard it somewhere before." From the deep darkness, a huge shadow with sharp claws was charging at a terrifying speed. Josuke drew his greatsword, taking a battle stance in the dark, his killing intent flaring. "It's getting closer. I don't know where it came from, but if it's a calamity beast, I'll slice it to pieces." A clash erupted as Josuke swung his sword at the pouncing beast. Iberia suddenly cried out in surprise. "That's the black wolf Isuki Tenma, turned into a summon the other day." Seeing Josuke about to deliver the finishing blow, he quickly yelled to stop him from making a mistake. "Wait, Josuke, that's Yuki's summon." The sharp blade sliced through the air, barely missing the charging black wolf. Josuke stopped short, staring in disbelief at Tenma's unconscious body lying right next to the beast. Tenma's summon? He began to piece together the strange things about the young man. Only the summoner can command them, right? Combat power far beyond his peers, a level that never increases, and he even has skills from other classes. Iberia ran over in a panic, tears welling in his eyes. "Are you okay?" Isuki Tenma, he really is full of mysteries. He looked at the pool of blood on the ground. On the ground, Iberia frantically lifted his friend's head. "What the hell happened? There's so much blood, Iberia." Tenma's lips barely moved, his voice as faint as a breath. "Just let me rest for a little while." As Tenma's eyes closed, Iberia completely broke down. He sobbed uncontrollably. "What are we supposed to do?" Josuke checked Tenma's condition, then said in a cold yet reassuring tone, "He's not dead yet, so you can stop bawling your eyes out." Iberia stopped crying and looked up at Josuke, his eyes filled with hope. "Josuke, he's still alive?" Josuke pointed to Tenma's chest, which was still rising and falling faintly. "Look, he's still breathing normally." Without hesitation, Josuke picked Tenma up and ordered Iberia, "Iberia, you have bandages to stop the bleeding, right? But this wound needs to be treated right away." Iberia replied, "Yeah, I'll take care of it." In the quiet room, Tenma lay motionless with bandages wrapped around his stomach. Iberia made a silent resolve. "It's true, I might never be able to catch up to Zuki in terms of combat power, but I have something that only I can do." He thought back to the nature of his own magic. "My class is Wind Mage, a controller of air and wind currents. It's a versatile class, with both combat and support abilities. But, as his status window appeared, it revealed his unique talent. My talent is 2nd grade healing focus. The damage effect of wind-type attacks is reduced by 50%, but the recovery speed of wind-type healing skills is increased by 50%. A low-tier, 2nd grade talent that can only heal oneself or comrades." Iberia stared down at his hands, his eyes burning with resolve. "I used to hate it, so I've never even used this skill once. But now, for Zuki's sake, I'll use it as many times as I have to." A burst of green mana exploded around Iberia. A system notification announced the activation of the C-rank skill, Healing Window. A warm light enveloped Tenma. Iberia prayed silently, "Please, get well soon. For the sake of our team." Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Tenma residence at 11:35 p.m., a massive purple barrier was deployed from a stone tablet that had just fallen from the sky. An incredibly powerful attack slammed down, shattering every layer of defensive protection. Chijima lay defeated amidst the gray smoke. Cho could only scream in despair. "Chijima." He hurriedly used healing magic on Chijima, urging, "Hang in there. I'll heal you right now." "What's the situation outside?" Chijima could only gasp out weakly, "Cho, run." Chijima's face contorted in fear as he stared at the massive shadow behind them. Its defensive size, power, speed, everything is on another level. Even a special-grade savior couldn't stand against it. Humanity has no way of defeating a monster like that. An overwhelmingly imposing figure emerged. Guardian Warrior number 14, Oni Tribe, level 81. Just as they fell into despair, Nento appeared to protect them. Chijima screamed, "Cho, get out of here." The monster growled upon seeing the new opponent. "That ridiculous outfit. You must be Izumi Nento, aren't you?" It laughed arrogantly as it prepared to attack, running into my target right off the bat. What a stroke of luck. At this rate, we won't even have to bother Kyusakuma. Nento calmly replied, "So your real target was me all along. If that's the case, what a relief." Crash! An earth-shattering collision erupted, and a blinding white light covered the entire area. Cho screamed in panic, "Father!" as Chijima despaired, thinking, "It's over. Everything is finished." The smoke began to clear. Nento stood tall, looking at the figure who had just appeared. "You're late." A man with blazing red eyes, radiating killing intent, revealed himself, Akira Haita. Haita stepped forward to shield Nento. "Sorry, leave this one to me." The monster let out a contemptuous laugh. "Huh? I don't know where you crawled out from, but you sure talk big." Chijima frantically tried to warn him. "Be careful, that thing is crazy strong." Without another word, Haita focused his power into his fist, launching an attack that tore through space itself. Black blood splattered everywhere as the monster was blown to pieces. Chijima's eyes went wide, completely stunned into silence by the horrific sight. Staring at the back of the man who had just struck, he was utterly aghast. "So, this is the power of a special-grade savior?" Chijima trembled as the reality of it sank in. I used to think that even a special grade was still just human. But this isn't human anymore. It's a monster with power that defies all logic. Cho celebrated. "We did it. We've overcome the crisis, right?" Haita replied coldly. "No, this is where it really begins." Instantly, the sky turned an ominous color. The first day of prophecy, 11:40 p.m. The barrier near Izumi Nento's residence had shifted from purple to red. A giant, furry creature appeared amidst the flames inside the red barrier. Just how will Saru Okuma torment humanity? A demon with blazing hair of fire laughed savagely. "I'd really love to watch that spectacle from right here." Flame Demon King, level 37. A pure white monster roared from behind. The demon continued. "You agree with me, don't you?" White Oni, level 49. An authoritative, unseen figure commanded, "Don't do anything foolish. Our mission is to capture that person. If you fail, you understand the consequences, don't you?" The powerful leader revealed himself. The Frost-Wrought Bone General, level 87. "Why were we sent to the same barrier as Saru Okuma instead of to the target? If all three of us share the same barrier, it'll turn purple and draw too much attention." He explained their cruel strategy. The red barrier created by Soku Sokuma would lure in any powerful humans nearby. That way, they could complete Ringa's mission without any interference. Soku Sokuma, one of the 8 great demon lords. The demon lords look towards the mansion. While Soku Sokuma draws their attention, head straight for the target location. "You know where it is, don't you?" The demon lord confirmed. "Don't worry, Ringa will guide us through the demonic eye he left in the human world." At that same moment, in his bedroom, Tenma shot awake, drenched in a cold sweat. That person can not only see the demonic eye's coordinates, but also the very scene it's looking at. Tenma's eyes suddenly transformed, taking on a terrifying appearance. And right now, that eye is in the same place as our target. The clock ticked past 11:35 p.m. on the first day of the prophecy. Tenma lay motionless. In his subconscious, he saw his younger self standing before his mother. "Mom, I finally found one. A calamity beast that can feel pain. Just like us." The young Isuki beamed with innocent joy. "I crushed its head, so now your revenge will be." His mother looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "No, Isuki," she gently taught him, "there are things far more important than revenge." Isuki was stunned. Something more important than wiping out every last calamity beast? His mother smiled gently. "Strength isn't for revenge. It's for protecting the ones you love." Isuki lowered his head as darkness enveloped the young boy. "That's impossible." He screamed in agony. "I'll never forgive the calamity beasts that killed my father and you." Young Isuki's eyes suddenly burned red with hatred. "I will definitely wipe every single one of them out." His mother quietly looked away, her face filled with sorrow for the path of hatred her son had chosen. She smiled, sadly, and began to fade away. "It's time for me to go now." "Where are you going? I still have so much to tell you." she reached out, gently touching his cheek for one last piece of advice. Isuki, please, don't let hatred consume you. The little boy wailed, reaching his small hands up into the air. Mom, but his hands only managed to touch the fading specks of light, vanishing into the void. Isuki's face was stricken with shock, tears streaming down as he realized his mother was truly gone. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the darkness of his mind. Mourning the dead? How typical of a weak creature. Tenma gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing crimson with rage. You bastard, he roared with pure hatred at the shadow, enveloping his soul. A powerful demon materialized in a sea of blood. The demon of destruction sneered. Finally awake, are we? It seems you only turn into a child when you're around her. Tenma tensed up, a murderous aura exploding from his body. You son of a bitch, he roared, lunging at the enemy in his vision. I'll kill you. The mysterious figure easily parried the attack. He whispered menacingly, calm down. I'll let you feel that again very soon. He then landed a devastating blow to Tenma's mind. Real despair. Tenma screamed in utter desperation as he was thrown back. Ringa, I will kill you no matter what it takes. Back in reality, Iberia was struggling to use her magic to protect Tenma from the monsters, the Calamity Beasts. I have to protect Isuki-san. Tenma groggily opened his eyes, noticing the faint gust of wind around him. A little gust of wind like this won't even scare a Calamity Beast. Iberia cheered happily when she saw him move. You're awake, Isuki-san. She rushed over and threw her arms around Tenma, making him think with a bit of embarrassment. Thank goodness. Looks like my healing magic really worked. She still hugs me whenever she gets excited, just like always. How long was I out? Iberia let go and answered. Not long, maybe about 3 hours. Tenma calculated. 3 hours. So it's around 3 a.m. On the second day of the prophecy, are Yosuke-san and Ian-san safe? Iberia reassured him with a bright smile. Yep, no other Calamity Beasts showed up after that one. Tenma was still shaken, recalling the voice from his dream. Calm down. I'll let you feel that again very soon. Even though it was just a dream, those words keep haunting me. It felt too real to be just a dream. The Calamity Beasts are definitely plotting something. The clock struck 3:03 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Tenma Isuki had awoken from his coma. He stood up decisively. I can't let my guard down. Iberia looked at him with admiration. That's great. You look like you've fully recovered. Tenma walked quickly to the door, not forgetting to add. Master said, reinforcements will be here soon. I'm going to check on the situation with Yosuke-san. On the way, Iberia asked curiously about the Black Wolf. Isuki-san, what's the name of that dog familiar? Is it just Death Hound? Iberia suggested, enthusiastically. Don't you know? Users of familiars can give them any name they want. Want me to give it a super cool name? I'm really good at naming things. Tenma replied bluntly. I'm not a familiar user. Iberia's face fell with disappointment. Oh, that's too bad. I really wanted to name it. Tenma broke out in a nervous sweat, thinking, there's no way I'm letting her name it. Tenma looked at the iron golem in the courtyard, silently assessing his healed wounds. Spirit wrap alone couldn't have healed me this completely, this quickly. Looks like Iberia's finally using her real power. Tenma looked at Iberia in surprise. I thought you never used skills. Turns out you're a healer? Flustered, she replied, no, I can use attack skills too. They're just really weak. Turning to Yosuke, who was standing by the smoldering monster corpse, Tenma asked thoughtfully, Yosuke, did any other awakened show up after I passed out? Yosuke narrowed his eyes, studying Tenma. Why do you ask? Yosuke went on to explain how isolated the area was. Master said they'd send any awakened who were nearby. It's been a day already. They should be here by now. But this place is deep in the forest. You wouldn't be able to get here this fast without Choha leading the way. Tenma's sharp eyes filled with worry as he mused, that makes sense, but I still have a really bad feeling. He peered deep into the gloomy darkness of the forest, where a black aura was slowly spreading, as if something wicked was drawing closer. Meanwhile, not too far away, a group of trainees was speeding through the forest. Their leader yelled, Kobe, how much further to the target? Kobe replied, just a few more kilometers. We're almost there. Another member thought excitedly as he ran. Complete this mission, and I'll finally get promoted from trainee to a third-class savior. But man, this place is so remote. The best blacksmith on the northern continent really lives in a place like this? Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group shot into the air, unleashing a powerful punch and yelling, stop right there. The entire group instantly halted, taking up battle stances on the dark, menacing forest path. The pink-haired girl turned to her comrades, on high alert. What is it? Did you sense something strange? Another member answered. Something's coming from up ahead. From the ghostly darkness, 2 towering figures emerged, blocking their path. They've spotted us. The trainees drew their weapons in unison, shouting to steel themselves, "Calamity beasts, prepare for battle." But the one who appeared was the Demon King, a mocking smile on his face. "Where are you all rushing off to? Don't tell me." He closed in, his terrifying red eyes glowing, revealing a set of sharp fangs. "You're heading to the same place we are, aren't you?"